Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Next, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series chapter 51. Volume 1. 51. Who's the main character here? Speaking briskly, I told her, here's my secret. Not only is it true that Naizun and I must remain within 500 meters from each other, because he houses my second identity, our lives in the split zone are tied together. A sudden breeze blew past. Jos had been startled numerous times this day already. Her widened eyes no longer seemed very frightening to me. Thanks to the paper talisman that Jaipa prepared for us, Yujai now stood frozen in front of me. I looked at her and gave a heavy sigh. I suddenly felt exhausted, but I wasn't done with my speech yet, because his life and mine are tied together. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die, and vice versa. If either of us wants to leave the split zone, not only do we have to kill our own soul splitter, we must kill the others as well. Only then can we both return to the real world. Finding a single soul splitter is hard enough, let alone finding two. That's why we're searching for other methods. So, it's very interesting that Yaud suggests that he wants to kill me to get rid of me. If I die, he dies. So why bother? In that moment, I didn't want to say any more, to be honest. Naizun and Jaipa had both warned me that Yujai may betray me. I simply didn't want to believe them at the time. When Lai King was still here, I loved hanging out with Yujai the most, because I liked snakes when I was alive. And Yujai also adored them. She liked to make herself look like a snake, and she liked having green hair. The split zone may be a place full of strange-looking creatures, but still, there weren't many with green hair. She insisted on keeping her own style though. Yujai wasn't like Song Lu. She wasn't gentle and kind. She was wise, rational, methodical, and thorough in all things she did. I always envied her, and I relied on her a lot. That's why, after I became the district commander, knowing that I would be unable to protect the Western District, I left all matters and concerns to Yujai to take care of. She never expressed any interest in becoming the commander, if all that she's done up until now has simply been for that position. Then I'd be even more upset. Because Yujai, if Yaud told me, despite Lai King's wishes, I'd have resolutely let go of it all and given you the position. Why did you have to betray me? My heart ached, and ached and ached. Though life in the split zone was comfortable, I'd long ago become accustomed to the fact that people in the split zone were much more cruel and merciless than those in the real world. I've been betrayed many times before, and yet, my heart still ached now. Yujai, you tried to use the bond between Naizun and me to incite animosity between us, but you never once suspected that Naizun and my lives were bound together. At that thought, I glanced over at Naizun. The entire time, head stood at the side, silent, watching as I revealed this great betrayal, and, the entire time, his expression had remained unchanged and unaffected. Haha, this demon-like man, this unpredictable man. Although I wasn't certain about any of this, although I didn't understand any of this, although it seemed I'd never know quite what Naizun was, I'll always remember those words that the blonde man told me. Whenever he spoke to me, his eyes were always teasing and yet incomparably serious. That day, after explaining all the unchanging things about the split zone, he said to me, Shen, you can be wary of everyone else, but you have to trust Naizun. No matter how much you hate him, you have to trust him, because the one you hate, the one who lives within him, is part of yourself. He and you and he, can never part. No matter how unwilling you may be, after coming to the split zone, your life and his are bound together. That's something that no one can change, not even you. As I thought of the blonde man's words, and of all the things that I once thought were impossible and yet had now occurred, I felt an unbearable pain in my chest. Brows furrowed. I looked up and over at Ujai. Another strange breeze blew by. It gently lifted her green hair, rustling as it brushed past the paper stuck to her face. Her lips curved up strangely, and then her hand moved. Her entire body loosened up, as if it were coming back to life. I recoiled slightly. She lifted her arm and ripped the paper off her face. There were still bloodstains trailing from her eyes in 2 red streams. Against her pale skin and green hair, it made her look like a witch. Seeing her suddenly start moving, Naizun quickly stepped forward. He stood silently beside me, ready to attack. Then I noticed that her eyes had completely healed. An enchanting light reflected from her eyes. Her red lips opened to say, "But you're not smart enough." She laughed and added, "Betray you, you're not even on my level." The look in her eyes turned vicious. "In all aspects, I am not inferior to you. I really don't understand what Blonde and Lai King both saw in you. What is it about you that's worth waiting for? You hardly even have the desire to leave this place. So what kind of protection could you possibly provide?" She scoffed. "You were right. I've been involved in it all. I didn't know about your bond to Naizun. But so what did? You really think that my end goal was you?" She laughed. "Who do you think you are that I would wage a war for you?" She lifted her hand and wiped at the blood stains on her face. The somewhat dried blood smeared across her pale skin. She didn't seem to care though. And she continued wiping and wiping, smearing and smearing. Naizun hadn't yet made a move. And Jios and I watched Ujai vigilantly. As far as we knew, with Jai past talisman and Song Lust blood, she shouldn't be standing before us thus. Even if she were involved in the experiments, even if she had the antidote to counter the effects of Song Lust blood, what of Jai past talisman? She couldn't have undone it so easily with just her mental force. Because we didn't understand the situation fully, neither I nor Naizun dared act hastily. Ujai sighed lightly. "Lai Shen, you're always so confident like this. A shame really. What if I told you that I was simply a small participant in this experiment, that I'm not the one running it? What would you do then?" Without waiting for my response, she simply continued, "Now, the Western District is in my hands. Did you really think that 27 floor heads would devote themselves to you with just a few words? Well, 7 of them were indeed devoted to you. Of course, I've gotten rid of them. Now, also," she pointed at the paper seal she'd pulled off. "Now on the ground. Don't pull out trinkets like that. It's beneath me. And the others, they are even less interested in playing those games with you." She narrowed her eyes. "The Western District is mine now." Then she turned to Naizun. "Naizun, did you think that those few people you and Jaipa left behind were enough to hold the district until you returned? Now, you have nowhere to go. You'll just have to stay with GOS in the Southern District, running from the big plan. It's really a shame. None of you here are main characters in this game. Really? You're all nothing." Ujai laughed coyly. She turned away, her back to us, and walked away with her tail swishing back and forth behind her. "You guys just stay here and slowly take in your complete lack of relevance as creatures not even worth being playthings." Then, she suddenly seemed to have another thought. She stopped and turned back to us. She said to me, "Oh, I nearly forgot though, I don't know the details of your connection with Naizun. When I tried inciting some discord between you two, I hadn't really expected it to work. I just wanted to know what was going on with you two." And then, she laughed. Her eyes glistened. Who'd have thought that my silly comments would reveal such amazing information? It was the first time I felt my heart drop so far, as if seeing through my worries. Her smile grew wider. "Don't worry. This isn't your weakness. Rather, it makes you too interesting. You'll likely live longer than her." She pointed at JOS. JOS sneered, her own malice flashing across her eyes. "I most abhor women like you. Look at you, putting on such airs. Like that bitch, Lai Wen. Do you really think that if things go according to your plan, that you'll become the master of the split zone?" At that point, JOS raised her sword and pointed it at Ujai. She continued, though I have no interest in you or your grievances with Lai Shan. Your opinion that you're infallible, you're rather looking down on us too much. Aren't you? A ray of light suddenly burst forth from the tip of her sword, headed straight for Yujai. Yuji's laughter was enchanting, bewitching. As the light of the sword flew at her, the air around her started to vibrate and crackle. Just like Dio-S and Gaoken Jui's abilities. Jao-S cried out in surprise. That can't be. How can you use this ability? Chapter 52. Volume 1. 52 Forest Showdown. The air around Yujai started to condense to shards, and the light from Jao-S sword was shattered before it reached its target. Yujai covered her mouth and laughed. You mean to say that this move was taught to you in Gaoken Jui by Si Luo, and that no one but you three should know it? Right. At the mention of Si Luo, Jao-S expression completely changed. A storm raged in her eyes, and then the air around her started to tremble just like when Gaoken Jui used this ability that day in the stone room. I lost my footing. I grabbed onto Naizun with one hand, and with the other, I blocked my red dress flying up in front of me, lest I miss this scene. Yuji's green hair danced around her head as the air shook. Her face was covered with smeared blood. She smiled evilly, looking like Medusa of Greek lore. Don't get anxious. I don't plan on fighting with you, and I don't plan on answering any of our questions. So, just step aside, and let me find that Laurel girl. My eyes widened now. I released my hold on Naizun and quickly grabbed my bow and arrow, aiming straight for Yujai. You'd better not touch a single finger on Laurel. And then Yujai just laughed. Me? Touch her? That girl's no ordinary girl. If she continues running wild out there, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to touch her anymore. You guys should stop letting your feelings lead you. Do you really think she's the same Laurel that you once knew? I really don't have time to play with you anymore. Yuji's smile slowly disappeared. The air around her started to shake again, and then it condensed into a thick gaseous wall, with S on one side and her on the other. She turned to go. The storm continued to rage in Jao-S eyes. Her hair started to fly wildly. She raised her longsword, her rough voice rippling through the wind, twisting death. Thousand blades. The blinding sphere of light around the sword suddenly glowed much brighter. She jumped up and struck with her sword. The blade sounded, and the sky filled with dust. Yujai must not have expected her perfect barrier to get hacked up so easily. She turned and glared angrily at Jao-S. Her hair was lifted into the air, curling, and her serpent's tail slithered on the ground. It grew longer and thicker, winding up on the ground like a python. Not good. I quickly rose into the air and immediately shot 10 arrows. Whoosh! All 10 arrows landed in Yuji's tail. Her face stiffened, and she was clearly in pain, but still, her serpent's tail slowly slithered over to Jao-S. Jao-S. Be careful of her tail, don't let her wrap it around you, I shouted loudly. Upon hearing that, Jao-S leapt into the air, and then, Yuji's tail chased after her, into the air like a pillar rising from the ground. Her tail grew longer, but it didn't slow down. In fact, it sped up, and Jao-S was quickly captured. Naizun, I shouted as my dress flew. Naizun immediately flew over to Jao-S' side. He moved so swiftly. He just looked like a flash of black. He stomped down on Yuji's chasing serpent's tail. There was a flame at his foot as he stepped down. I'd always known that Naizun was very strong, though he always looked idle and carefree. He was very demanding of his body. He may not engage in much combat, but he trained enough to be able to utilize his mental force in attacks. When he stomped down on Yuji's tail with his fiery foot, the flame spread to her. Yujai clenched her teeth and glared at Naizun. You're just as vexing as before. I pulled out Piercer to attack her. With the twisting winds formed by Yujai and Jao-S on either side, I ran forward like a speeding bullet. Piercer was very long, so before I got too close to Yujai, I raised my arm and flicked the whip at her. It glowed in a violet light, and with my added mental force, it straightened like a sword. I swung at Yuji's face. Yujai looked back, a vortex of air forming. She wanted to block me as if Jos would give her that chance. Her eyes also widened as she conjured a flurry of air to knock out Yujis vortex. I took this opportunity to strike Yujai with my violet sword. Though it looked like we were ahead, I didn't let my guard down yet. I grabbed 10 arrows from my back and aimed. Armed with years of combat experience, Jos didn't give Yujai the chance to resist either. Even as she was forming her vortex, Jos held up her sword. On the tail of my violet sword, she charged. Yujis' lips suddenly curled up in an eerie smile. I looked at her strange smile and aimed for her face. Suddenly, a howling sound echoed. 3 large wolves descended from above. Yujai was caught between 2 blades when the wolves appeared before her. The wolves roared, furious, as a dark aura escaped from their mouths onto the swords. When the dark stream touched the light of the swords, explosive popping sounded and the blades shattered to smoke. With my vision now clouded, I couldn't easily aim my arrows. The alarmed Jos and Nizun quickly returned to my side. When Jos landed on the ground, she started raising a storm, immediately dispersing the darkness. As the smoke disappeared, the 3 large wolves stood proudly beside Yujis' tail. Their eyes were fierce, and together with Yujai, they stared at us. Yujai looked around and laughed. Goodness, looks like my reinforcements here. Even these wolves are here. Want you show yourself? Rongjin. My brows furrowed at her words. A wave of worry rushed over me as I recalled what Huan King had said. If the soul snatcher Rongjin was here now, did that mean the one-armed woman who defeated Huan King was also here? But even after Yujai spoke, no one appeared. Then a voice suddenly floated over from behind her. I didn't help you so that you'd sit around here wasting time. Or are you wanting to see what it's like to be dog food? I shivered. The voice sounded like a ghost. It felt like a male evilness, calling from the depths of hell. It made one feel entirely uneasy. Yujis' expression remained unchanged as she heard this voice though. She didn't even turn, but her voice carried some restraint as she said, I was on my way. Just help me take care of them. Again. Like an evil breeze, the demonic voice came again from behind her. Go. As if she'd just been given amnesty. Yujai sighed in relief and glanced at us with a smile. She collected her tail, which returned to its original size. And then she turned and fled into the forest behind her. Jos and I wanted to chase after her, but the 3 large wolves, creatures I'd never before seen in the split zone, watched us like hunters waiting to catch their prey. As the dark aura escaped their mouths, we both stopped in fear. Nizun also motioned to us to act cautiously. By then, Yujis' serpent tail had already disappeared into the forest, and I could no longer pursue. I clenched my teeth. Laurel, wait for me. He'll definitely save you. Yujai may have disappeared, but the wolves still stood in front of us. Darkness at their mouths, like they'd been poisoned. Whatever demon hides there, show yourself if you can. Why simply leave these animals here to act savagely? I brushed away my skirt as I angrily shouted towards the forest behind the wolves. It's enough that you caused my dearest friend to betray me, but you even kidnapped a girl from our district and did some strange things too. Yu Liang and Song Lu, there were just too many things going on here. I glared at the darkness ahead as I fumed with anger inside. The smoke dispersed and a clear wind blew, carrying the evil, ghostly voice. Who's this foolish girl who's so unaware of the rules? Goosebumps covered my body as that strange voice uttered the words foolish girl. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beneath the paws of the 3 wolves. I nearly jumped back in fright. A large and tall, ordinary-shaped, moon shadow extended on the ground. It appeared here, in the forest, under the gloomy, ashen sky. I exchanged glances with Jos and Nizun. We all looked at the mysterious shadow on the ground. I stared at the shadow and said, this foolish girl is the Western commander, Lai Shen Soul Snatcher Rongjin. Are you betraying the Southern District by engaging in these dubious affairs with my district's Yujai? The shadow on the ground shook, as if he were laughing. The ghostly voice came again. I don't know of any Western commander, and I'm entirely uninterested in the dubious affairs you speak of. Whatever I do, It is for my own enjoyment. Ha ha ha. The goosebumps on my body returned as his frightful laugh echoed. Just as we were about to make a move, another chilly voice came from behind us. Is Seelyuo aware of all the fun you're having too? The three of us turned to see Gyakunju, arms crossed over his chest. He walked over to us, his bright yellow sneakers stepping on the ground, a wicked smile on his lips. Chapter 53, Volume 1, 53. Sudden change in the situation. It was a bit of a pleasant surprise, but I still frowned as I said, "Where have you been if you'd have come earlier? At the least, you Jai wouldn't have been able to slip away." Gyakunju raised a brow. "You Jai, that snake woman from your district? MMH. She betrayed us and is colluding with that soul snatcher of yours, plotting these experiments. And it was like you guessed, Huan King's mental force was completely depleted by them." I explained as clearly and succinctly as I could, unaffected by most of the information. Gyakunju simply turned to the ghostly shadow. "Having fun? Were you the one who injured Huan King?" His voice came. "No. I can't injure a disciple of the same master. So I didn't do anything," I added. "Supposedly it was him and a one-armed woman. They even took my fu." Gyakunju's eyes narrowed at the mention of a one-armed woman. I flinched. Gyakunju stared at the shadow, but instead of asking about my fu, he said, "You didn't mention that she was here." Suddenly, I was thrown into a flurry of confusion. What's going on? Was Gyakunju one of them? What the hell? Naizun shook his head at me, signaling for me not to say anything yet. His bright eyes put me into a bit of a daze momentarily. After seeing Gyakunju, Jio once again stood still as a statue, only her wide eyes jumping back and forth. The ghostly voice came again, faintly. "She didn't come here with the intent of going after Seelyuo. So what would I need to say?" Gyakunju's gaze was cold. "Why did you two take my fu? Where is she now?" The shadow laughed. "She's taken my fu to see Seelyuo. Since she's here, she might as well visit and reminisce about old times a bit." His laughter would have made my hair stand on end, if it wasn't already. Without even a second thought, Gyakunju glared, and then the entire forest started shaking. I couldn't help thinking to myself, are you serious again? This border forest sure is resilient. What with this group of air manipulators, shaking things up like there were earthquakes every day. Gyakunju's eyes were still fixed on the shadow on the ground, and as everything shook, so did the shadow. I heard the crackling of the air, but noticed that those three wolves stood firmly, their eyes ferocious. I couldn't help silently appreciating I'd really like to grab one for a pet. Passerby, a long time no see, so you want a wolf as a pet? What tyranny do you want to send upon the split zone? I unhesitatingly kick away passerby. The laughing shadow on the ground flickered with the shaking air. The longer you listened, the creepier it felt. It was like a tape that got stuck. Gyakunju, your tricks aren't at all fun. Why don't you just take me to see Seelyuo and meet with her too? While you're at it. Gyakunju suddenly froze. His expression darkened, but then he withdrew his mental force and the air around us returned to normal. Let's go. Gyakunju finally cast two words. Who knew he'd be so compliant? I was about to step forward, but Jio beat me to it. She took a great big stride and said, I want to see Seelyuo as well. Gyakunju immediately turned and glared at her. Hardly scared, Jio returned his glare. The ghostly voice floated over. Jio, Seelyuo's already told you before. He never wants to see you again. Don't turn this into something difficult. Finally, I stood up and said, Gyakunju, don't forget about our goal. Yujai has already taken Laurel. If you're going to follow that damned shadow, you ought to at least take us along. Without hearing Gyakunju's reply, the demonic voice laughed sharply. Silly girl, who are you calling a damned shadow? Hahaha. How entertaining, truly. What fun. His laugh nearly pierced through my ears. I rolled my eyes at him. Gyakunju gave a chilly laugh, his expression blank. Jio, I cannot possibly take you to see Seelyuo. As for Lai Shen, he paused a moment and then turned to me, a cold yet mysterious look in his eyes. I will step out from your matters now. Things have changed. Moreover, I was never interested in the lives of those from your districts. Whether you continue investigating or not, I can't be bothered now. But I'll leave you with some final words. Make sure to watch out for your own life. I always knew that he was cold and unfeeling, but I hadn't expected that he'd change colors this fast. I scoffed and glanced at him. Gaokenju, looks like it's true that you don't care for anything but Seal Yuo. I glanced at the shadow, and then I said, do as you wish. As for Seal Yuo, whether or not you take us along, Gos and I will still find him. I wasn't certain at the start, but it seems now that Seal Yuo can't be rid of suspicions. If you must act this way, then don't blame the Eastern and Western districts for lacking manners. Gos appeared surprised that I was so firm. She smiled and gave me a praising look. Her stiff smile wasn't all that attractive, but still, I accepted it. Gaokenju said, do as you'd like. I suppose that you hid away the crippled Huan King. Gos, you both should just protect the people here and let things run their course. Turning to me, he said, and you're right, Lai Shen. The only thing I care about is Seal Yuo, and nothing else. He pointed at my face and smiled. Yourself included. I glared at him, looking at the face that had me so infatuated and yet brought about such a great change in me. Suddenly, Nai Zun walked forward leisurely. His eyes were tranquil as water. He raised a hand and pressed down Gaokenju's pointing finger. Some things are better left unsaid. When spoken, some will wonder if perhaps you're being ironic. Nai Zun was calm and unhurried. Gaokenju glanced at him and then at me. He raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he left. He turned away, walking towards the three wolves. Goodbye, everyone. Without looking back, he followed the wolves and the ghostly shadow, disappearing into the distance. I stood still, my teeth clenched. I glanced at Nai Zun and Gos. They were also still and silent, and after a moment, I could only sigh. I knew that it would be pointless to chase after them. The three of us didn't have a great chance at defeating the two of them. When Gaokenju's figure disappeared entirely, Gos finally spoke. Lai Shen, you can't smell laurel anymore, can you? It seemed to be more of a statement than a question, but I still nodded in reply. When this situation started, I lost her scent. I'm almost positive that they've already found her. What do we do now? Nai Zun, who'd been quiet a while, finally said, as it stands, there are three opponents we're up against. Yujai, the Soul Snatcher Ron, Jin, and the one-armed woman we've yet to meet. If Laurel was captured, then Yujai and Laurel will be together. The one-armed woman took my food to go find Seal Yuo. They probably won't go searching for Laurel. They seem to have a vested interest in her, but she's clearly not the end goal. The question is, where is Seal Yuo? I frowned. Suddenly, I had a thought. Could he possibly be at the 30th floor of the residence? Gos shook her head. He wouldn't be somewhere that easily found. I looked at her a bit doubtfully, then asked, speaking of Gos, why are you trying to find Seal Yuo? I didn't expect her to give an answer, but she actually replied without hesitating. Because I like him and want to pursue him. PFFT. I choked on a puff of air. I stared at the woman before me, dressed in a school uniform, a pair of large eyes, long, black hair with bangs, and a face with a heavy, deathly aura. This strange woman with a domineering attitude in battle, who's never displayed an ounce of tenderness, who had great interest in bloody deaths and no interest in anything else, was telling me right now that the reason she's been chasing after Seal Yuo is because she likes him. My lips twitched. The split zone was indeed no ordinary place. Gos seemed rather unaffected. Didn't you ask me, so I answered you? What's so surprising? Weren't you too curious why they always brought up Seal Yuo in my conversations? This is why. 3 years ago, Seal Yuo visited the Eastern District. I fell in love at first sight. He made me promise that I wouldn't step foot in the Southern District for 3 years, so I respected his wish. Until this year, when I came here with you. Gos spoke the same way she always had, Her face was calm, but for some inexplicable reason, I seemed to feel a kind of pain from her. 3 years. In the split zone. I knew that she'd been in the split zone for less than 4 years. Not long after her arrival, she was made a district commander by the blonde man. In 3 years, she'd acted swiftly and resolutely to make the laws of the Eastern District known far and wide. She never hesitated to turn away anyone she deemed weak, keeping only those who were strong. Her actions were cruel and firm, and the impression she gave had always been one of an unfeeling woman. But, in this moment, hearing her so calmly divulge that she liked Seal Yuo, I truly believed that she loved him to her core. In that moment, somehow, I understood her love, although I don't know the story between them. Considering how Seal Yuo had made her keep her distance, and how she then turned the Eastern District into something completely different to the Southern District, I suddenly just understood her. I understood her. So, I asked no more. I simply said, then let's go find him first. Chapter 54. Volume 1. 54 The Heart in Chaos. Cut it out. Lai Shen. Nai Zun interjected. There's no way we'll be able to find them. Besides, I'm worried about Jai Pa and Song Lu. We should go back. We can't just keep Hugh and King out of sight, out of mind either. We'll need to get him out of the airflow. What Nai Zun said was true, but I was still reluctant to leave matters as they were. Stuck in a dilemma, I looked towards Jiao S. Nai Zun is right. Jiao S conceded, unexpectedly calm. We should head back first. Under such circumstances, not only should we return to Jai Pa, we'll also need to get back to our respective districts soon. We can't even be sure if our districts are in jeopardy as it is. Rushing in blindly will only get us killed. Retreat back to the Western District. That's right. I wonder how Old Man Fan and the others are doing, but what about Laurel and you? Yang. I clenched my teeth. Just imagining the countless sorts of peril the Western District could be in had me nodding my head in agreement. Retreat was the only option. They weren't under any sort of attack during the time we were gone. Everything was as per normal when we got to the Academy's lab, with the obvious exception of Song Lu's state of unconsciousness. Hence, I had no other choice but to convey everything that happened to Jai Pa and Guan Nai. Guan Nai was the first to speak up, and for the first time, I noticed a glint of harshness in his almond-shaped eyes. So you're saying that Ga and Jiu returned to Seal Yuo's side just like that? I nodded. Guan Nai burst out laughing with a hand over his mouth, as if I'd just told the funniest joke of all time, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. Gao can Jiu, ha ha. Truly splendid. You really would do anything for Seal Yuo. Ms. Shen. Jai Pa spoke up, pushing up his glasses. If the situation is as you described, then I suggest we leave Southern District for now. Since the last time Old Man Fan had reported to me on his suspicions about MSU Jai, Nai Zun and I have not been able to get in contact with him. Moreover, we don't know what is going on there. In my opinion, returning to our own districts should be the main priority. I'm worried about Song Lu's condition too. We don't have much MF left for combat. It certainly would not be enough to fight against those people you just mentioned. I pursed my lips tightly together, repressing the reluctance in my heart. Jiao S exhaled a long sigh. I know the idea of turning back after coming this far is hard to swallow, but we may lose our lives if we don't. Most importantly, even Mr. Blonde is unreachable now. Who knows what kind of conspiracy lurks behind all these incidents? Before she could go on, Nai Zun turned to her and interrupted. Regardless, it's as I've said before. You and Lai Shen should at least trust and cooperate with each other. I exchanged eye contact with Jiao S. Somehow, the demon I had once feared and hated was now my only trustworthy ally. Let's start planning the journey back to our districts then. I directed my words at Jiao S. We'll settle matters at our own districts and decide who to bring along the next time we return. We'll get to the bottom of this. Jiao S rolled her eyes, but eventually gave a nod. She handed me something that looked akin to amber, its core wrapped around what seemed to be a drop of blood. This scarlet compass was made from my own blood, Jiao S explained in her usual hoarse voice. I don't have a phone or anything like that. But you'll be able to sense it if you break the compass during the most critical moment. Through my subordinate Scarlet Compass formation, I can get to you within 10 minutes. However, these things are difficult to craft. There are only 3 in existence as of now. Use it only when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would be best if you can come find me personally or have nice zone contact Tao Lai. Sharply dipping my head in acknowledgement, I took the ember from her and placed it securely behind the waistband of my red skirt. In that case, Nai Zun started. Let's head towards the border before dark. With those words, Song Lu instantly came to mind. I turned to Jai Pa. Will you be able to estimate when she'll wake? Jai Pa shook his head. Song Lu is badly injured. We can't wake her up by force. All we can do is wait. For now, I can't do anything about the insect either. I'll need to return to the Western District and inquire about them with those who possessed the necessary competency. A wave of helplessness crashed in my heart, but I still managed to nod. Without warning, Jos widened her eyes. There's someone we've forgotten. Huan King. You're right. Quick. Let him out. My hand smacked against my forehead. Following the motion of her left hand, the whirlwind began to appear beside Jos. With a whoosh, she dragged Huan King out the airstream and flung him to the ground. She just flung him to the ground. I was speechless. Huan King had already been reduced to such sorry state, yet it seems that Jos still didn't spare the slightest bit of sympathy. Jai Pa looked down at Huan King's motionless and haggard body. Is this what happens when you've completely exhausted your MF? I nodded. Jai Pa crouched beside Huan King, wrapping a white handkerchief around his hand before checking up on the unconscious man. Jai Pa, you seem to have a slight obsession with cleanliness as well. Just like that perverted Naizun? I asked with interest. Jai Pa adjusted his glasses and flashed a small smile. Indeed, just a little. How is he? I pointed at Huan King, who was still on the floor. Jai Pa kept his handkerchief. It's nothing serious. Seeing as he had sealed a symbol before, his MF is temporarily depleted. Going by what you've mentioned, he maintained a last illusion in this condition, which must mean that he exhausted every last bit of his MF in order to do that. It seems like he will remain in a catatonic state, just like Song Lu. It will probably be a while before he regains consciousness. It's less than 10 hours until nightfall and we're still in the academy. Jos noted. Furthermore, we haven't had much rest over these past few days. At this rate, our MF will be compromised. To make matters worse, we now have 2 comatose casualties on our hands as well as another who absolutely cannot get injured. Venturing out at night in this state isn't a good idea. I suggest we stay another night before heading out for the boundary lines in the morning. I thought over it carefully. She was right. We haven't slept in days on top of the extraordinary amount of strength exhausted today. Our MF had suffered as a result. Besides, I have not activated unrestricted control over my MF. Under these conditions, an attempt to make it to the border at night would undoubtedly be a terrible idea. With that in mind, I nodded in consent. Noting my agreement, Jai Pa and Nai Zun didn't voice any objections either. Let's return to our respective rooms and rest for the night then. Jai Pa, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you again in taking care of Song Lu and Huan King, I said wearily. Jai Pa nodded. Nai Zun turned to Guan Nai. Since Jai Pa can't be in harm's way, and both Song Lu and Huan King are in coma, can you stay with them for now and protect them with your illusion? As the words tumbled out of Nai Zun's lips, his eyes gleamed with tenderness. Guan Nai caught his gaze and gave a coquettish grin. Whatever my pet says goes. This is a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Surprisingly, Jos was the first to twitch at the scene in front of us. I've never seen you this submissive even towards me. Your own district commander. Guan Nai pouted and whined. Ah, but this pet is my lover. Someone just kill me now. Even in the presence of 2 unconscious bodies and an extremely vulnerable gentleman piled haphazardly above the mess we recently found ourselves in, me exhaustion triumphed my concerns. I felt the accumulated fatigue from past sleepless nights flood through me at The thought of finally being able to rest. I took lead in leaving the lab, but not before informing Jaipa and his companions about taking the room opposite ours, and to notify me immediately should any situation arise. Naizun followed quickly after me, as did Jios. Let's sleep in the same room tonight. I turned and posed the suggestion to Jios. Jios must not have expected those words to come from me out of the blue. Her usual wide, hollow eyes had a fleeting glimmer of something different, but it was gone just as soon. She didn't refuse the offer, so the three of us returned to our room on the first level. The room is big, but every dorm in the split zone is limited to a single bunk bed. One of us will have to make the supreme sacrifice in this case. With a hand thumping against my chest, and an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness, I continued, since I'm such a kind-hearted person, I'll take the lower bunk. Naizun, yell sleep on the floor. I ignored them thereafter, and went straight for my bed before shutting my eyes. I could hear the sound of movement once my eyes were closed. Perhaps it was the sound of Jios clambering up to the top bunk, or maybe it was Naizun getting a cup of water. Regardless, I kept my eyes shut. I was too exhausted to care about anything else. Except I couldn't fall asleep. After all the events from the past few days, my mind was in chaos. It was when I could finally stop the gears in my body from turning that I finally had the time to digest the imprints left upon them. Even though I'm neither human nor ghost here, but I'm still alive in a sense. And as long as one is alive, they end up pondering. No matter how terrible the situation was, I still needed to calm down and think through everything properly. The first person who came to mind was Gaokinju. I have no idea why he was the first person I thought of, but I did know that there was no stopping this train of thought. In the darkness, I pressed my eyes tightly together, as though I could hide from my own tremors this way. I could still remember his abrupt appearance by my window not that many nights ago. The way he walked straight towards me. Gaokinju, no matter how many times I reminded myself not to expect anything of you, I still can't help but wonder, are you really a cruel and ruthless Grim Reaper? Do you really not care about anyone else besides Seal Yuo? And Seal Yuo, this is the first time I felt such insatiable curiosity towards a person. What kind of person must he be to have people like Gaokinju and Jios throw all caution to the wind just to chase after him? Still, Seal Yuo did not linger long in my cluttered mind. In the end, my thoughts went right back to Gaokinju. Actually, it's not like we have known each other for a long time either. Why is it that meeting you made me think of Gao Kai less than before? Hadn't it been your striking resemblance to him and that same charming voice that swayed my emotions each time? With all these similarities between the two of you, exactly why do I find myself forgetting him because of you? Gaokinju, you really do look like him, no? You're exactly alike. Like two peas in a pod. I have always been aware of my feelings. I have never denied my love for Gao Kai nor my yearning and longing for him. I'm not the kind of girl who would conceal her feelings. I knew clearly throughout my college life that I loved him, even after arriving at this treacherous place. Gao Kai, there is not a shadow of doubt that I still miss you, that I still love you. Chapter 55, Volume 1, 55. The Return Journey. I know I'm not fickle-minded, but Gao Kai, neither have I ever forgotten that I was the murderer who killed you. Even if I have no recollection of that moment, I could still remember the wave of panic and helplessness when I first saw Gaokinju. I can't define it exactly, just like how I feel towards you, Gao Kai. Those numerous meetings atop our school roof when youth popular you, who captured everybody's attention, would willingly give me the time of day just to listen quietly as I recited Faust. I was barely audible even to myself. The demon Mephisto said, "This world is an abyss of misery and it will never change." Gao Kai, if you are still here, would you remember that day you tilted your head and all the warmth of the sky melted in your eyes? You smiled at me, then said, "Ah Shen, if this world's really just an abyss of misery, what do you think is the most miserable of all?" I don't blush. Not even when you looked at me with that smile of yours, but I would drop my gaze timidly, as though direct eye contact with you was enough to swallow my sight. It was why I had the tendency of lowering my eyes and the habit of talking to you in whispers. That time wasn't any different either. When all I could manage was a soft mumble, I guess it'll be loneliness. And as always, you said, that's a great answer. I used to get tired about the definition of time and love in romance novels. But I believed in them nonetheless. Throughout countless meetings with you by my side on that roof, I had always hoped for time to freeze into eternity. Instead, I ended your eternity, and in that, I've ended my own. Now, I'm faced with another you. Actually, Gaokai, what do I have to complain about? Wouldn't I be able to share my forever with you if we're both here? Even if Gaokan Jui isn't really you, I could tell myself that it was fine. Murdering you isn't something I could convince myself that it's fine. But what if the split zone was really giving me the opportunity to start over whatever 4 districts of this world? There will still be no one better than you in my heart. Except, is there really no one else? Loneliness. If loneliness is truly the most tragic in this abyss of misery, then who is the loneliest out of us? Is it meth ostracized, mentally ill loner, or you, the popular senior who felt like no one understood despite being surrounded by thousands of others? Or perhaps it is, somehow, during the serene darkness of tonight and the rare chance I had to reminisce about Gao Kai, the moment was inadvertently interrupted by another. Perhaps it is Nai Zun. As expected, you are the loneliest, right? Unable to understand my true feelings, unable to comprehend the bond I have with Nai Zun, I slowly opened my eyes. As it turns out, Nai Zun wasn't sleeping at all. His lean but strong body was slouched against his favorite wall with both hands tucked into the pockets of his windbreaker, and his gaze was cast towards the ground. I wondered what was on his mind. In the dark, I scrutinized the silhouette of Nai Zun from head to toe. His fine bangs drooped over his forehead, covering the idle, indifferent eyes of his that seemed to coat with loneliness. His head was lowered and the collar to his windbreaker was pulled up high, hiding his sharp chin within its confines. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the longer I looked at him, the more foreign he felt to me. It was like watching a stranger I've never met. An surreal sense of solitude surrounded him, blurring into my vision. Nai Zun, if the world is an abyss of misery, would you need to be saved? Why do you always act as though you don't need saving? Why does that other identity of mine resonate with you no matter how much I've searched for an answer? We still have nothing in common, apart from our loneliness. Could it be that you were once ostracized too? Even so, you're so much stronger than me, and I'm truly envious of you. I'm jealous of the way you don't seem to care about anything. I really want to know if you have something you care about too. As I stared at Nai Zun in the dark, that question rippled in my heart. While I couldn't explain the reason behind this sudden curiosity, it felt strangely logical at the same time. At that moment, as if he had heard the words spoken in my heart, Nai Zun lifted his head suddenly. His bright and indifferent eye swept over to me casually yet seemingly deliberate. He met my eyes, which had widened in shock by his abrupt movement. It was as if everything went without saying, like he understood all of it. Looking at me, a corner of his lips lifted slightly. An indecipherable smile spilled, flowing into my sight. What are you thinking about? His eyes seemed to question. Then I averted my gaze. What about you? What are you thinking about? What are the two of you doing? Exchanging affectionate looks instead of sleeping. The hoarse and deep voice of Gos sounded from above me. Startled by the intrusion, I was yanked back into reality. I tilted my head up to see Gos hanging down from the edge of the top bunk, her straight hair cascading down from the side of the bed, a pair of hollow eyes flitting from me to Nai Zun. Can you not scare others like that? I rolled my eyes and straightened my back, trying to get into a more comfortable position. Gos actually smiled for a moment. That rigid face of hers was still strange, but she seemed to be smiling a lot more these days, and I've begun to grow accustomed to them. Seriously though, the two of you better get some rest. We don't know what awaits us tomorrow. Eastern District may be faring better. After all, I still have the S-Clan. Western District has already fallen into the hands of the enemy, and you are still awake. Hurry up and rest so you can head back to regroup. Looking towards Nai Zun, she continued, You too. Nizun, get some rest soon. Nizun was surprisingly compliant. Nodding his head, he laid on the floor with a simple, "All right." I was taken aback. My gaze drifted from Nizun, who was already lying on his back with his eyes closed, to Jos, who still had the slightest hint of a smile on her face. It has been a long time since I felt a rush of affection, and for some reason, the sight warmed my heart. "Tonight," I smiled back. "All right. I'm going to sleep now." I managed to have a peaceful night of sleep without dreams and had just woken up when Jai Pa knocked on our door. Jos and Nizun were both awake. "There are still 3 hours till daybreak. Should we hurry on to the boundary lines?" Jai Pa asked while he made his way in. "What should we do about Mr. Huan King though? Do we bring him along? Is Guan Nai watching over them now?" Neither of them woke up, I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Jai Pa nodded. "They are still unconscious, and from what I can tell, they probably will be for a long while. Mr. Yu Liang is still missing, so it may be better that Ms. Song Lu doesn't wake. She will be devastated if she finds out that we are retreating without searching for him." Sitting on the bed, I couldn't help the slight jerk of my fingers when I processed Jai Pa's words. It will definitely be a difficult task heading back to the district Nizun, and I will have to protect Jai Pa, along with the unconscious Song Lu and Huan King. Once Jos and Guan Nai part with us at the Eastern District, the two of us will have the sole responsibility of keeping the three of them safe. I'm afraid that our ability may fall short of our ambitions, but if we don't try, then I will never know what is going on in the Western District. Besides, Old Man Fan is missing too. Jos lowered her head in deep contemplation before speaking up. "How about this, Lai Shen? Seeing as the current situation has made both retreat or advance difficult, why don't we adopt a tactic of neither? While I'm sure my Eastern District must have lost quite a few lives as the situation stands, I can still trust an S-clan's loyalty towards me. Since we are allies in this, I won't just sit idly by you in your companion's plight. So, how about this? Come back to the Eastern District with me. I will gather the right people and we will decide what to do from there." Noting my silence, she continued, "I know you're worried about the Western District and all that you hold dear, but your district may be suffering persecution by now. All around us are pitfalls waiting to drag us down. We really have no other option. We'll be worried if you return to the Western District too. Lai Shen, you know what kind of place the split zone is. You don't have time to take care of everyone. This is not the world we came from. Here, you have to learn to abandon them when you must, because even if you don't, they won't survive in the long run if they don't learn to protect themselves. You don't even have time to protect yourself, much less there forever." Nizun looked at me, his eyes flowing with an ink-black radiance. "She's right. I know you're worried about Old Man Fan, but you can't even save yourself now." In a baffling way, I felt dispirited by their words. It wasn't like I had thought that much about it. But could it be that I had made my concerns this apparent, burying my face in my hands? I conceded, Fine. I'll listen, I'll do whatever you think I should do." Jai Pa cut in. "Ms. Jos, will you be able to use your whirlwind to transport both Mr. Huang King and Ms. Song Lu at the same time?" Jos didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, she asked, "Why do you address everyone so formally?" My lips curled upwards at once. My eyes held a teasing glint. No. Nizun's the only exception to that." Jai Pa straightened up, lifting his hand to adjust his glasses, then spoke in his usual respectful manner. "That's because I'm a gentleman. PFFTT." Though Jai Pa was indeed a gentleman, but I couldn't help doing a spit take as I watched such a composed person sing their own praises. Jos smiled rigidly, but I have learnt by now that these smiles came from the bottom of her heart. She waved a hand. "I'll go ahead and place those two unconscious people in my whirlwind. But this means that I'll need your protection on this journey back. After all, I'll have to spend a lot of MF to support them." TCH Jos' coquettish behavior was honestly unsettling. Eventually, our discussion concluded and we left the academy in preparation to depart for Eastern District. Before we left, Jai Pa carefully stored a bottle with a huge beetle in his bag. Walking along the southern district in broad daylight, it was only natural that we would attract quite a bit of attention. After all, we have a beauty like Guan Nai Zun in all his Dark Lord glory, along with Gos Sadako cosplay. Of course, if one must attest that I am equally attention-grabbing, then it must be due to my beauty and not those bright red hair or skirt of mine. Passerby flew backwards from the impact of my kick before he could get a word in. Chapter 56. Volume 1. 56. Long time no see. We saw the silhouette of a man hurrying towards us from a short distance. Not long after leaving the academy, upon closer inspection, I recognized the person as Ku Fei, the young guy we met at Southern District's tea shop when we first arrived. The cuffs of Ku Fei's sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his muscular arms. His thick and sharp brows were tightly knitted together like he was perturbed. His eyes shone when they met mine and he rushed towards me immediately. I heard from the others that you're the Western District Commander, Lai Shen. Do you remember me? He waved both arms at me. His speech seemed a little slurred. Noting his nervous disposition, I smiled and attempted to calm him down. That's right. Lai Shen. Of course. I remember you. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Ku Fei blushed faintly, raising a hand to tousle his own hair. Last time I heard from the neighbors that you came to look for me. One of those nights. But I have no recollection of what happened then. Recalling the night I was torn to pieces after falling down that pit, my lips twitched slightly. It's a good thing he doesn't remember. Good thing indeed. He continued hastily. His eyes seemed to reflect his apprehension once more. Actually, I figured you and your companions must have been pranked by Ms. My Fu that night. And I know you hate her, but she really is a good person. She didn't mean anything by it. I asked around about the child you were looking for. She wasn't the new toy that Ms. My Fu had acquired. SSO, can you please not hurt her? His last sentence was spoken with even more caution than before. I frowned. Hurt her? Why would we hurt her? Naizun was the first to unravel the situation at hand. Emerging from the group, he flashed Ku Fei a smile as well. Are you worried? Because Ms. My Fu has been seeking you out these days. Ku Fei nodded his head fervently. She hasn't come by in a long time. And I heard that no one has seen her or her illusionist on the streets of Southern District either. I'm a little worried that she might be in some kind of danger. He stole a glance towards me as he trailed off. I choked back on my boiling anger. Do I really look like someone who would hold grudges over petty matters like this? To the extent of kidnapping a little girl? Passerby B interjected. You do. I rolled my eyes, but witnessing at how ill at ease Ku Fei was, I replied patiently. We didn't hurt her. Then Ku Fei grew even more anxious upon hearing that. Then do you know where she and that illusionist went? We exchanged a look, at a loss for a suitable response. Eventually, it was Naizun who spoke up. Ku Fei, calm down. My Fu shouldn't be in much danger. You should head back and tend to your tea shop. Perhaps she will return soon. Disappointment filled his eyes. Do you really not know where she is? I couldn't bear to tell him the truth, but Gos replied before I could. We don't. In fact, we are returning to our respective districts now. You should head back as well. Gos' voice had always been cold and hoarse, with her face clear of any emotions. But I knew she had Ku Fei's best interests at heart. After all, seeing how worried he is, there was no way we could delve into the stranger things that has been happening in the split zone. All right then. Do come back if you have the chance. And be sure to drop by my shop for some tea. His smile was strained, yet his words were filled with sincerity. Perhaps it was because of his overwhelming concern for my Fu that he looked glum even with a smile. Of course. Naizun gave him a pat on the shoulder before gesturing for us to leave with a shift of his eyes. As I walked by Ku Fei, I couldn't help but glance sideways towards his young and energetic face, now filled with such a dispirited expression. I told myself to stop looking, and just like that I walked right past him. It was a short distance before Ku Fei called out to us again. He caught up to us, swiping his gaze over the group. A bee before. You mentioned about wanting to look for the commander. Did you manage to meet him? I shook my head. Ku Fei furrowed his brows tighter. Have you tried? I nodded. We tried. But we couldn't find him, if at all possible. His frown seemed to deepen even further. If that's the case, that means it's really... Without waiting for him to finish, Jos waved her hand impatiently. That's your district's problem, whether it's your commander or that alleged goddess. Whatever the case, you should stop meddling with it. It's not something that is within your power anyway. Once she was done, Jos reached for my hand and pulled, indicating that we should leave. There was nothing I could do about it. Following the others, we continued moving towards the boundary lines. From time to time, I would look back to the sight of Ku Fei, standing at that same spot with his downcast eyes, and I would feel the urge to let out a long sigh. He had been such a young and energetic boy. What a pity. Why did he insist on being so kind towards that stubborn and vicious Mai Fu? At that thought, I recalled the old lady who claimed to be Ku Fei's grandmother, and nudged Naizun hurriedly. Do you all remember Ku Fei's grandmother? She said that Mai Fu was a soul splitter. Do you reckon that's the reason Rong Jin and the others took her? Naizun did not say a word, but the expression in his eyes told me he was considering the possibility. Jos answered instead. But didn't Ku Fei say he didn't have a grandmother? I wonder if she was one of Hue and King's illusions. Why would he feel the need to show us that? Jos shrugged. We'll only get the answer to that question once he wakes. I sighed inwardly but nodded. The group returned to the boundary forest between Southern and Western District. Walking into the forest, the betrayal of Ujai was still vivid in my mind. I took a deep breath, but didn't think the air within Southern District felt all that fresh. As we walked on, Jos came to an abrupt stop. What's wrong? Perplexed by her actions, I looked over at her. Her eyes grew gradually wider. I feel a familiar aura, but I can't put a finger on it. Somehow, I have a feeling we've left out something. My heart jolted at her words. Indeed, something feels amiss. But what was it exactly? It's getting near all of a sudden. Jos' eyes snapped open. Meanwhile, I could feel a headache coming on. Must something always go wrong whenever we enter the boundary forest? Seriously. Did the boundary forest exist with the sole purpose of being our battleground? I secretly shook my head. Jos stretched an arm out and gave me a light push. Don't let your guard down. I really did sense an aura, a sort of familiarity I haven't felt in a long while. Naizun piped up. She must have a keen sense of intuition. Nevertheless, if there really is someone in close proximity, then who could it be? Who could conceal their whereabouts when we've already sensed their presence? I observed my surroundings and did not find anything unusual, at least within the circumference of visibility I had in this boundary forest. With such dense forest all around us though, it was hard to tell. Guan Nai yawned, bearing an air of indifference. What's there to be afraid of from what you've mentioned? Those weirdos should be gathered at Seal Yuo's by now. Unless Seal Yuo is hiding in here, which I highly doubt. If those people aren't here, then there's nothing to be worried about with our numbers. Is this the theory of strength in numbers? For some reason, I couldn't sense anyone approaching us, but I did feel like we had forgotten something. This uncomfortable feeling of not knowing was akin to feeling a pea under those 18 layers of mattress. When Guan Nai brought up Seal Yuo, he looked towards Jos vaguely, but she did not react. Her eyes was staring wide, frowning while she turned her stiff neck around to sweep the area around us. Perhaps you're too sensitive, just as Guan Nai said. There's no reason for any of them to be here. I tried to adopt Naizun's method of comfort and moved to give her a pat on the shoulder. However, just as I lifted my hand, my heart sank sharply. I remembered what we had forgotten. My eyes widened in gradual realization. At the same time, Jos seemed to have made a connection about the owner of that unnerving aura. She turned swiftly with a creak in her neck and looked at me. When our eyes met, I knew we were thinking of the same person. She appeared before either of us had the chance to speak. She hadn't been hiding. Rather, she had always approached things from afar, and in an unhurried manner, she drifted in from midair. At a slightly higher altitude above where we stood. She always loved floating around like this since a long time ago. I could still remember her beautiful smile when she said to me, "Ah Shen, the split zone is actually pretty nice look. You can float like this. Just like a flower." She really did look like a flower. Not the stereotypical, cheesy type of flower. More like a fusion of beauty and pureness from all the flowers in this world. Like the queen of flowers. And at this moment, that was exactly what she looked like. Smiling that beautiful smile of hers. Whirling around and floating like the wind. Slowly drifting towards us. Her black hair was coiled gorgeously into a bun at the top and flowing down her chest on the lower half. Strands of it framing her face, lightly fluttering with the breeze. There were also those limpid eyes of hers, where Guan Nai's beauty was coquettish. Hers was soft and gentle. Just as I've said before, she was someone who could make others feel good simply with her presence. She had always taken a liking to dressing herself in ancient costumes and she suited them well, looking much like the beauties in those tales of old. If she could travel back in time, she would have looked even more beautiful than she did in modern clothes. Right now, she wore an ancient garb and a yellow yarn dress. I recognized her, of course I did, but before I could call her name, Zhao S was already ahead of me. Her eyes were slowly flooding with a complex loathing. Her raspy and heavy voice sounded, "Li Wen, so it's true that you are still alive." Li Wen smiled gently, then glided to a spot not far away from us, landing light on her feet. A pair of plain, white cloth shoes softly touched the ground. "Ah Shen, Jos. Long time no see," she chimed, her voice drifting towards us along with her moving gaze. Chapter 57, Volume 1, 57 I'm a soul splitter. I suppose I must have looked rather bewildered at that moment. I wasn't able to gather myself on such short notice. Nor could I put on an appropriate expression to face situation before me. What was even more awkward was that even Zhao S had fallen silent. At the sight of that smile tugging along the corners of Li Wen's lips, the few of us stood under the gray, overcast sky and stillness. I swear, this was the exact type of scenario I loathed the most. With a turn of my head, I attempted to seek Naizun's help but came to a halt at the unexpected sight of Jai Pa. With a push against his glasses, he made his way to Li Wen and extended a friendly handshake towards the gentle but stern woman. "Long time no see, Li Wen. You've been missing for so long. Where did you go? You didn't even pay us a visit." Jai Pa spoke naturally, as though there was nothing abnormal with this interaction, but what he said was indeed true. In Western District, Li King once thought very highly of Li Wen. I don't know how close Jai Pa and her had been, but to me she and I were close enough to be sisters. Still, I didn't know what to say. Not when so much time had passed. Not when Zhao S had told me about Li Wen being Li King's soul splitter. Not when above all of this there was the lingering speculation that she might have been related to yesterday evening's incident. Li Wen's lips moved slightly, her voice still soft. "Jai Pa, we've known each other for a long time now. If the intention behind your handshake is to sense my body constitution and compare them to that of Song Lu, then don't trouble yourself. That's precisely the reason I'm here today." Jai Pa grew a little embarrassed, but he calmly retracted his hand, nodding with a smile of his own. Li Wen stroked the hair along her cheeks elegantly, her limpid eyes directing their gaze towards me. "Ah Shen, you must have a lot of questions, right?" My lips moved as it attempted to search for all the right words to say, but it was futile. I didn't breathe a word. Zhao's hoarse voice resounded instead. "If you have something to say, then spill it. What's with the suspense?" Li Wen's gaze swept across to Zhao S. It was as though she had no memory of being stripped bare and humiliated in front of everyone by Zhao S. There was not a single trace of hatred or disgust in her eyes. In fact, she didn't even appear to pay Zhao S. any mind at all. She merely swiped her gaze over to her leisurely, as one would to a bird up in a tree. I turned my head to look at Zhao S. Her big eyes were staring once more and I could feel her dismal mood rising slowly. Ah Shen, I was the person you saw that day. I'm also the one who flung all those innocent people out of their windows and to their deaths. Lai Wen's voice was smooth as water, and her tone light and casual as if this was just a casual heart-to-heart talk between girls. Except this wasn't whispers spoken in confidence between teenage girls, but an admission to her heinous crime. I finally found my voice. How could you talk about them like they were nothing? Lai Wen. Lai Wen lowered her eyes gently then lifted them again with a smile. Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing the redundant in exchange for what's necessary. The purpose of my visit today is to warn you to stay out of it and stop meddling in this affair. I know about you just betrayal. Western District is now in her control. She stepped forward as she spoke, moving that slight bit closer to me. Ah Shen, how could you be so careless? You gave Yu Jai so much time to prepare for her betrayal. All three of us survived under Lai King's care and guidance. And after all that time together even I could see her for who she truly is. Why is it that you just can't seem to do that? There was no a hint of hesitation in my response this time. I parted my lips and looked at her without fear. After all this time, neither have I seen you for who you really are. Isn't that right? There was a flicker in Lai Wen's eyes. Jos scoffed. What right do you have to mention Lai King? If it wasn't for you, she would have been able to return to the real world a long time ago. It was as though Jos' words had gone unheard. Lai Wen's gaze remained fixated on me. Ah Shen, Lai King left the Western District in your care. If that's your attitude, then perhaps Yu Jai should continue running the district. So you're on Yu Jai's side now. I smiled, my eyes never leaving hers. She reciprocated the smile. How could I be? I'm just telling you that it's time you snap out of it. You used more than 100 innocent lives just to tell me that I was still smiling. Yet there was an increasing hostility with every sentence. Lai Wen's soft eyes flickered once more. When did you get this critical? With a slight lift of my head, I narrowed my eyes, my sardonic smile deepening. Lai Wen, I have always been like this. After such a long time, haven't you seen me for who I am? That's right, I have always been like this. Lai Wen, Lai King knows. As does Nizun. And even Yu Jai should too. But, do you? In reality, I'm a weirdo with mind-splitting disorder. I'm that kid who couldn't gain the acceptance of others. Did you think I would be soft, tempered and beautiful like you? I'm afraid I will never be that. Lai Wen, I guess you never knew how envious I was of you. I was so envious of you and still, I liked you so much. Even through my jealousy I adored you. You were such a perfect person. I used to watch as you stood alongside Lai King with that gentleness of yours, against Lai King's valiance. I imagined it countless times. If I could be just like you with that untainted disposition, could I then be worthy of Gaokai? But I can never be like you, not even in my wildest dreams. I am a strange woman filled with darkness and cracks. Before the split zone, there was practically no one who liked me apart from my parents. I admit that I'm trash. One who would envy the happiness of others. I had once been jealous of you too. Yet somehow, when I saw Jos torturing you that day, there was a gnawing pain in my heart. It was so painful that it rendered me useless. All I could do was clutch my chest and kneel on the ground. That part of me that is someone you would never understand no matter how long it took. Right. So, why do we even bother playing the blame game? Ah Shen, you've changed. Lai Wen whispered. Her voice was as gentle as before, but her smile was beginning to fade. Her eyes were smeared with an indiscernible sorrow. See, this is how easily you are able to touch a person's heart. Even if your only weapons were those subtle gaze and gesture. It's too boring to talk about that now. My smile mirrored hers, fading gradually, and I let my eyes relax. Let's talk about what's going on with the recent incidents instead. Lai Wen sighed. Alright, let me tell you about it then. Then, she grew more grim. All the incidents you've encountered recently were led by a broken-armed woman named Du Yu. Du Yu is from Northern District, and none of you have ever met her because you don't know the secret to that district. However, I can't tell you much about that either. The only thing I can tell you Is that due you came to Southern District for a massive experiment? If she succeeds, then many lives would be compromised. Jos and I were unusually in sync. Both without any questions. Lai Wen continued with a sigh. Now, her main subordinates executing this are Yu Jai and Rong Jian. They are planning to have two perfect body constitution to be used as the most powerful weapon for murder. One of them is the type of blood within Song Lu. Without exception, any damage caused by the blood-stained weapon could be fatal. Even if it was the body of our consciousness in the split zone. I frowned, but it lost effectiveness when I attacked Yu Jai with the blood-stained piercer. Lai Wen's lips parted again. That because Song Lu wasn't the perfect specimen for experiment. Just like me. Once her blood has left her body for more than 10 minutes, it will no longer have the same effect. The same were both failed experiments. Jai Pa seemed to have reached an epiphany. Which means to say, while your blood may be used to kill someone, it has a time restriction. Lai Wen nodded. That's exactly right. I've been observing all of you in the dark. That is the reason for Song Lu's regurgitation of those poisonous insects. Those bugs with the same fuchsia color as the beetle The are the offsprings of those leeches that fused with us. A sense of nausea rushed towards my chest. Offspring those beetles were the offspring of that long, oversized and repulsive, centipede-like creature with the two pincers. Did it have to be this disgusting? And they were reproduced within Song Lu's stomach. Lai Wen seemed to notice my repulsion. That's right. Those things originated from the soul snatcher. Rongjin snatched the souls of centipedes, leeches and crabs, and forcibly brought them into split zone No. 13, through methods that even I have no understanding of. They refined them. Still, the abilities of a soul snatcher have limitations. They were unable to force the souls of organisms into this world unrestrictedly, which is why they thought of using the female body to conceive them. Of course, the body in the split zone cannot conceive, but they are trying to devise a way. After all, only bodies projected by consciousness exist in this world, and they are the most realistic form of a body, so there's always a way to make the people here a subject to their experiment. Song Lu and I are among those people, but I was the first to fail. Not only does my blood lose its effect within 10 minutes of leaving my body, I was also unable to conceive those creatures. Jos looked at her firmly. Why? Lai Wen returned her stare. You should know. It's because I'm a soul splitter. Even though Jos had already told me this. Even though I've believed her all along. Hearing Lai Wen acknowledge the fact was still enough to startle me. There was an actual soul splitter standing right in front of me. Even those at the sidelines, Nai Zun, who had been casually leaning around, and Guan Nai, who was fiddling with his hair, froze. Without moving, they glanced up at Lai Wen. Lai Wen's lips arched into a smile again. Her beauty enough to cause the fall of a city. Yes, you heard that right. I'm a soul splitter. I'm Lai, King Soul Splitter. Following that, she turned around slowly, lifting up her yellow dress as she revealed the back of her snowskin waist. Her slender waist was displayed so casually, but what captured my attention was the split symbol on it. The back of her waist was imprinted with Lai King's peach blossom-shaped symbol. Chapter 58. Volume 1. 58. Don't even think about taking Song Lu. After revealing her symbol, Lai Wen rearranged her clothes unhurriedly before turning back around. This is the truth. I am a soul splitter. And so is that broke-armed woman. I don't know with whom her symbol corresponds. Only that you won't be able to defeat her. The soul splitters we've been pursuing for so long have never made an appearance in the split zone, and now, out of nowhere, there are. Jos scoffed. How do you expect us to believe it? Lai Wen smiled. It doesn't matter either way. This is the truth. Every single person here has been to the Hall of Northern District. Do you recall that there isn't a ceiling over it? At her words, the image came back to me at once. That's right. The hall had been almost 1,000 square meters in size, surrounded by 4 slabs of snow-white porcelain walls. With the exception of the screen which could show real-time snippets of the real world, there was nothing else there. Looking ahead, the only thing you could see was a flood of blinding white light. However, if you did look up, you would realize that there was no ceiling over it. The top of the hall was nothing but an infinite black hole. I had once pondered over it too, but did not pay it much mind. Since the sky in the split zone is gray, I didn't bother dwelling on any other strange phenomenon that happens here. Back then, I had only lifted my head slightly. The hall looked as though it had been built at the bottom of a pitch-black pit, seemingly running endlessly deep. Even if you did lift your head to its full extent, you would not be able to spot the end of that tunnel. All you would be able to see is total darkness. That black hole you saw is the habitat of soul splitters. Mr. Blonde can't reach it either. No one knows the secret to split zone soul splitters. It's mere conjecture, even on Mr. Blonde's part. Lai Wen's gentle voice was strong and forceful at the same time, slapping us with these words of reality. I deepened my frown. If there is truly such a secret, then why are you telling us? With a faint smile, Lai Wen replied, I didn't say anything and I never will. I'm a soul splitter after all. The only thing I can tell you is that if Du succeeds with her experiment, then a bloodbath in the split zone will not be far away. My eyes widened. What exactly is this experiment about? There are two segments. One of them is the body constitution that would allow reproduction of these diabolical leeches and seamlessly infuse them with the body at the same time. Their blood will carry an eternal ability to damage those who come in contact with it. And the offsprings of those leeches will be the perfect specimen to continue on to their next subject. This is where Song Lu and I failed. Then, there's Laurel. Her experiment is on mental strength. Children have greater potential in honing their mental strength due to their young age, and they are easily manipulated and controlled. They want to create a child with high MF. Laurel was the first experimental subject who was near success, but the specific details aren't known since she ran away. I clenched my fist, my mind preoccupied by the words experimental subject. How could they? Laurel is still so young. Why would they choose a soul splitter like you to conduct the experiment? Isn't that claim too far-fetched? Zhou sneered. Lai Wen shook her head in resignation. I'm just their sacrificial lamb. They wanted to find out if a soul splitter's body was any different to a regular body of consciousness. In any case, I can't say anything more than that. The reason I'm here is to take Song Lu away. At her words, I firmly and immediately shook my head. Don't even think about it, Lai Wen. After all that you've spouted, your real motive had been to take her away. Lai Wen stopped smiling and looked me right in the eye. Ah Shen, I know this is upsetting, but you must hand Song Lu over to me. I'm still one of them, which means two things. 1, I have to bring her back to them, and 2, you will only end up getting her killed if she continues to stay by your side. Her body is imperfect. I suppose she only regurgitated those worms once. Did you think that will be the end of it? I trust you saw how she looked then. And it's going to happen again for a second or third time, but never more than that. After the third, there's no doubt that she will die. Even if it's to continue the experiment, the only way we can save her is for me bring her back. No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I was practically screaming those words. I can never forget about that day outside that stone wall because of my hesitance and cowardice. I saw for myself the torture they put Song Lu through. Apart from Lai King, Song Lu was the one person who was kindest to me, who treated me well. I will never condemn her to that hellhole again. As I screamed, a wisp of red hair swept across my face and stuck itself to my quivering lips. Song Lu was still here, right by my side. Yet, for some reason it felt as though I had just been robbed of my dearest treasure. The image of Song Lu covered in blood that day. Her sunken eyes. Her flesh relentlessly torn apart by those poisonous insects to such an extent where she was unable to even let out a proper cry. That image for the past few days. I hadn't even the strength to recall them. No, I will not allow that to happen again. I bit down on my bottom lip harshly and the taste of blood spread across the tip of my tongue. Lai Wen looked as if she was caught between a rock and a hard place. It doesn't matter if you believe what I've said or not. Regardless, you'll have to return to your own districts now. As far as I'm concerned, They are still lacking something and will not be able to complete the experiment immediately. Please stay united no matter what. Only with the alliance of the western and eastern districts will you have even a glimmer of hope at winning. All of a sudden Guan Nai, who had thus far stayed silent, stopped toying with his hair and directed his words at Lai Wen. If everything is as you say, then I'd like to know more about that broke-armed woman. Do you? Why is she looking for Si Liuo? The look in Lai Wen's eyes shifted at the mention of Si Liuo, and I grew alert as well. Why is everyone connected to Si Liuo in some way? As I was stuck in my musings, Lai Wen had already started her response. I can't answer that. I can only tell you about the things you have to be on guard against. There's not much time left. Please hand Song Lu over to me. Without warning, JOS started laughing hysterically. Lai Wen, I see you're still as cunning as ever when all is said and done. Aren't you just afraid you'd get decapitated by the broken-armed woman if you don't return with Song Lu? Lai Wen, who had always been gentle and pure, suddenly let out an alluring laugh. Decapitated him, a soul splitter. JOS, have you forgotten only Lai King's split key would be able to kill me? But Lai King, as you know. Before she could even finish her sentence, JOS was already glaring. I won't allow you to sully her name. A sudden storm surged. The influx of air howled and columns of whirlwind charged towards Lai Wen. I have grown so accustomed to the unpredictable attacks of those with control over airflow that by this time, no matter how much I swayed unsteadily against the storm, my expression remained relaxed. For some reason, I had a random thought gust and gale. However they pleased. Boundary forest was sturdy enough anyway. Perhaps I was trying to conceal my worries about our situation. Whether it was Lai Wen trying to take Song Lu away, or the fact we may be forced to fight Lai Wen at some point, neither was a scenario I was willing to confront. Somehow, since arriving at Split Zone No. 13, I've always been forced into this type of situation. Just when I was feeling a little down, JOS pulled out her sword with lightning speed and sprung towards Lai Wen. Don't even think about taking any of us. JOS' shout was unusually loud, and with her hoarseness it sounded almost gruff. I was taken aback for a moment, not because of the harsh tone of her voice, but that she had used the word as. Even in face of JOS' attack, Lai Wen was unperturbed. Her black hair fluttered loose in the wind and danced in the air. Her cheeks tugged with the hint of a smile as JOS rushed at her with sword in hand. Lai Wen's plain shoes tapped the ground below and, lithely, she leapt in midair. Lai Wen's red lips parted and she spoke easily. Since you chose to fight with a sword, then let me show you mine too. Just as the words left her, she reached back with her right hand and pulled out a slender sword from thin air. Her expression was graceful and calm, as though what she's holding wasn't a sword sharp enough to wound, but a peaceful dove. We spent quite a bit of time together in the past, but I have never seen her wielding a sword. A feeling of unease filled my heart, but I couldn't be bothered with worrying any longer. Holding up the bow that was slung on my back, I set my sight on Lai Wen with the 3 arrows. Lai Wen, if you insist on fighting her, then don't blame me for this. Just as I was about to fire, JOS' sword had already struck. Lai Wen ignored me instead. Her gentle lips were curved into a cold arc. With light movements, her slender sword sliced in both horizontal and vertical strokes, drawing the shape of a plus sign. Following her strikes, something akin to a cross materialized in the air and like a shield. It blocked the razor light that came from JOS' attack. JOS reeled backwards as it deflected the attack back onto her faster than it had before. JOS arced her body backwards in haste, the light just grazing the tip of her nose. From the impact of the contact, JOS fell back onto the ground, stumbling a few steps back. I could see blood gradually flowing from her nose, but the arrows in my hand never left. I clenched my teeth, watching Lai Wen, who had floated way up high. Lai Wen was never able to fly this high in the past because that would exhaust a great amount of MF. Yet, seeing her now, I realized that, even as a soul splitter, she must have been hiding her real potential all this while. She didn't give me extra time to think either. With a smirk, she lifted the slender sword again and drew another 3 crosses in the air. Then, along with the first giant shield from before, those 4 shields fell from the sky without warning. Sensing the threat that rang in my subconscious mind, I immediately pulled out the piercer with my left hand. The first cruciform shield which attacked JOS had seemingly gained sight as it adjusted its direction like a homing missile and began charging towards me. Crack! I waved the piercer with immense strength and a flash of violet light shot forward. Thump! Deflected by the shield. The violet light ricocheted towards me again. I jumped away from attack and the shield leapt along with me into midair. The other 3 giant shields seemed to come alive too, starting their attack towards JOS, Nizun and Guanai, respectively. No matter how I dodged, the cruciform shield followed closely at my heels without slowing down. I didn't know what would happen if I collided against it, and any attack will only be deflected. All I could do is to keep evading. Chapter 59, Volume 1, 59 War at Sea. In the midst of dodging, Guanai leapt, his white hair flowing behind him. With a glance, he overflowed with grace. I hate fighting and the like. They are not beautiful at all. You're very beautiful, yet you chose to do such unbeautiful things. So don't blame my beautiful self for being discourteous. His words went right over my head. Forget about that tongue twister. Did he really have to refer to himself as my beautiful self? Guanai squinted his almond eyes and shouted, "Sleep! What is he playing at? Sleep? What sleep? Sleep where? With who?" To hear such a ridiculous cry coming from him in the middle of this constant evasion, at such a time of confusion. It was a moment before I suddenly realized our surroundings had changed drastically. In an instant, the boundary forest disappeared and was instead replaced by the vast ocean. Countless rocks lined upon the sea, and each of us stood upon a different piece. I haven't seen the ocean in such a long time. It was with uncontrollable awe that I stayed stupefied by the sight. Could it be that this is an illusion? If it truly is an illusion, I suddenly wish to never wake up. Swoosh! A wave crashed against the rock underneath my feet. The giant shields were gone, just as the rest of us. Lai Wen was standing atop a rock not far away from me. The slender sword in her hand had vanished. I looked around me except for the absence of Guanai. Everyone else was in the same position, each standing on a different rock. Above us the sky was still gray, but the water beneath us was a sea of dark blue. Lai Wen stopped smiling, her eyes taking in the new surroundings with a cursory glance. An illusion. It seemed JOS didn't intend to dwell on that possibility, nor had she planned to give Lai Wen a breather. She narrowed her eyes and waves after waves of airstream surged from the surface of the sea. Roar! Caught between the drastic tumbling of airflow, I wobbled on my spot. From a distance away, I could see Jai Pa balancing unsteadily as well and grew worried. If it was true that you could get hurt even in an illusion, then in Jai Pa's vulnerable state with the body of a regular person from the real world, there was no way he could fight this battle at sea. Before I was done fretting, Nizun had already begun jumping his way towards Jai Pa along the lined rocks. He grabbed onto Jai Pa with an outstretched arm, and the latter immediately flashed a grateful smile. With Nizun by Jai Pa's side, there was not much left to be anxious over. Securing my piercer back into the waistband of my dress, I took aim at Lai Wen with my bow. JOS airstream had raised giant tides which were now charging towards Lai Wen. Billows of water vapor hissed in the air. There was simply no way I could take aim. Lai Wen curled her lips. Combining the power of illusion with your air manipulation, he lives up to his reputation. Indeed, I have long heard rumors that the skill of Eastern District's Guanai is on an equal footing with Southern District's top illusionist. Right after her high praises, she pulled both hands from her dress and made an intersection with her arms into the shape of a cross. Fall with her soft command. The sky began raining innumerable cruciform swords. Although they appeared smaller than the shields, all 4 points of the sword were extremely sharp. With nowhere to hide from the attack, I held up the piercer and braced myself in deflecting any falling swords. At the speed they were dropping, however, It seemed this would be a difficult task to follow through. Jos yelled out suddenly. Freeze! Hiss! Bang! 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 At the sound of her shout, layers of water vapor solidified rapidly over our heads. Still, it was apparent that the intensity of the cruciform sword's fall was powerful as layer after layer of frozen vapor shattered upon impact. A violent storm was whirling in Jo's eyes as her black hair whipped behind her. It was obvious that she was exhausting extensive amount of MF just to protect us. The frozen layers of vapor above Naizun were splintering as well. He retained an arm around Jaipa as his lips pulled into a smirk. Slowly, bringing his free-gloved hand to his slightly pale lips, then pressed them around the tip of fabric around his middle finger. Before he was done with his delicate movement, the surface of the water around us suddenly swelled into huge waves. Countless waves lashed themselves towards the sky, smashing the remaining barriers into smithereens along with the cruciform swords. Relentlessly, the waves rushed, and in a blink of an eye the swords were all thrusted out of sight. Lai Wen bit her lips lightly at the scene before her, face tinted with restrained anger. Wan Nai, it seems that I won't be able to win this battle without escaping your illusion first. She shut her eyes abruptly, then exclaimed again. Shatter! The myriad of cruciform swords appeared once again from all directions, but instead of attacking us, they formed a ring and tore away at full speed towards the far corners of our surrounding. Let's see how expansive an illusion you're capable of constructing. I refuse to believe I won't be able to destroy it. Right as she finished speaking, the sword seemed to collide with the edge, emitting a continuous cacophony of banging. All of a sudden, a devilish laughter rang out from the skies. Actually, the rumor isn't all that accurate, saying I'm on equal footing with the #1 illusionist in Southern District isn't all that true, but what about it? How? Why don't you witness it for yourself? In the distance, the tumbling sound of endless tsunamis seemed to roll in from the edge of the shattered illusion. I couldn't see them clearly, and neither did I understand what was happening. In the midst of the air turbulence and waves, I was only focused on staying steady on this rock. On the other hand, Naizun's gaze seemed to hold a gleam of strange anticipation. He stopped clamping the glove between his lips and had instead grabbed the unstable Jaipa with both hands. Lai Wen's expression shifted upon hearing the distant roaring. Are you able to manipulate elements of nature now without bounds? That's not possible. My cruciform swords collided with the edge of your illusion earlier. But even if I'm not powerful enough to attack an illusionist, aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Wan Nai Lai Wen murmured under her breath, raising both arms up high at the same time. The action heralded the arrival of an endless number of giant cruciform swords from the bottom of the sea. Their emergence caused the surface to shake once more, and I swayed along with the momentum. Just like before, we weren't the target of those giant swords. Instead, they soared upwards towards the gray sky. In the midst of my swaying, I could see Naizun lifting a hand, still wearing his black glove. He was gazing intently at one of the swords not far behind me, shooting towards the sky like all the others. He reached a hand towards the sword with an open palm and suddenly curled his fingers into a tight grip. I looked back in haste. Sword had changed direction with Naizun's gesture and rushed towards him instead. Witnessing the scene, shock swept across Lai Wen's eyes. Attracted to Naizun's unknown magnetism, the giant sword whistled as it whizzed past me. Right before it reached Naizun, he jerked his hands in another direction, and an even more inconceivable thing happened. It was as though his hand could stretch limitlessly to wield that giant sword as the weapon began altering its direction on his whim. This time it flew in a spiral, like the darts in movies, and it rushed towards Lai Wen. Such a minor trick, Lai Wen scoffed. Lifting her right hand, the slender sword appeared again. She drew a cross in front of her chest vigorously, and her shield materialized once more. The cruciform sword charged decisively towards it. My mind was filled with trivially irrelevant thoughts. Was this a contest between the strongest sword and the strongest shield? Which would win? However, reality soon hit when the sword collided against the shield. It swiftly rebounded back at Naizun. Still, he looked as composed As ever from the corner of my eyes, I caught a glint of wicked slyness flashing across his. With an effortless flick of his wrist he deflected the sword just as it was about to graze him. It was then that I suddenly realized Jos had snuck up behind Lai Wen without my knowledge. She raised the sword high above her head, and in the instant, it grew tenfold in size and into the image of a large sword. Jos hacked towards the back of Lai Wen's head with immense strength, seemingly without hesitation. By the time Lai Wen tore her eyes from Nizun and reacted to Jos' attack, the sword was already by the top of her head. My face twitched. What was deal about bringing a gun loaded with those mental inhibitor bullets when we first arrived? Then these people, once they have activated their split symbol, they gained the ability to manipulate the elements of nature. What use would a gun be towards them? Just as Jos' sword was about to strike Lai Wen's forehead, something hit me. Lai Wen's a soul splitter does that mean she possesses the same powers as us? Could she activate her split symbol? Did she have a splitting key? I didn't see one when she revealed her symbol to us. Did that mean her powers were not activated? If that's the case, then it means all her current strength was in spite of an unsplit symbol. I shuddered, but there was no need to ponder any further. Jos' sword had relentlessly split Lai Wen into half. Fresh blood splattered. Jos did not hold back, nor did she hesitate. From head to toe, she sliced Lai Wen into clean halves, and the once beautiful Lai Wen was not even remotely as charming anymore. Her eyes were now in separate bodies while fresh blood spouted from each side. The seemingly endless sprays of blood stained the rocks and ocean, before the droplets were soon swallowed by the sea, gone without a trace. That was a truly gruesome style of fighting. Jos, I felt sickened just thinking about it. That's definitely not the style for me. Of course, Lai Wen would definitely heal. Which was why, when both parts of her body collapsed against the rock, Jos called out, "Jai Pa." Jai Pa stood not too far away alongside Nizun, and he seemed to understand Jos' intention. He lifted both hands calmly and faced the slowly healing body of Lai Wen with a gesture that signified stop. He whispered a soft seal. Just like that, the two halves of Lai Wen's body stopped moving midway through healing. My vision was suddenly overwhelmed by the gruesome sight of her body. Her lower body had completely healed and was covered in fresh blood, but anything above her waist had stopped its recovery and remained a huge crack. Lai Wen's face was likewise split into two, with her torso teetering on her lower body. It made her exceptionally horrifying to look at. Yet Lai Wen's lips, which had not managed to reconnect, were still able to move. Her eyes seemed to move with them. "You really are belittling me." I couldn't tell if the tugging at her lips was a smile with her split into halves. There was simply no way of telling if she was smiling or crying. Chapter 60. Volume 1. 60. The Worst Battle. The split lip that was decorated with dried blood twitched, began singing a sharp tune. Yasai, the bizarre sound seemed to have a sort of melody to it, but the unusually piercing tune became increasingly intense, spreading through the air. I couldn't help covering my ears at the sound. As I brought my hands to my ears, I saw Jai Pa growing unstable, judging by the change in expression. His enchantment doesn't seem to be holding up either. A loud thump sounded, while it wasn't clear exactly what had shattered. Lai Wen's body was beginning to heal again. Lai Wen, now fully healed, was still drenched in fresh blood. The ruthlessness of scarlet red bloodstains, stark against her tender and affectionate gaze, was contrasting but alluring in its own way, exuding an almost blinding charm. The smile she wore was a mix of both cruelty and warmth. As she slowly got to her feet, Jos, who had landed behind her, made haste to retreat back to her own piece of rock, clearly sensing the danger in our current situation. Lai Wen straightened up with a smile, then continued with the piercing tune. Yasai, the strange melody seemed to be infused with MF, causing a stabbing pain to spread from my eardrum all the way to the heart. Jai Pa was the first to cover his ears and crouch. The storm brewed in Jo's eyes and her brows were knitted together. Nizun, on the other hand, was bent at his waist supporting Jai Pa, but maintained his gaze on me. Yeah. Saya. The horrifying tune was intensifying. My heart felt like there was a needle stabbing at it relentlessly. Between my eardrum and my heart. It was as though a piece of rope was tugging hard, following the melody's growing ferocity. The rope was likewise getting tighter, threatening to snap at any moment. I gritted my teeth. The tune was too much to bear, and I was slowly reaching my limits. With both hands, I cupped them tightly around my ears. Lai Wen remained at the same spot, her smile still tender yet merciless, when suddenly she widened her mouth and began singing even louder. Ia Xiao Yi, Ia Xiao Yi. I couldn't help crying out at the profound shot through the heart. The gnawing pain made me hunch over. The last image engraved in my mind was of Nai Zun and Jiao S, both crouched over in agony, neither of whom was able to endure this strange melody. Ia Xiao Yi, Ia Xiao Yi. I attempted a step forward, but even the slightest movement seemed to tear my heart into shreds. Quickly realizing that covering my ears did nothing to stop the piercing tune's effect, I let my hands fall from my ears and tried going for my bow again. The moment I shifted my hands, I felt the prickling, sharp pain in my ears. Poo-poo. Both my inner ears seemed to have erupted in fresh blood. My head was buzzing and even my sight started to blur. The sharp tune was still getting stronger and I finally reached my breaking point. Falling to my knees, a mouthful of fresh blood escaped my lips and I struggled to look towards Nai Zun. He had both hands wrapped around Jai Pa's ears and seemed to be exhausting his MF in order to protect the other man from harm. Perhaps that was why, even when Jai Pa looked miserable, he wasn't bleeding from any of the 7 openings in his head. It was a relief to see Jai Pa, who no longer could heal like us, almost unscathed. TN 7 openings include 2 for the eyes, 2 for the ears, 2 for the nostrils and 1 for the mouth. Nai Zun wasn't as lucky. Both his eyes and ears were spilling with blood, but he was still unruffled, as though the liquid oozing out of his eyes wasn't actually blood, but mere eye drops. He was looking at me, and as my eyes were continued dripping with blood, it left my vision clouded in bright red. I was beginning to lose sight of his gaze. Turning around, I looked towards Jiao S, who mirrored my position on the ground. It seemed that the melody was prohibiting her from controlling the airflow in a vicious repetition. Her eyes would fog up with mist before it cleared again. Streams of blood slowly flowed from both her mouth and ears as well. The excruciating pain worsened and spread itself all over my head and heart. After a few failed attempts at raising my hand with intention of wiping the blood from my eyes, I gave up and laid semi-paralyzed upon the rock. Lai Wen maintained her elegant smile, the corner of her lips covered in blood, as she continued singing. Ia Xiao Yi, Ia Xiao Yi. The sky of the illusion seemed to tremble with a rumbling start, and the roaring waves of the ocean seemed to gradually subside into tinier swells. Guan Guan Nai S wanted to call out to him, but she couldn't contend with the destructive singing. A spurt of blood sprayed from her mouth instead. Lai Wen stopped her singing at that, smirking at Jiao S, who was now lying prostrate on another rock. This demonic tune can cut through an illusion and into Guan Nai's ears. No matter where he's hiding now, he would have issues taking care of himself. Are you still counting on him to save you? Lai Ugh. I pressed a hand to my chest and hurled another mouthful of blood. Lai Wen. Why are you? Lai Wei turned her focus to me. Lai Shen. I've already told you this. You won't be able to protect any of them. Give Song Lu to me. Bang. Distracted by her conversation with me, Nai Zun took advantage of the short period of pause with his attention focused on the piece of rock beneath Lai Wen's feet. He winked his left eye lightly. Even as more blood dribbled from his eye from that small action, he remained quiet and calm. Bang. Bang. Lai Wen staggered as the rock under her feet promptly exploded into innumerable fragments. She was quick in stabilizing herself. With a touch of her plain shoes, she floated in the air once more, and the fragments of rock sank slowly into the sea. While she was caught up in her moment of shock, I lifted my bow and shot 2 arrows towards her eyes without hesitation. When she looked back, the set of double arrows flew from my bow and whizzed into her eyes. Putzed. Blood squirted from them, but she seemed unfazed. The corner of her lips still sported that same smile. Lai Shen, you really haven't changed. That preference for shooting other people's eyes. When she said this, she reached up to pluck out the arrows. Laying on the ground, Jos whipped her head up and clenched her teeth. The storm in her eyes was back as she stared intently at Lai Wen. TSSD. TSSD. The two columns of airstream appeared out of nowhere and pushed against the two arrows still in Lai Wen's eyes, instantly plunging them through her head. Lai Wen stumbled backwards in the air. Her mouth grew rigid from the pain caused. The shattered sky and calm sea from before started shaking once more, this time from the wrath of Guan Nai. Boom! 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 A colossal wave arose from behind Lai Wen. Lai Wen tilted her head as though she sensed the changes to the surface of the sea. She bit her lip, angered, without a care for the arrows in her eyes. She parted her lips and practically screamed out the tune. With her increased volume, I collapsed against the rock at the very first note of the demonic tune, unable to resist the damage it caused, and began heaving huge mouthfuls of blood. Rumble bang. Bang bang. Like the image of towns and markets of an oasis during an earthquake, the illusion began disintegrating with a crashing sound. It was as if we were in a stereoscopic mirror before. As our surroundings became fragmented and the sea gradually disappeared, the scenery of the boundary forest was revealed once again. I continued expelling mouthful after mouthful of blood, glancing up from my position on the ground, enshrouded among the bloodied rays of light. I reaffirmed that we were back into the forest. Guan Nai was sitting atop a tree not far away, his cascading white hair stained with his own blood. There was a trailing bloodstain by the corner of his lips, his eyes flashing a cold glint of viciousness. He had a hand to his chest and another supporting his weight against the tree trunk. The others were the same as me, spewing blood onto the ground in misery. Nai Zun's hands never left Jai Pa even when Jai Pa was likewise puking mouthful of blood. His other features seemed unmarked. Lai Wen floated in the air, tossing the two arrows she had just yanked from her eyes onto the ground. She looks towards Guan Nai. Your MF is strong enough indeed. Even my demonic tune couldn't make you fall. Guan Nai let out a sardonic laugh. The bloodstain along his lips seemed to be dripping with fresh blood again. MF, no one here has a weak MF, but none of us could have prepared against something we've never seen before. Did you really think you're all that capable? Sprawled on the ground, I grinded my teeth. Why isn't my MF sufficient enough to turn myself invisible? Is it because my split symbol hasn't been activated? Lai Wen raised the sleeve to her yellow dress and wiped her mouth gently. Come on, Guan Nai. I'm not capable. I have yet to activate my split symbol, and yet the demonic tune was already enough to reduce all of you to this state. Do you still think I won't be able to handle the few of you on my own? Guan Nai stiffened at her words. Jos scoffed from her position on the ground. If I hadn't promised Seal Yuo about not using that particular skill, do you really think you could still be standing this obnoxiously in front of us? Lai Wen smiled. Jos, you still wouldn't be able to deal any real damage to me. Ah, all of you. At that, she whirled around towards Nai Zun, who still had his hands around Jai Pa's ears as a precaution. Nai Zun, that ability just now, was that a form of force? A skill controlled by the pupils? There was still a track of blood from when it flowed from his eyes earlier, as with the corner of his lips. When Lai Wen called his name, his indifferent eyes swept a fleeting glance at her, but he did not answer. Seeing as Nai Zun bore no intention of responding to her, Lai Wen laughed scornfully but did not attempt to force a reply. Instead, she turned gracefully around and the slender sword appeared in her hand again, casting it towards Jos. The action came so unexpectedly that even Jos had no time to react before she let out a hiss. Just like that, the slender sword was thrusted into Jos' back. Jos spewed a gush of blood, furrowed her brows and glared. Just as she seemed to move towards tugging the sword from her back, shock filled her eyes. Stop using your MF. Do you really think you want to exhaust your MF once you've activated your split symbol? The layers of protective Barriers you cast over them and the illusion used up an extensive amount of natural elements. And now you won't be able to regain your MF. For a period of time. You'll need time, but this parting sword of mine will absorb your MF and restrict such behavior. Following her words, as though the stealth enchantment had lost effectiveness, two other people appeared from thin air and fell to the ground. They were the still unconscious Song Lu and Huan King. Lai Wen spared a glance at the two who lay motionless on the ground, then smiled. See, your MF isn't even enough to support that airflow dimension of yours anymore. Chiao S clenched her teeth tightly, a deep hatred evident in her eyes. Chapter 61. Volume 1. 61. A difficult choice. My own head and heart were beginning to heal while Jiao S was trapped on the ground. Just as I started to get up, the silhouette of a man dashed out from the jungle out of nowhere. Ku Fei emerged. His eyes were washed with anger when he stared at me. Lai Shen, you lied to me. He glanced over at Huan King, then rushed to his side, supporting the unconscious man on himself, and glowered at me once more. It have something to do with Lord Huan King and MS my first disappearance. It was a good thing I followed all of you in secret. I even took a long time searching for you when you disappeared out of the blue. I was just about to speak when Lai Wen got there before me. Her brows creased. You've been following them all this while. That means to say, you've been there all along until we disappeared, so you heard everything we spoke about earlier. Ku Fei was stunned at the fact that the beautiful Lai Wen was speaking to him, but he quickly gathered himself and responded immediately. Yeah. But what was the deal about all of that? I can't be bothered about anything else. I just want to know the whereabouts of MS my Fu. Where have you people taken her? Lai Wen's eyes flashed with an indecipherable delight. My heart sank. Sure enough, Lai Wen worked MF suddenly. Fall. In that instant, a cruciform sword fell from the sky and drove towards Ku Fei. At the same time, Lai Wen lifted a hand and dug her nails into the pulse of her other wrist. Blood sprayed from the punctured wrist, and as the sword flew past her in midair, she coated it with her blood. No, that's not good. She's planning to send him to his doom. Her fresh blood was enough to let Ku Fei lose his healing abilities. I reacted at once, stumbling to my feet with full intention of rushing forward, but there wasn't enough time. The sword was going to plunge itself into Ku Fei and Huan King any second now. All of a sudden, there was a flash of movement, and they actually disappeared with a thump. The sword stabbed straight into the ground instead. I hadn't caught Ku Fei's movement at all. In the midst of my shock, I saw Ku Fei carrying Huan King in his arms. Having dodged to the other side of the attack, Ku Fei's eyes were filled with rage, but both his arms held onto Huan King steadily. Lai Wen was obviously bewildered. How did your speed could actually surpass my cruciform sword? Who are you? Ku Fei was fuming with anger. What do you mean, who am I? What's so difficult about dodging that giant sword of yours? I've never met anyone who could run faster than me, and while we're talking about that, are you crazy? Woman, I heard the talk about you being a soul splitter, which means you're not associated with Lai Shen and the rest. So why in the world did you attack me? Lai Wen stared wittied at the mention of her being a soul splitter. Because you've heard things you shouldn't. Ku Fei leapt further away from Lai Wen with Huan King in his arms. Who cares about all that? I just want to know where MS my Fu is. I replied hastily. Ku Fei, listen to me. We weren't the ones who hurt Huan King. We brought him along to save him. You didn't see it when we disappeared, but we were the ones who concealed his presence so we could prevent this woman from hurting him. My Fu was also taken by them, I declared loudly, pointing to Lai Wen. Yet Ku Fei only shook his head furiously. Stop lying to me. I'm not going to believe any of you. I'm taking Lord Huan King away. He had probably realized there was no way he could go up against us all by himself. And so with his words he fled and hastened to the deeper end of the forest. Lai Wen swung her sleeves with full intention of chasing after him, but with a wave of his hand, Guan Nai obstructed her sight with a puff of fog. Lai Wen glared at Guan Nai and halted in her steps, lifted a hand and waved it downwards again. With that movement, the sword she had stuck into Jiao S let out a violent, raucous wail. I twisted my head towards Jos and saw the sword in her back glowing in a blinding light. All at once Jos' eyes widened, as though she was enduring some form of torment. Just as I was about to rush over, Lai Wen spoke up coldly. Lai Shen, one more step and I will leave her in such an overwhelming agony. She'd rather die. My parting sword can absorb MF and forcefully drag it out of her. She's already regaining MF at a slower pace too. With the combination of the two, I suppose, I can completely damage her mental strength at any time. If you dare take another step forward, I will leave her forever wrecked in paralysis. I bit my lips. My enlarged eyes turned to glower at Lai Wen, an arrow already locked and aimed at her. Lai Wen merely smiled at the bow in my hands. Lai Shen, recklessness won't do you any good. Look at your situation. None of you can resist my demonic tune in this state. Even if you were able to, with just a shift of my hand, Jos' mental strength will be completely exhausted by my parting sword. I presume you didn't know about this before, but her split symbol is also on her back and my parting sword is now jabbed right into it, able to completely destroy her MF at my whim even if it's not stained with my blood and am unable to kill her. She will still remain paralyzed for the rest of time. And are you confident that you'll be able to kill me in the split second before I drop my arm? My lips had already been injured from my biting and was slowly beginning to mend, but I didn't give it the chance. I continued chewing till it split open once more. I honestly had no idea what else I could do to vent this misery in my heart. There was a dull aching along the rim of my eyes. I suppose the damage caused by her demonic tune had yet to be fully recovered. But I couldn't bother with such insignificant pain and attempted to widen my eyes even more to glare at Lai Wen. Lai Wen had already lifted her arm slightly, a gentle smile on her face. Look at the people around you. Following her words, I looked towards Nizun who remained by Jai Pa's side, both hands protecting him and prepared to shield the man from any attack that might threaten him. On the other side, Guan Nai sat atop the tree. The blood along his lips had yet dried and with his almond eyes, he stared intently at Lai Wen's back. None of you here are confident that you'll be able to subdue me before I drop my arm. Right? Lai Wen chuckled. Jos gasped, obviously using all her might to keep from crying out in pain. The split symbol is the most important part of our body in the split zone. It is where our mental strength converged. To have your split symbol pinned down by such a MF weapon, I can't imagine the kind of pain she must be going through. I could hear wheezing from Jos, who was still lying on the ground. Her hoarse voice traveled from behind me. No, don't bother about me. I clenched my teeth. Lai Wen's smile became even gentler. Lai Shen, there's really no need for us to be like this. I never had the intention of injuring any of you. So why are you even doing this? All I wanted was to take Song Lu away. I promise. As long as you allow me to take Song Lu away, without a hitch, I will not hurt Jos. I took a look at the unconscious Song Lu. Her wavy hair had slightly covered her pale face and her eyes were still a little sunken. She was lying quietly on the ground, unaffected by the unrest and bloodbath around her. Song Lu, if you were dreaming then, is the world within that dreamland more peaceful than it is here? Tears streamed from my eyes. All with the slight lowering of Lai Wen's arm, Jos was finally unable to restrain herself as a strangled cry escaped. Her voice was hoarse and shrill. How I wished I could just rush towards Lai Wen and tear her into shreds. Yet, for Jos' sake, I mustn't move a single step. I spoke through gritted teeth. Lai Wen, it seems the time we spent together was too short. If I had known that you were such a character, I would have cheered and applauded back when Jos was tearing you apart in front of everyone. There was a fleeting look of dejection in Lai Wen's eyes, but it was gone soon enough and she fitted her smile again. Think whatever you want. If you can't bear to let Song Lu return as an experiment subject, then you'll have to pay the price. If you can't bear to hurt Jos, then you'll lose Song Lu. Lai Shen, this is the split zone. What right do you have to be a commander if you can't grasp this simple logic? Seeing you like this, don't you think Lai King would be bitterly disappointed? GOS, who had been panting behind me, shouted in her gruff voice. Don't you dare bring up liking, but what followed after was a horrible shriek of pain. Lai Wen's smile turned cold. I don't have much time to talk through it all with you. If you continue on like this, then the choice you make today will be nothing but a mere drop in the ocean one day. You're going to lose everyone you care about. Lai Shen, make a choice, allow me to take Song Lu away or let me disable GOS. Lai Wen seemed to have run out of patience, presenting me with an ultimatum. All of a sudden, from afar, Guan Nai's voice rang out. Lai Shen, GOS is still my district commander. If you allow for her to be paralyzed, then don't blame me, Guan Nai, for disregarding all the rapport we've built up over the past few days. Nai Zun spoke coolly before I could breathe a word. Guan Nai, trust her. Listening to Nai Zun, Guan Nai swept his gaze coldly over me but said no more. My lips have already been ruined by my chewing and even my gums were beginning to bleed. I knew it was impossible for us to stop Lai Wen before the drop of her arm, so I could only make a choice between the two. Raging tears streamed from my eyes. I truly am sick of myself for being such a crybaby. But when I looked to Song Lu in her sleep, my heart felt like it was being pulled and wrung. I could still hear the ceaseless pants of GOS. Even though she could hardly talk anymore, she still managed to force a speech in a low voice. Guan Nai, I want you to help Lai Shen kill her. Don't bother about me. On the tree opposite us. Guan Nai squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear hearing those words from her. Lai Wen moved her hand slightly, but GOS didn't scream this time round. It was as though she could no longer muster any cries. Although I could hear her increasing labored breathing, I didn't dare to turn back, didn't dare to take a look at her. My falling tears merged with the blood on my face. The streaks of tears on my face seemed to dry instantly with the gust of a chilly wind, taking with it the last trace of warmth. Song Lu, I shut both my eyes, refusing to let the tears that had welled up escape once more. Just take her. Chapter 62, Volume 1, 62. Well, get her back. Lai Wen smiled tenderly. Her bloodied face was shaking a little with laughter. Her eyes curved into a coquettish arc. You made the right choice, Lai Shen. She stretched her arms out and directed across towards Song Lu. Following the simple action, a shield appeared on the ground above her body. Lai Wen waved her hand, using MF to place Song Lu's body on the shield, and with another eccentric gesture, the cross began glowing. In the midst of the glow, Song Lu's sleeping form slowly faded away with the shield, right in front of my eyes. I didn't cry. I just watched in silence at the spot where Song Lu had vanished. When Song Lu wakes up to find that we are no longer by her side, when she realizes she's back in that horrifying place, how terrified and helpless would she feel? Would she cry? Would she think that I have abandoned her? Song Lu, please promise that you'll hate me, else I won't be able to forgive myself. Only solemn silence filled me, watching helplessly as she disappeared until the sound of Lai Wen's voice rang in my ears. You should go back to Western District. Trouble might not have found you so quickly if you hadn't come to the Southern District. You really should never have been here. Ah Shen. My eyes were still frozen on the spot where Song Lu had vanished. After a long pause, my lips curved into a callous smile and I finally lifted my eyes towards Lai Wen. Thank you for your warning. I will definitely be returning to the Western District. But I will also be coming back here. I turned and walked to GOS, reached out my hand and pulled the parting sword from her spine. It wasn't the handle that I held onto, but the blade. Lai Wen didn't stop me. A sharp pain shot through the palm of my hand, but I didn't care. Clenching the blade tightly, I yanked and GOS gasped. With a removal of the parting sword, it wasn't long till she recovered her mobility, then tried getting up. I threw the parting sword back to Lai Wen. With my bloodied hand, the sword vanished with a mere shift of her eyes. With an outstretched arm I helped GOS up. Her body still had a slight tremor to it, but the hole in her back was already beginning to mend. As I supported her weight, I spoke in a soft voice to Lai Wen. Lai Wen, you should go. It doesn't matter if what you said was true or If you did this for our own good, the sisterhood between you and I ends today. The words were spoken softly, without a hint of force. I helped Jos into a sitting position so she could lean on me while waiting for her injuries to fully heal. She had exhausted too much MF, and so her rate of recovery was compromised. I had not once spared Lai Wen a glance when I spoke, and neither had she responded. Jos looked over at me, her face stained with blood. Her spiritless, wide eyes were observing me quietly, and she was still panting a little. Only after I had settled her in a comfortable position did I look towards Lai Wen. Lai Wen was still floating in the same spot, but her eyes held a hint of sorrow as she watched me. I smiled at her, and my eyes swept over her yellow and now blood-stained dress. Lai Wen, you've always been so perfect. Those bloodstains don't suit you at all. Just as I'm not suitable to be your friend. Perhaps that was why you left us. Or why you left Lai King. A glimmer of sorrow fleeted across Lai Wen's eyes. I kept smiling, continuing in a soft voice. Stop gazing at me with such despondent eyes. My heart used to ache for you whenever you looked like that, but now, seeing them just makes me nauseous. Another gust of wind blew and the hem of her dress swept up with it. My voice was calm but detached, no longer agitated like it was before. Just go. From this day on, I will regard you as an adversary when we meet. Unexpectedly, Lai Wen laughed with tears welling up in her eyes. The sight made me feel as though she had laughed to the point of tears. Ah Shen, is this about Song Lu? I know you feel miserable about this, but Yao'll understand one day. Yao'll truly lose her if you insist on keeping her by your side. One has to go through pain at some point. Her tribulation is her fate. You can't blame yourself for it. I laughed weakly. From the moment you Jai showed up right up to today when you appeared in such a manner, I finally understood something. You both truly are my sisters. Both of you had taken pity on me, knew that I was a monster, so you were willing to turn yourselves into one to accompany me. How could Song Lu be the reason I'm treating you this way? There was a pause. Before I continued, I'm only retaliating because this was how you chose to treat me. As you said, this is the split zone. Because this is the split zone. Maybe words spoken in that soft voice was to emphasize this fact. Or maybe it was because I have given up all hope. In any case, I no longer wish to speak any further. Just go. Lai Wen, let's hope we never meet again. Lai Wen finally stopped responding. Her eyes shone with indecipherable forlorn. With a turn, she floated away. I lowered my head and helped Jos to her feet once she was gone. Can you stand? Jos' uniform was drenched with blood, but she stood up successfully. Her wide eyes turned to me slightly. Lai Shen, thank you. I didn't breathe a word. Nor did I respond. Wan Nai descended from the tree as Nai Zun helped Jaipa up. Jaipa let out a few coughs before heading towards us. Are you both hurt? I'm fine. Are you all right? It'll be difficult to manage you getting injured. Calmly, Jaipa laughed. I'm all right. Nai Zun was protecting me with his MF all this while. I'm basically unscathed. At this admission, his usually composed gaze was laced with guilt. I'm sorry. Ms. Shen, I wasn't able to protect Ms. Song Lu. I brought up a hand immediately, gesturing for him to stop going on about it. You should go check on Jos. See if her injury is serious. Seeing the state I was in, he kept quiet and headed towards Jos. I lifted my head towards Nai Zun, who was standing in front of me. The fine bangs that curtained his forehead fluttered in the wind. Even under the gray sky you could still clearly see his starry eyes, quiet, indifferent and calm. I can't explain it, but seeing his calm demeanor even after such a bitter defeat brought about an uncontrollable stream of tears flowing down my cheeks. I smiled and reached out to caress his cheek, but halted when my bloodied hand was a mere centimeter away from his face. I parted my lips slowly. If my other self is just like you, if she's able to treat everything with such composure, can you return her to me? Just let her come back to me. I really wish I could be just like the two of you. To my surprise, Nai Zun's eyes betrayed an obscured hint of grief. I doubted what I saw, what I thought I saw, but I grinned anyway and allowed the tears to flow to the corner of my mouth. Bitterness and slight saltiness spreading across the tip of my tongue. I finally cupped my hand against his cheek. I had wanted to hurt him further with my words. Wanted to mock his indifference. I was jealous of him. I was jealous of the fact that he could remain this unconcerned regardless of the situation. I am evil. I am hurting now. And because of that I wanted him to be as heartbroken as I am. But I wasn't able to say another word, for he had wrapped both arms around me and engulfed me in a hug, resting my head against his shoulder. There wasn't much warmth to the hug. Instead, it carried an air of desolation. His shoulders didn't seem too dependable either. He was strong, but the body under that black shirt was still slender. He didn't use much strength. Just held me gently against him and said in my ears, "She's right here. You feel it?" I was taken aback by his sudden action and those words, to the point where my tears stopped abruptly. I was stumped by the change in tone, and for a split second I forgot the heavy blow of Sonlus' newfound captivity, the bitterness of reality. I didn't know how much time had passed before Jaipa cleared his throat from beside us. "I'm So Shen. Jos isn't badly injured, and her MF has recovered. Her body's recuperation rate is pretty strong. Even I'm surprised." I fell back to reality with a crash. Regaining my composure, I frantically loosened myself from Nizun's grip. His eyes seemed to glint with glee. For some reason, my face felt a little warm and I immediately turned my back towards Nizun, scratching a part of my head that didn't even itch. I answered Jaipal with an awkward laugh. "Ah, is that right? That's good to hear." "Good to hear indeed." Jos sported a small smile. "My regeneration has always been strong, even before this life." Then, she looked down at her own body, seemingly lost in a daze of her own thoughts. I thought back to the day when she was bleeding out in that room. Thought of her mentioning someone hurting her true body back in the real world and my brows furrowed. I walked over to her, seeking answers to countless questions, but was met with a soft tilt of Jos' head, silently assuring me that all was fine. And so, eventually, I stayed silent and kept my questions to myself. Guan Nai shook his white hair and came to my side. The corners of his lips still stained scarlet red. His almond eyes were coy. Yeah. Lai Shen, you better not have a dalliance with my pet. He's mine." Had he stopped there it would have been fine. But oh noon mine. He turned and shot Nizun an alluring look. "I can't even be bothered with him." Nizun chuckled. "It'll be turning dark soon. Best cross the forest before it does and head back to the eastern district." Jos nodded. "Let's go." The group of us continued stalwartly towards the boundary lines. I know I don't have the luxury of time to be hurting, but I couldn't help myself turning back once more before we left. My eyes fixated at the place where we just battled upon. When we arrived in this district, I would never have believed any of this could have happened. We failed to save Laurel. We have no idea whether Yu Liang is still alive. And now Song Lu has been taken away to be an experiment subject. Adding insult to injury, Jaipal lost his ability to heal and even the Western District has fallen into the hands of the enemy. And may I just keep losing? From losing Gao Kai, my motivation, then finally losing my sanity and arriving at split zone no. 13 I keep losing. I began to wonder if Gao Kenju looked identical to Gao Kai. Then was fate toying with me on purpose? He pointed to me and said, "I don't care about anything or anyone, including you." A mirthless smile tugged at my lips. I am truly useless. I can't protect anyone around me. Just as Lai Wen said, I can't even protect myself. I came to the split zone, have lived here since, but for what purpose? Jos seemed to notice I was deep in thought, and came back to my side. "Lai Shen, let's go." Her hoarse voice brought me back to the present. "We'll return again, and when we do we will take back everything we've lost." I twisted my head to look at her. It was a long while before I could muster up a smile. "Yeah," I finally said. "We will take back everything." With that, the two of us hastily caught up with the three people ahead of us, and continued towards the boundary lines. Chapter 63. Volume 1. 63 How Cute Are the Spider-Men? The battle within Guannai's illusion had raged for an unexpectedly long time by the time we crossed the endless boundary forest of the Southern District and into the Eastern District. The skies had grown dark, even though it wasn't the Western District we had returned to. I still felt a sense of ease wash over me the moment we crossed the border. Lifting her fingers to her lips, Jos blew a resounding whistle. All of a sudden, we were surrounded by 10 silhouettes of people who leapt down from the trees. But the 10 of them, PFFD, there was no telling each individual's gender, for they were all wearing matching Spider-Man outfits, complete with the mask. Seeing the 10 of them in front of us, I felt a strong urge to say something teasing. However, as my grief had yet to dwindle, I chose to repress that urge. Commander, you're back. Lord Tao Lai instructed us to lead the entire Rank E troop and stand guard in the boundary forest around the clock, awaiting your return. The Spider-Man at the forefront of the group said. Tian, the honorific variation of you, was used throughout their address to Jos. 1 Spider-Man. 2, 3, 4 Spider-Men. My mind was still fixated on their choice of costume. Whoever said the people in the Eastern District were vicious and horrifying. Look at how adorable they are. Look at how cute the Spider-Men are. Jos gave a slight wave, her voice back to its usual hoarse and deep tone. What happened while I was gone? The same Spider-Man answered immediately. After you left, there was an incident where more than 100 residents died. Without rhyme or reason, it wasn't the doing of a splitting key either. With you still absent from our district, our entire team of Rank C members was very concerned. We suggested that Lord Mu Lai lead us and strike our way into the Southern District, but the 3 lords had instead commanded Lord Tao Lai and Lord Mu Lai to protect the eastern residents of from level 27 and above from harm. They also commanded the 10 of us in Rank C to lead Rank E into the boundary forest and take turns guarding the boundary lines. Half of the Rank F team were also sent to stand guard at the Western District's boundary lines. Jos nodded. How did the other residents react to the massacre? You weren't back, so the other residents didn't probe much either. Everyone trusted that you would give them a proper explanation. They have simply been waiting for your return. Jos contemplated for a moment before she spoke. Yet Tao Lai and Mu Lai to meet me. We'll be heading to the dorms at the academy. First to clean up, it's too far away to rush from here to the residence block. And tell them to hurry up, make use of the time we'll need to pass through the marketplace before the academy, and appear before me by the time we're done washing up. Spider-Man nodded. Yes, Commander. He turned towards the other 9 Spider-Men and made a gesture. At this, one of them stepped out and received their leader's instruction. Go look for a phone and contact Lord Tao Lai. The rest of you will continue guarding the boundary forest with me. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 9 silhouettes promptly returned to their position atop the trees, with the other running at full speed ahead. When I lifted my head, the view still within my range of visibility, but despite this, I was surprised to note that I could not spot even a single one of them in concealment. I was secretly impressed by Jos' methodical way of governing. I didn't have long to dwell on it, however, before she turned to us and said, the marketplace is right around the corner. We'll still need to work a little more and strive to reach the academy in 10 hours. I'll arrange accommodation there so you can rest. The group of us nodded, with the exception of Guannai, who stepped away from us. He yawned lazily. Since we're back at Eastern District, then I'm relieved of my duty to protect you. Send someone to the 29th floor if you need me. I still have matters I need to attend to. After dropping that on her, he turned to Naizun with a coquettish smile and his coy eyes. My pet, I hope we'll meet again. With that, he swung the sleeve to his long garment and disappeared right before our eyes without a hint of sentimentality. This Ranka personnel of yours seemed to do as he pleases, I told Jos. Jos' rigid face donned a small smile. He has always been this way. Nobody knows what he's thinking. Besides, his condition for coming over to the Eastern District was that we leave him be unless absolutely necessary, even when we do need him to handle matters. We can't restrict his freedom once it's done. Where was he from? The Southern District, since the Western District didn't have Guan Nai in their organization during Lai King's time. I grew curious. Gio's eyes shone of something indecipherable. He didn't belong to any district before us, one of the exceptions permitted by Mr. Blonde. When I heard about his extraordinary skills, I specifically sent someone to search for him. They eventually located him in the Southern District, in convincing him to come over to Eastern District and render his services to me. We made an agreement. Come on, let's walk and talk. We have to get to the academy as soon as possible. Can even clean ourselves up there. Jos gestured for us to make haste with a wave of her hand. Rightly so. Otherwise it would take us more than 10 hours to get through the marketplace to the academy. We made a mad dash the whole way, and I began to feel exhaustion creep up on me. While I do love running about wildly in the dead of night, the stimulation to both my body and mind over the past few days had pushed me to my limits. Furthermore, my split symbol is still unsealed, and hence blocked from my full potential. Every time I exert my MF, I lose some of them in the process. While they do get replenished overnight, somehow it seemed as though my mental strength wasn't able to withstand it for much longer. In order to distract myself from my own fatigue, I started up a conversation with Jos. Looking at her now, she's no longer as terrifying as I once thought her to be. Hey, Jos. If Guan Nai is as you described, that is, a freeman who has never followed anybody's orders, then what kind of deal did you strike to convince him to help you? Jos was quiet for a moment before she eventually decided to answer my question. I agreed to make Seal Yuo leave Gaokinju. Wait, what? What did she mean by make Seal Yuo leave Gaokinju? Guan Nai had always been submissive, and I've always thought there was something strange about the way he treated Gaokinju. Yet, at the same time, it also seemed as though he was jealous of Gaokinju's loyalty to Seal Yuo. Then, how do you make sense of Jos' words? Unless could it be that Gaokinju is gay too? Is Seal Yuo his partner? Was Guan Nai jealous? In the split zone, my very own senior Gaokai is actually gay. I played the entire theatrics of their possible love triangle over in my head. Jos looked sideways at me, perplexed. What's with that weird look on your face? A little awkwardly, I hastily replied. Oh, no. It's nothing. I just didn't understand. Seal Yuo and Gaokinju, are they that? Watching my wild gestures as I spoke, Jos frowned. What do you mean by that? Aya. You know gay, the Seal Yuo you adore is gay. Jos looked at me incredulously. It's no wonder you got diagnosed with mind-splitting disorder. I choked at that. Hey. Now just wait a minute, you Tuho in the split zone wasn't diagnosed with some sort of mental disorder. Ho, why are you discriminating against my mind-splitting disorder? In resignation, she continued, they are not in that sort of relationship. But I don't know how Guan Nai feels towards Gaokinju. In any case, it doesn't matter. I promised him. I suddenly remembered another matter and swiftly changed subject. Oh yeah. I meant to say, what's the secret to the split zone you wanted to tell me? Joe's eyes darkened. Have you ever seen a legitimate soul splitter? I shook my head. No, I've only heard about them. Didn't they say my fuss a soul splitter? Though, and then there's Lai Wen. She said she's one too. Jos sighed. Sure, but we only have their word for it. We've never actually seen it with our own eyes. We've never seen someone return to the real world by inserting their splitting key into their soul splitter. I've seen a soul splitter once, but they looked identical to their counterpart. Oh, what does this mean? Jos shrugged and shook her head. I don't understand it either. Regardless, I have seen someone who inserted their key into their soul splitter's symbol, and the two of them looked exactly alike. I suspect the split zone has been concealing soul splitters, and that they are our doppelgängers. Still, Lai King and Lai Wen have the same symbols, but they look different, though it's possible one of them has been using their MF to disguise themselves. I furrowed my brows. Why do you think so? Just because you've seen it once doesn't mean that it's true of everyone. Jos let out another sigh. I don't know why either. Still, I have a strong feeling I'm right. Besides, Wasn't there another Naizun who was causing trouble? Jaipa chimed in at this point. That might have been part of Yuji's conspiracy. Naizun told me about the night Yuji came to Discord. Spoke about the powers in Naizun's hands. We suspect that was Yuji's ability. Maybe she was the one who masqueraded as Naizun in front of Yu Liang and Song Lu. Surprised? I sought clarification. Do you mean Yuji has the ability to replicate other people's skills, but that doesn't necessarily mean she can pretend to be another person convincingly? Although was that why she could manipulate the airflow too? It wouldn't be that difficult a feat for her to masquerade as Naizun either. After all, she had known both Song Lu and Yu Liang for a long time now. Jaipa nodded. That's our theory. JOS had an epiphany then. Even if that's the case, how was she able to replicate their abilities? Did she activate her split symbol too? I shook my head. Uncertain. I have no idea where her split symbol is hidden. I reckon it's on the lower half of her body. She always had a serpent tail for that part, so I couldn't see anything. Jaipa turned to JOS and asked, Ms. JOS, who is the person you saw with their corresponding soul splitter? In her eyes there was a flicker of heaviness, a shield concealing her own emotions. I really can't tell you that. Jaipa pushed up his glasses in a gesture of silent understanding. Is this the secret about the split zone? I continued probing. With another exhale, she breathed out the words. I'm afraid many speculations I had in the past were proven wrong. Our situation evolved too much, too quickly. It was too unexpected, and we can't even get in contact with Mr. Blonde right now. Actually, haven't you been in the split zone for almost 4 years now? Did you never research about the soul splitters? There was a quick flash of embarrassment to JOS at that. Well, for the past 3 years, I've always been researching about Liuo. It was only when these stranger things began happening that I considered leaving the split zone. My mouth twitched. How unexpected it was that this bizarre woman was actually a hopeless romantic. That she had never once thought of leaving the split zone instead. She was enchanted by the most gorgeous man in the entire split zone, as labeled by rumors. Still, I wonder what happened between them. Why did she agree not to step foot inside the Southern District for 3 years? As I sped on, I twisted my head to look at JOS. She looked as though she was deep in thought as well. Her eyes glazed over. Her gaze was locked straight ahead, yet at the same time seemed to see nothing at all. I wondered, but ultimately chose not to ask about it. Naizun, who had been quiet all this while, spoke up. Don't forget to ask Mu Lai about the scent of those poisonous insects. The man from our district had a similar scent. Very person who collapsed with his entire back gnawed by those insects. JOS hummed in acknowledgement. I'll handle it. Are those bugs the same as the ones we saw in the Southern District? Naizun shook his head. No, they are different. Still, the split zone isn't supposed to have creatures like that. I suspect they are related. JOS conceded with a dip of her head. Chapter 64. Volume 1. 64. To return is another form of beginning. By the time Naizun and I were done washing up at the dormitory arranged by JOS, it was already 10 hours into the night. As per JOS instruction, we made our way to the stone table near the entrance to the academy. When Naizun, Jaipa and I arrived, Tao Lai the muscle man and Mu Lai the bandage man were already there, reporting back to JOS. Long time no see. Bandage man. I've always had the inkling bandage man did not have a particularly favorable impression of me. But it didn't stop me from being intrigued by his appearance. Wrapped up in bandages. I stepped forward and casually pulled at one of the loose strips around his head. Bandage man glared, and while he didn't say a word, his indignant expression still amused me. JOS glanced towards Mu Lai and said, I asked him about it. The reason why you could smell the bugs on Mu Lai was because he had been bitten by them. What? Mu Lai's expression had a trace of embarrassment, but with the quick shift of JOS' eyes, he complied and began unraveling the bandages on his arm. As he unwound, I was momentarily stunned by the sight. His left arm was densely packed with a sort of white and squirming into it. was the same silkworm pupisk bugs that gnawed on the back of the man who had fallen from the building. However, there was a key difference: the bugs were not feeding on Muli's flesh. Rather, they seemed to be settled in him, compactly mounted within his flesh, without moving. His entire arm looked fake, as though paved with white cobblestones. For someone with trypophobia like me, the image was simply too disturbing to look at. Ugh, I turned to support myself against Nizun, spewing out mouthful after mouthful of stomach acid. Sorry about that. Little bandage. Panting while still holding on to Nizun, I looked apologetically towards Mulai. I didn't mean to turn my back on you, but my trypophobia is pretty serious. The usually hot-tempered Mulai was actually calm. It's alright. Even I'm disgusted by the sight, let alone you. In that moment, I was flooded with compassion. What happened? Muli's eyes were downcast for a moment. It was a long time ago, and part of the reason why I've always wrapped myself in bandages. Half a year ago, I took a trip down to the Western District. While I was in the Boundary Forest, I met a masked man who attacked me out of the blue. I didn't feel much at that time, but the part of my arm where he took a swipe started growing these things once I got back. While it was disgusting, they didn't seem to be causing me any harm, nor did they feel alive. So I've always chosen to ignore it. Jai-Pa pushed up his glasses. If you don't mind, Mr. Mulai, may I extract one of those worms and conduct a study on them? Jos spoke up. Mulai. Jai-Pa's a well-known doctor and informant. You can trust him with this, let him handle it. Also, Shen, I have faith in Muli's loyalty. Since Jos declared her stance on the matter, I motioned for Jai-Pa to proceed. Jai-Pa took out a pocket knife and a glass bottle from his bag. Even as Jai-Pa carved against his skin, Mulai was unfazed. He didn't even furrow his brows, but kept his eyes on me instead. I apologize for the misunderstanding from before, but I hope you can understand. I will never risk anything that may harm the Eastern District. I am loyal to our commander beyond a shadow of a doubt. He was fired up when he spoke those words, his eyes staring wild and wide, as if there was a large glass ball bound within that wrapped up mummy. I nodded fervently. I know. Calm down. Tao Lai, the muscle man, with his immense stature, emerged with his sunglasses on. Ms. Lai Shen, our commander, had more or less briefed us on what happened. During the period you were all away, our people had been guarding by the Boundary Forest, and we have unfortunate news to share. According to my subordinate's report, Western District had similarly suffered more than 100 casualties not that long ago. Among them, there were 7 in the ranks of floor manager. The serpent woman who once served her duties under you seemed to be spreading a rumor that you have abandoned the district, causing a revolt. Mr. Blonde had yet made his appearance during this time either, so residents in Western District are growing resentful. The situation has been hostile. To be honest, I had long prepared myself for numerous possible scenarios in Western District. Despite that, I was still stuck in disbelief. Tao Lai continued. Since you and our commander had left for the Southern District, which isn't accessible to just anyone, you may not be aware of the events that occurred. There had been casualties in our district as well, but the S-clan was distinct in its rank hierarchy, and so everything remained orderly. We've been able to suppress the incident about these freak deaths while waiting for our commander's return. Your district wasn't lucky. However, they are without a commander now, and though you've always trusted that serpent woman, she has turned against you as well. As a result, the situation at Western District has been chaotic. I hope you are mentally prepared to face this. Before heading back, while I knew he hadn't said them with malice, his words still reaffirmed my incompetence as a commander. Apart from the old system initiated by Lai King and Ujai, there was seemingly no other protection in place. A heavy feeling of guilt and remorse weighed on my heart. Even though I had never expressed much concern over the life or death of others, it was impossible to assert that this didn't affect me. Impossible to pretend I didn't care. Jos seemed to detect my sentiments and indicated for Tao Lai to stop. In turn, she attempted to console me. It'll be fine. Although the brief update about Western District's situation didn't sound too optimistic, there's still a silver lining. I have been amassing strength over the years, and we will definitely lend a helping hand as and when you require assistance. You don't have to worry too much about it. The residents in Western District are just lost without a mainstay. Once you're back, I'm sure those matters will be resolved eventually. I nodded dejectedly. All of a sudden, Jaipa exclaimed, "This thing!" We followed his voice and took a look. Jaipa had extracted the soft, white bug and placed it into a glass bottle. Observing it up close, the bug had 2 holes that looked just like eyes. What's truly peculiar was the hollowness in Muli's arm. There wasn't a drop of blood from the gaping hole where the worm was extracted. Instead, there was a white, sticky fluid. It seemed to flow white within the blood vessels of his arm, taking the place of blood. Jaipa looked grim. "Mr. Mulai, I have a bad feeling about this worm, so I hope we can stay in contact. With regard to any changes to your arm, I hope you'll be able to convey them to me in detail. If it is as you said, then it's not reproducing too quickly, perhaps one in several days. However, it had already covered your entire arm. Even if you haven't yet felt much of its effects, I suspect the damage it can cause will be unprecedented." "I understand." Mulai nodded. "I will keep in touch. It seems I'll have to keep bothering you with this." Jaipa smiled warmly. "It's not a big deal." "Oh, that's right. How did those residents from your district die?" Jos sighed. "They all had their hearts torn out. I figured they must have been contaminated with the blood that stopped them from healing. I can think of no other reason from which they could die, or for their hearts to vanish." Naizun frowned. "From the information we've gathered so far, only Song Lu and Lai Wen had such a blood composition. Could it be Lai Wen's doing?" Jos shook her head. "I can't be sure, even though I abhor her, and the blood of those in the southern district are indeed on her hands. I can't say with certainty that this was her doing. From what she had mentioned, I think the deaths within our districts were a warning from the conspirators to Lai Shan and I. They wanted us to leave the southern district." "That's right," I conceded. "This was just a warning. They are much stronger than us, hiding in wait. If they truly wanted to attack us, I'm afraid things wouldn't have ended this simply." Jos tilted her neck and fixed her gaze on me. "And so, before they find success in their scheme, we must be fully prepared for the dawn of doom. Find out every detail we can. I'll send my people with you when you return to the Western District. You and I have to form an alliance. Otherwise, we'll just be pawns in their game." My gaze drifted in the direction of the Western District, but it was too far in the distance for me to see it. "I'll need to restructure my clan. You should go back and settle things in the Western District. Then we'll head back to the Southern District together." Jos continued. Jaipa echoed her sentiments. "And upon my return, I can give Ms. Shen some of the forces I've collected." As I turned back, I was stunned by those gazes of theirs which held nothing but utter confidence in me. "Jos, you've said before that you had no idea why Lai King and Mr. Blonde would choose me as Western District's commander. Yet, you're being so supportive of me now. Is it because you've figured out why? If you did, could you let me know, because I'm still in the dark. Why did they choose me? Why have they placed so much trust in me? You've seen it with your own eyes. I'm really good for nothing." Jos seemed to have understood. Her hollow eyes watched me quietly, but her rigid face held a small smile to them. On a night like this, it didn't look all that unusual anymore. "Jaipa," she said, "you won't have to keep in contact with Mu Lai. I'm going to send both Mu Lai and Tao Lai to the Western District with you. Don't underestimate them. They'll be able to protect all of you." Tao Lai seemed ever so compliant with Jos' commands regardless of the instruction. With his huge stature, he seemed dependable, with a hint of sternness, but in front of Jos, her loyal servant, never overstepping his boundaries. Mu Lai, on the other hand, seemed caught in a dilemma. "But the Eastern District," Jos waved her hand, brushing off his concerns. "I'll keep Fang Huo Lei with me at all times. You don't have to worry about me." Tian Fang. Huo. Layer directly translated into wind, fire and lightning respectively. Since they are names in this case, I left them as is. To avoid confusion, Tao Lai was unperturbed when he addressed Mu Lai. That's right, the three lords will be able to protect the commander. There's nothing for us to worry about. Besides, Guan Nai is back too. The three lords Fang, Huo, Lei, are those the three-person with big bamboo hats who once followed Jios wherever she went? What commanding names they have. Nai Zun chuckled. In any case, thank you for everything. Jos smiled. It's an honor in itself to have the one and only Nai Zun voice his gratitude. You should rest here for the night. And leave. Only when day breaks tomorrow. I looked up at the pitch-dark sky and couldn't help the mixture of feelings in my heart. Western District. I'm back. It has only been less than a month, but could I still live comfortably in Western District, where I had always perceived as peaceful and calm? Chapter 64. 1. Special Chapters. 1. The Boy with No Palm Prints Part 1. Nai Zun's POV. Nai Zun. Why do you like wearing gloves so much? Come. Have a drink. Fang Yan walked over with a few of his friends in tow, tossing me a can of beer. I caught it with a swift swipe, lowering my gaze to the black gloves I'd started wearing in recent years. I laughed and pulled open the tab, gulping it down with a single draft. Feng Yan quirked an eyebrow at my lack of response, but did not probe any further. After 3 continuous cans of beer, he got up to dispose of them one by one and asked, "Where are you going after this? Why don't we head off together?" I flashed a smile that did not reach my eyes. "It's okay, thanks. You'll pass. I have something on, so I'm going to have to head off first." After saying that, I hopped up, walked over to the rubbish bin and threw away the can of half-finished beer along with my empty can from earlier. I could hear the hushed whispers of his friends from behind me. "Why do you even care about him? Feng Yan, look at how he wears those gloves all year round. I've heard he keeps his distance from others, has no friends, and even visits a private psych clinic all the time." Feng Yan replied in an equally quiet voice. "Stop spouting nonsense. I think he's pretty alright." "Oh, am I pretty alright?" I lifted my gaze towards the sky above me and glanced down again to check the time on my phone. There's still half an hour to go before my doctor arrives. What should I do before then? Oh, as expected, I'm going to relive those memories again, aren't I? I dropped my head and let out a bitter laugh. But I couldn't stop the memories from flooding into my mind. It was 3 months after my 13th birthday, and Mum was packing up in preparation for us to move again, the 5th time since celebrating my birthday. "Mum, why are we moving again?" I watched her. She turned around and returned my gaze tenderly. Her eyes held a glimmer of an undecipherable emotion. The strands of hair by her ears fell messily as she reached out and patted my head. "Be good, Zuner. It's nothing, we're just moving because you're due to start middle school soon." I blinked. In that case, I don't want to be separated from Xuaner. I still want to share a room with her. My mum's smile was as gentle as the softest spring breeze when she nodded. "Sure, Zuner. You're 13 now. How are you still so clingy?" Xuaner ran over when I made my request and crouched down beside me, giving my head a few pats as she teased. "You can sleep in the same room as me, but only if you don't wet the bed." My face flushed red, pouting as I retorted, "I don't wet my bed, Mum. Xuaner is bullying me." Thump. "Oh, Xuaner, you hit me." I held my head with my hands and glanced up at her pitifully. It didn't actually hurt much, but Xuaner just swung her high ponytail and rubbed my head dotingly. "Anyway, who told you to stop calling me Ga? If you won't even call your blood sister that, then you're pretty much asking for a beating, aren't you?" I muttered under my breath. "Why must I call Yao Ga when you're only 5 years older?" Knock. 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 "Open the door. That monster in your family returned my husband to me." There was another rush of knocking at the door, followed by a woman's cry. I recognized the voice. It was our neighbor, Dang Ahi's voice. She was usually so kind, but why was she this fierce today? Just as Mum walked up to open the door, Xuaner subconsciously pulled me behind her. Looking up, her back was all I could see. At 13, though, my height was average. When I saw Zhang Ahi, the expression on her face was distorted. Her hair was in a mess. Her eyes were swollen. It looked like she had been weeping for a long time. The moment the door was cracked open, she rushed in and pushed my mum aside. Her eyes darted around in search for something before finally locking onto me. The moment she saw me, her gaze turned vicious. I was taken aback. "You demon child, return my husband to me, freak, you're a freak." Zhang Ahi charged towards me as she spoke and grabbed my collar. Shuaner pushed her aside with all her might when she realized what was happening. "What are you doing? Let go of my brother." I was scared stiff. I could see my mum walking over with an imploring look, her eyes welling up with tears. "Zhang Jie, this has nothing to do with Zuner. We'll be moving away today. I've heard about Li Dage and I understand that you're upset. But you can't blame Zuner for it." When Zhang Ahi heard her words, she flung me aside and I dropped to the ground with a thump. Amidst the chaos, Shuaner rushed towards me and engulfed me in a hug. "Hayek." Zhang Ahi slapped my mum. "Stop pretending I've heard it all. This child doesn't have any palm prints on his left hand. He's destined to curse whoever he touches. Anyone who comes into contact with his hand will die. My husband gave him a piece of candy, then got into accident the very next day. He's still in the hospital as we speak. Who am I to blame but this demon child? I won't allow you to bully my mum." I struggled against Shuaner and shoved her aside, hurrying towards Zhang Ahi with outstretched arms. I pushed her with full strength. A thump. Zhang Ahi was already trembling with rage, and with my forceful push she staggered backwards. I watched as her feet tripped over a small bench on the floor and the back of her head collided with the corner of our table. Zhang Ahi fell. Her swollen eyes rolled over, and in that instant she let out a cry. Then, she stopped moving. My eyes widened at the scene before me. Shuaner rushed over to me and hugged me with her trembling figure. Her eyes were filled with panic while she stared at Zhang Ahi. Mum's hair had become even more disheveled than before. Her eyes were laced with fear, but she said nothing. She moved slowly forward and gave Zhang Ahi a few light shakes. Shuaner cried out when she saw blood spilling uncontrollably out from the back of Zhang Ahi's head. I didn't breathe a word. I just stared dumbly at the motionless Zhang Ahi on the ground. Mum turned back immediately and said to Shuaner, "Quick, call the ambulance." Shuaner nodded frantically, then lowered her head towards me. "Zuner, don't be scared. GA's going to make a phone call. Be good and stay here." She squeezed my shoulders. Then she wiped the stray tears from her face before rushing out the other room. Mum looked around, clearly clueless where to start. In the end, she wiped both hands on her clothes before walking to my side. She crouched down and met my eyes softly, but firmly. "Zuner." Mum was the one who pushed Zhang Ahi. "Got it, don't forget that. That's the truth, no matter who asks." Mum held onto my hand securely with both of hers. I couldn't help asking her in a soft whisper, "Mum, why is there always someone saying I'm a freak?" A look of worry hung on Mum's haggard face, but her hands remained tightly clasped around mine. "You are not a freak. They are just superstitious, trying to blame all their misfortunes on you." I dropped my head. "But I heard your conversation with Dad on the phone a few days ago. Grandpa said it before he died once I turned 13. I'm not allowed let anyone touch my hand. If I'm not a freak, why can't I let others touch my hand?" Mum seemed agitated all of a sudden. Her eyes glistened with tears and her grasp on mine tightened. "What are you talk about? You heard it wrong. Zuner, look at me. Hasn't Mum been holding your hand all this time? It's only because you have weak immunity. That's why Mum is afraid you might come into contact with germs and bacteria." But I turned my head slightly towards the unconscious Zhang Ahi. How many times has it been? How many times has someone fallen in front of me? Watching the ghastly sight on the floor, I didn't feel much fear for the scarlet, fresh blood. I couldn't explain it either. It was like I couldn't comprehend the true meaning behind all the blood that had spilled. "All right, be good, Zuner. Someone from the hospital will be here to save Zhang Ahi soon. Go back to the room and get Shuaner to accompany you. Mum will take care of everything." Alright. I nodded and Mum seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. She pulled my hand along and guided me back into the room. Shuiner had just finished her phone call when she saw Mum steer me into the room. She got up promptly and held onto my other hand. Shuiner, stay in the room with Zuner. Don't come out of the room even when the people arrive. I will accompany the paramedics to the hospital and I'll give you both a call if anything happens. Mum said to Shuiner. Shuiner nodded, her high ponytail bobbing with it, and her eyes no longer held the look of trepidation they did before she was composed. Don't worry, Mum. I'll stay home and take good care of Zuner. Mum nodded then promptly shut the door to the bedroom. As I watched the room door close, my head fell forward once more. Don't be afraid, Zuner. Mum and I are still here. Shuiner squatted, her pair of wide, bright eyes gleaming as she looked at me. Shuiner, am I really a monster like the monsters that Ultramen fight against in those animations? Would I evolve one day too? I pursed my lips, thinking back to the several times we had moved in the past few months. There was always someone who would come to the door, calling me a monster. It's so upsetting. Shuiner giggled. Her eyes were always full of optimism and shone with the radiancy of the sun. Zuner is not a monster. And he wouldn't evolve either. Come on. I'll cuddle you into an afternoon nap. Shuiner tugged me along towards the bed. Just like that, I forgot about my troubles and followed Shuiner happily. Oh, I'm already 13, but Shuiner still wants to cuddle me to sleep. The words slipped from my lips. Thump. Oh, Shuiner. You hit me again. Ring ring. When the phone rang I was still in the midst of my slumber, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I could see Shuiner through the blur. The phone in hand with fear written all over her face. Shuiner. What happened? Rolling over, I jumped down from the bed. Shuiner was stunned for a long while before she eventually slammed the phone down and took my hand. Quick, Zuner. We need to go. Dad's here to pick us up. Really, Dad? I exclaimed. My dad was working in another city and hadn't returned home for a long time. Hence, without second thought, without even realizing that Shuiner hadn't taken any of our belongings with us, I sprinted with her out of our home. Shuiner locked the door in haste, then pulled me down the stairs. Shuiner, slow down. But where's Dad? My home was on the 7th floor and there wasn't any elevator. By the time we reached the bottom of the steps, I was already beginning to pant. Shuiner didn't turn back. She just pulled me along out of the apartment building. It was only when we were outside that I realized the skies had already darkened. I tilted my head towards the pitch-black sky but couldn't find the moon. Stop, that's the kid, that's him, quick. Grab him from behind us. There was an uproar. I twisted my head around while gasping for air. To my surprise, I saw the mayor of our town along with a few others running out of an alleyway, and it looked like they were heading right towards us. Shuiner. That's Mayor Shushu. Stop talking. Zuner. Hurry. Run, follow me. Shuiner seemed on edge. She actually turned around and shouted at me. I was shocked, not understanding why we had to run. The night was too dark for much visibility. I looked back to see Mayor Shushu's face and could hardly see his eyes. It was all I could do to sprint as fast as possible with Shuiner, who brought me out of the neighborhood and into the streets of town. Shuiner. I'm so tired. I was gasping for air. Shuiner was panting as well when we rounded the corner. She looked around our surrounding. Stop there. Behind the corner of the street came the voice of Mayor Shushu and his companions who were about to catch up. Shuiner was panicking, but after she turned around and took a quick look, her high ponytail swung again and she said to me, Zuner, go towards the road junction and turn right there. After that, just run along the next street. Dad will pick you up, but he might not be there yet. So just run as hard as you can. The road is straight. You'll definitely meet him at some point. Listen to me. No matter what happens, don't look back. Just keep running. You understand? I was suddenly hit with an intense wave of terror. Still, I had always listened to Shuiner since I was young, and hearing her speaking this firmly, I dared only to nod. Quick! Run! Shuiner pushed me forward and without thinking much about anything else, I ran. From behind me, I could hear Shuiner. Zuner, You're the most obedient. Right, you must not look back or else Xuan or Ga will ignore you from now on. I wanted to cry but I had no idea why. I just kept running with all my might. Xuaner had always stayed true to her words last year. She said that she would make me a slingshot. And she did. When I finally reached the straight road, all I could see was darkness. There wasn't many streetlights in this town. I was so exhausted. I stopped. It was dark behind me and just ahead. In the midst of the darkness, there was a chugging noise. I rubbed my eyes and saw a motorcyclist zooming in my direction. Wow, a motorcycle. Could it be Dad? Dad, even though I hadn't seen the motorcyclist's face. Even though there was no way I could recognize my dad right away after 2 years of not seeing each other. I still waved my arms happily and watched as the motorcycle got nearer. Bang! I widened my eyes in shock, in disbelief at what happened right in front of my eyes. He was not far away from me when the motorcyclist suddenly swerved. The motorcycle veered right into a sidewalk along the edge of the road. Bang! It all happened so fast. The sudden swerve. And I watched as the man on the motorcycle flew out of his seat. My hands flew up to cover my mouth. Chapter 64. 2. Special Chapters. To the Boy with No Palm Prints Part 2. Naizun's POV. What are you thinking about? Naizun, suddenly. I sensed someone waving their hand in front of my eyes. I was abruptly yanked out of reminiscing about my 13-year-old self. And right in front of me stood my psychiatrist. Chai Pa was still wearing his Chinese tunic suit that didn't belong to this century, complete with his antique, huge framed glasses with a flat head of neatly combed hair. I laughed teasingly. Dr. Jai. It's no wonder you can't get a girlfriend when you're always dressed like this. Jai Pa smiled with a hint of embarrassment. Stop ridiculing me. Naizun, how have you been? Are you still having the same dream? I returned his smile weakly. I don't think that can be fixed. Jai Pa pushed up the heavy frame settled on the bridge of his nose and said to me seriously. You have to believe. Nike Xuan entrusted you to me, so I will definitely find a way to treat you. Actually, Dr. Jai, I don't really care if I can be treated. During that year when I turned 13, out of everyone who came in contact with my hand, 3 died and another 2 were critically injured. From then on, I was labeled as a freak. My grandpa was diagnosed with dementia when he passed, but they said that his seemingly nonsensical last words, spouted moments before his death, came from a momentary recovery of consciousness. Those words, don't let anyone touch Naizun's hand once he turns 13, appeared to have came true. That year, my dad, who had been working away from home, rushed back to see me after hearing the rumors. On his journey back, his motorcycle inexplicably malfunctioned, making him crash. They blamed me for his death too, that I had cursed him. After that, we moved back and forth, completely cut off from the townspeople and suffering contemptuous looks wherever we went. In that little town, we tolerated the hardships for 5 years before I turned 18. However, on that year of my 18th birthday, when my Mum had finally saved enough for our family to leave the ancient town for good, she suffered an abrupt heart attack and died as well. As a result, another rumor broke out. I turned 18, but it wasn't an adult that I had become. Instead, I turned into a fully developed monster. From that year onwards, I've always worn my black gloves, never letting anyone touch my hand, except for Nike Xuan. Nike Xuan has always said to me, Zuner, you're not a monster. They are all just superstitious. Don't believe their absurd rambles. They're the crazy ones. I hold your hand all the time. But am I still alive and well? Dealing with the early death of your parents is traumatizing enough for a young kid. What right do they have to make it worse by pinning it on you? Nike Xuan has always been this way. Ever the optimist since she was young. She gets flustered from time to time, and sometimes cries in devastation over the stray cats and dogs which have died along the roadside. She always wore her hair in a high ponytail, with her smile as pretty as a flower. I stopped calling her Ga as I grew older and no longer called her Xuaner either. I just call her Xuan. Let's head back to the clinic. We'll try hypnotherapy today. he said as he smoothed the slight curl at the hem of his shirt. I shrugged casually. Sure. Jai Pass Private Psychological Clinic is right along the street in the corner of the city. The black sign outside spelled these simple words. Jai Private Psychological Clinic. Am I the only customer your clinic has? I teased. Jai Pa pushed up his glasses with a small smile. I'm a freelance floater in dire straits and you're my patient. So let's not make fun of each other like that. I blinked. Dr. Jai, I wasn't making fun of you. In fact, it kinda feels like I have my own personal doctor. You know, just like how the rich have their own personal doctors and chauffeurs. Jai Pa placed his backpack on a stool in the clinic. You are as flippant as always. Your sister trusted me with you, so you should open your mind to me. Nai Zun. I blinked again. Dr. Jai, I've always been open with you. However, I don't really feel like receiving treatment today. Let's go buy you some new clothes. Jai Pa chuckled and shot me a glance. Why are you just like your sister? Why do you both like worrying about other people's basic necessities? I whistled softly at that. Dr. Jai, do you have to wear such a tender look when you talk about Kshu? And if you really like her, then all the more reason you should change out of those clothes. Come on. Do you still not trust me? Her own brother. For fashion, let's go. Let's go. Jai Pa's face tinted red at my words as I pushed him towards the door. Your sister said you're reclusive and not much of a conversationalist. On the contrary, I think you've always had too much to say. The corner of my lips tugged into a smile. That depends on who I'm talking to. Pulling Jai Pa into the marketplace, I chose a Western-style suit for him and exchanged his glasses for a more stylish pair. Interlacing my fingers contemplatively, I gave Jai Pa Onsava. He looked stiff. It was apparent that this was the first time he had ever been in such apparels. What's missing? I looked over him once more as I paced around. Then, with a snap of my fingers, I exclaimed, That's right, it's your hairstyle. Come on, let's go. Jai Pa looked slightly terrified by the suggestion. There's no need for that. Surely, there's no need to change my hairstyle. Nai Zun, I smiled, but forcefully tugged Jai Pa along and into a salon along the street nonetheless. Trim his hair here and here. Keep his fringe this long. Make him look like a gentleman. I motioned around for the hairdresser and they nodded with a smile. Clear that it wouldn't be an issue. Jai Pa's face betrayed a hint of fear, as though he wanted to raise an objection. I flashed a mischievous grin. Dr. Jai, would you believe me if I told you that my sister would see you in a totally different light if you go through with this? And so, whatever objections teetered at the tip of his tongue remained in his throat, then retreated into the pit of his stomach. I remained calm and composed as I walked about the shop, ultimately settling in the corner of the salon with a magazine. I yawned and flipped open the magazine before covering my face with it, dozing off without a care. When I woke up, as anticipated, Jai Pa looked refreshingly different. Watching the uneasy Jai Pa, I nodded in satisfaction. Jai the handsome. Jai Pa flushed a shade of scarlet red. Whoa, what a good-looking gentleman. Quick, take a look at him. At that moment, two girls who just entered the shop started pointing at Jai Pa and whispered to each other, if at all possible. Jai Pa's face got even redder. I took a careful look at him again. Yup. His suit, glasses, and hairstyle were all befitting. The guy in black sitting in the corner is really good looking too, but it's not even that cold this time of the year. Why is he wearing gloves? My gaze fell to the black gloves on my hands and I smiled dryly. Jai Pa seemed to have overheard their conversation. Adjusting his glasses once more, he said to me, Let's go. Nai Zun, come back to the clinic with me. We still have work to do. Understanding by his words that there was no way I could pause my treatment, I shrugged. Okay. Just as Jai Pa slung his inseparable large backpack over his shoulders and we prepared to step out of the shop, another girl entered. This might be the first time in my life that a girl attracted my attention. She had a head of jet black hair which covered her shoulders, and she wore a cropped red jacket and a pair of red pants. A pair of pointed shoes also red covered her feet. She was thin, so much so that her chin was sharp, and wouldn't have been regarded as typically beautiful. Yet, I couldn't help staring at her. Her eyes were indifferent and lonely, as if nothing could ever grab their attention. She didn't spare a glance as she walked past me. It wasn't just me either, she didn't seem to look at anyone. She merely spoke to the hairdresser in a voice that even a man with usually keen senses could barely hear. "Can you dye my hair red?" I didn't hear the hairdresser's answer. Only the voices of those two girls who had praised Jai Pa's appearance earlier. What is she doing here? I thought we would never have to see her again after high school. How are we this unlucky? The other girl wasn't bothered to be subtle either. In a loud voice, she responded, "Yeah, that weirdo is crazy. What bad luck to run into her even after graduation. Come on, we should hurry up and leave. Let's not come here for our haircut from now on." Hand in hand, the two girls hurried out of the shop. Jai Pa stopped in his tracks at the scene, probably due to his occupation as a psychiatrist. He's particularly sensitive towards those with mental illnesses, and the current situation intrigued him. I glanced back at the girl in question. She didn't seem to have the slightest change in expression. Instead, she parted her lips and spoke in a slightly louder voice to the stunned hairdresser. "Can you dye my hair red?" The hairdresser appeared to have been replaying the words of those two girls over in their head. Their nod seemed slightly dumbstruck. The girl in red saw the bobbing of the hairdresser's head and walked straight to an empty chair in front of a mirror and took a seat. From the beginning to the very end, she had never spared a glance towards Jai Pa and I. Even as she sat in front of the mirror, she never showed any inkling of curiosity in her eyes. She was just calm and indifferent, her eyes radiating an unfeeling flatness. Is she a weirdo? Recalling the opinion of those two girls, I felt better for some reason. Should I really feel this contented watching others get treated like this? Am indeed a demon. With a smile, I finally lost interest. After a quick glimpse at my hands, I turned back towards Jai Pa and started towards the door. "Let's go, Dr. Jai." "Ooh, yeah. All right." Jai Pa did a double take before hastily catching up to my steps. "Nai Zun. Let's not bother with hypnotherapy today. Usually you're only able to recall events related to that dream anyway. You'll repeat myself once more. You must know that the death of your parents and your neighbors were not caused by you, or whatever curse they think you have. The words from your grandfather were also gibberish caused by his delirious state. You must be very clear with yourself that the rumor surrounding the lack of prints on your left hand is just a superstition. There is nothing scientific about it. It's only when Jai Pa talks about my illness that he is clear and reasoned." I yawned as I walked with him towards the clinic. "Nai Zun, don't just ignore my words like you always do. I know you feel guilt and remorse over the deaths of those people, but they were just coincidences that morphed into beliefs thanks to their superstitions. You might not have believed it at first, but these people were unrelenting in making you feel guilty, conditioning you to believe that you're a monster. And, somewhere in your mind, it seemed to remind you of it. Such subconsciousness will eventually turn something completely baseless into a solid fact in your head." I exhaled into vile laughter. "Don't make it sound so serious, Dr. Jai. I've never thought myself as a monster." I lifted the hand donned in black and looked at it from front to back as I pondered. "I'm just a defect who's lacking a palm print." Jai Pa stopped in his step and looked resolutely at me. "Being without a palm print doesn't explain anything. It's simply a physical flaw. Don't turn it into a flaw in your character. Nai Zun, you're whole. You have your sister and I. And we'll be with you always. You'll be with me always." I chuckled and looked up at the sky. Always in this world. Could such words really be trusted? "Let's go and continue with your treatment." I smiled gently at him. Chapter 64. 3. Special Chapters. 3. The Boy with No Palm Prints Part 3. Nai Zun's POV. There wasn't an ounce in my body that felt like moving after I let Jai Pa treat me with his medication. And so I conveniently indulged in my afternoon nap on the couch of his clinic. As for the psychiatrist himself, who didn't have much fame to his name, he was staying up late to peruse various medical texts. I never bothered changing the ringtone on my phone, so the simple default tune sounded off at the incoming call. "Hello? Hello? Is this Nizun, brother of Nike and she was on her way back from a business trip when she got involved in an accident, and is currently in XXX hospital. Can you please come down as soon as possible? I let out a cry and scrambled up from the couch. Jai-pa, who had been reading another thick medical book, jolted in shock, his glasses almost slipping from his face. I stared straight into his eyes, my voice quivering. Shuan got into a car accident. When we got to the hospital, the light to the emergency room was glaringly lit. I leaned against the wall along the hallway and watched Jai-pa with anxious, red-rimmed eyes opposite me, rubbing his hands together. Lowering my head and I tugged at the black glove on my left hand, staring at the empty canvas without palm prints. I'm a freak indeed. Even my most beloved Shuan has been hurt because of me. Shuan, you know that I won't cry, because I promised you that I would be the most resilient Zuner. But you can't leave me. As I looked at this hand of mine, I felt a sudden urge to laugh. Lifting the hand, steadily and without fluster, I smashed it repeatedly against the hospital wall. Thump, thump, thump. Fresh blood had already started dribbling down, but I still had no desire to stop. Jai-pa walked over to me, his eyes alarmed and bewildered. Nizun, don't worry. It'll be fine. Shuan will be fine. This is not your fault. Not my fault. Just as I was about to lift my hand again, I heard hurried and cluttered footsteps, followed by screams that bounced off the walls from behind me. Hurry up and get him to the emergency room. Oh God. Let's leave here quickly. She's crazy. Doctor, hurry up and send our senior into the emergency room. Get that freak away from our senior. I didn't have much interest in the chaos within the hospital, but my interest was piqued at the word freak. Without realizing, I had stopped smashing my hand against the wall and turned around instead. Even I was taken aback by the sight that greeted me. Along the hallway there were several people, around university age, surrounding a hastily moving emergency bed which was heading in our direction. On that bed lay a guy, although with blood drenched across his face and body. I couldn't get a good look at him. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor, forming a trail as the bed moved forward, leaving a vivid and glaring streak upon the mirror-like hospital floor. Soon, the emergency bed, escorted by the group of students, rolled past me and into the other room. Trailing behind them, a girl stopped in the middle of the corridor. She did not follow them in, but instead was staring at the bloodstains on the floor. She was the girl I had just met that afternoon, the girl in red, at the salon. Her hair was now a fresh shade of scarlet red. It seems that she had dyed it eventually, whether in the salon or by herself. But it was her face that struck me, decorated by splatters of blood which extended from her collar to her smooth, exposed shoulder. She was still wearing the same red clothes, though I couldn't tell if they were coated in crimson blood too. However, she was standing not far from me, and I could almost smell the sanguinary scent on her. I gave her onsava from her hands which were sticky with blood, steady and without tremble, to her eyes. It was at the moment that I saw her eyes that I was stunned. For a moment, I began to doubt myself. Was this really the girl I saw that afternoon? Her eyes did not hold the same indifference and reclusive stillness. Instead, they were unusually bright with a touch of taunting playfulness. Her occasional glance had a hint of charm, and alongside the blood, an alluring smile hung at the corner of her lips. I was caught in a trance. The difference was just too great. As though she had noticed my gaze, she shot me an indolent yet captivating look. The tinge of flirtation seemed to come naturally to her. Looking at me, she started to speak, her voice soft yet enthralling. Why do you keep staring at me? Are you afraid of me? On the contrary, I thought she was fascinating. A smile tugged at my own lips, and I stuffed both hands into the pockets of my jeans. As I approached her, I locked my gaze on her blood-splattered face. Why should I be afraid of you? She tilted her head and a beautiful smile escaped her. There was a glint in her eyes, and her tongue poked out to lightly lick the spots of blood on her lips. With each movement, her red hair cascaded down the side of her shoulders. You're an interesting person, she hummed. What a pity though. You'll have to return this body to her soon. We may never meet each other again. I gleamed with interest as I fixed my eyes on her own bright pair. It was been a while since I last saw such beautiful eyes. Eyes filled with life. Just like Xuan's. Void of hopelessness and despair. There was always hint of despair to anyone's eyes, the extent of which flickering from time to time. Yet, the eyes I was looking into right now didn't seem to know or comprehend despair. They simply looked like they could kill at will. Who is she? I laughed. Lazily, she lifted a finger, still dripping with blood, and lightly covered her mouth as she chuckled. The gesture, along with the scarlet blood that covered her entire being, was bizarrely alluring. It was impossible for me to look away. Ah, she said simply. She lives in me. She pointed to her heart. She doesn't know how to protect herself. And may I lend her a helping hand whenever I reach my limit. When I can't bear to see her like this any longer. But she doesn't understand my good intentions. Along the hallway, another wave of footsteps echoed noisily. She seemed to have sensed them too and looked up to check her surroundings. Then, out of the blue, she removed a ring from her finger with her blood-clad hands. I hadn't noticed the unique black skeleton ring on her index finger. The blood on her hand stained the ring as she plucked it from her finger slowly. She reached out swiftly, tugging my left hand from my pocket. I was dumbfounded by the sudden action, and stood there motionless as she busied herself. A tender yet unfeeling smile slipped from her lips, her lashes fluttering, as she stared at my now equally bloodied hand before spreading my palm open wide. And that was how that bloodied hand of mine, lacking in palm prints, was exposed to her. I didn't object. She glanced up at me, her glistening eyes meeting mine. Her name is Lai Shen. If you have the chance to meet her one day, will you stay by her side on my behalf? I stayed silent for a moment before speaking up softly. Why should I agree to that? She laughed suddenly, and I felt it could make the world tremble with its beauty, because I know that you're just like her. I could smell it on both of you, that scent called loneliness, without a care for my bewilderment. She slipped the ring on my little finger, as if predestined. The ring fit my little finger like a glove, clutching tightly to it, covered with fresh blood. She stroked my face with the same bloodied hand then, her eye still as enchanting. You must always stay with her even if she turns into a monster. She didn't seem to be finished her sentence when several policemen came running up from behind her. At the few university students who had been with the injured boy shouted from behind me. That's her, quick, arrest her. She was the one who stabbed our senior. Before I could respond, she released my hand and took 2 steps back, looking at me with a dazzling smile on her face. Then, it was as though her soul left her body in an instant. Her entire being fell backwards to the ground stiffly and she fainted. Right then, the policemen and students surrounded her. One of the policemen took a look at her and the other stated, "She didn't fake it. She has genuinely passed out. I'm afraid we'll have to hand her over to the doctors for examination first. What has she got to lose consciousness over? She wasn't even injured. She's a murderer." One of the university girls with bloodshot eyes said, glaring at the girl in red. The scene changed hurriedly. They sent her into an emergency room, leaving the ground stained with blood. And then me, still rooted dumbly to the spot. I didn't notice Jaipa beside me until he spoke, his brows furrowed. That girl's a little strange from what I observed earlier. I believe she lost her sanity. Just as I parted my lips to respond, a nurse rushed out from the emergency room and hurried to our side. "You're family members of the patient, Nike Xuan. Rach is critically injured and we're about to get the director to conduct her surgery. However, the chances are slim. We aren't sure she can be saved. We strongly suggest that you see her one last time before we proceed with the surgery." Without even waiting for her to finish, I scrambled into the emergency room. Jaipa sped in after me as well. The moment I arrived at the operating table, all I could see was Xuan's pale face. She was wearing a respirator and, as though she sensed my presence, her eyes began to open slowly. Those sallow eyes still had their usual radiance to them, mesmerizing as always. Her voice was weak, tinged with agony, as she said to Jaipa. Jaipa, I am leaving Zuner in your care. He's not a monster. Jaipa kneeled beside her. I just stood there frozen. The doctor was rushing us. Hurry on out once you're done. We'll do our best. Then right away, he and the nurses began preparing themselves for the complex operation. I couldn't tell if I cried, but I no longer felt any warmth. I just stood at my spot, watching Xuan on the operating table. Xuan looked at me tenderly, then glanced back at Jaipa. Her voice had become so weak that I could barely hear her. Jaipa, you look really nice today. Jaipa finally wailed in exasperation. The psychiatrist who had been so unlucky since his graduation, unaccomplished in his career, was also one I had never seen cry over the many years I've known him, despite the many tribulations he had faced. Yet now, he was weeping, too much to even speak. Finally, I could not bear it anymore. I could feel darkness creeping up on me. I didn't struggle in the moment. I watched as the infinite darkness fetched me into its world. I wasn't scared in the least. I welcomed it with open arms. There was only a thought in my mind as I fell back. Dad. Mum. I'm finally coming back to you. Right, just let me fall. I've always been the one who deserved death, right? Like a never-ending black hole. I fell endlessly. I didn't know how long it had been, but just as I was about to shut my eyes, I heard the voice of a man. My eyes snapped open. Looking ahead, all around me was empty, and in the distance stood bleached white walls. It seemed like heaven, but at the same time, felt more like hell. A blond man with blue eyes approached me. He was carrying a goblet filled with an unknown scarlet red liquid, and his handsome, mixed blood face donned a mysterious smile. Nai Zun. Welcome to Split Zone No. 13. Chapter 64. 4. Special Chapters. 4 Killer Doll. Jao Spov. My name is Lai Jiao. I am 18 years old, but I still have no idea how to brush my own hair. Why? Because she takes care of everything for me. Who is she? My sister. Lai King. She's as beautiful as her name. And her heart. Her heart's even more beautiful. Still, there's always poison in beautiful things. The more beautiful they are, the more poisonous they get. She's 5 years older than me and had always been regarded as a gifted child. At the age of 3 she understood the basic mathematical concepts of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Then attended primary school when she was 5. She skipped 3 grades after that, and graduated when she was just 7. My sister was extremely gifted and my parents couldn't be more proud. Being my parents' pride and joy, her condition for repayment was that she get whatever she wanted, and my parents did not hesitate in doing so. Anything could become a toy in her hands, including me. I didn't know before that my existence on this earth was such a huge threat to my sister. In the eyes of our parents and relatives, she was a unique and talented girl. As such, the preferential treatment that once belonged to her, and her alone, was threatened when I came along. Being the intelligent girl that she was, despite her young age, she knew very clearly that the presence of a younger sister was a mistake, one that should have never existed. Even to this day, years down the road, I suppose I can understand how she must have felt when I think back on it. How terrified she must have been. When relatives congratulated my family, they claimed that having a daughter was a blessing, but it was supremely fortunate to have 2 of them. The family was abuzz with anticipation as to whether their second daughter would be as clever as the first, or perhaps even exceed her talented older sister. How flustered and helpless must she have felt after all. She was only 5. My sheer existence was like to someone took away her favorite candy, and when I turned 5 myself, it seemed to her like the candy had finally been eaten by another. I was never the genius others had expected me to be, and our family never had another talented girl. I was your average child with a slightly weaker constitution, occasionally showing a little more wit than my peers. But those events were short-lived and spontaneous. Unexpectedly, my parents doted on me as much as they did my sister. For the sake of filial piety, I shouldn't criticize my parents. In reality, though, if we're being honest, My parents treated me better than her. Isn't there a saying like that when parents have more than one child? They tend to coddle the youngest most of all or, in relative terms, the weakest. That child might not be smart, or sensible, or even obedient. But it was exactly this weakness of theirs that gained the favor of their parents. That seemed to be the case with me. My parents cared for me in every way possible, even to the extent of neglecting my gifted sister at times. My parents were gentle and mild-mannered people, so it wasn't an abusive neglect. On the contrary, they still pampered my sister and treated her well. Even so, she was adamant in her belief that they would have treated her better if I had never existed. If it wasn't for me, they would have praised her intelligence more, and she would have gotten whatever she wanted with less effort. It's plain that even if the family background is decent, if your children's desires multiply with each new sibling, it'll obviously be far more difficult to get what you wanted. For someone as smart as my sister, how could she not have figured this out? It was precisely because she was smart that she hadn't thrown a tantrum over her stolen candy like the other kids would have. Even though that was the epitome of normal child behavior. My sister wasn't a kid though. She never was. She possessed intelligence beyond her age, and hence chose to use her own method of dealing with the disaster which had descended from me. From the moment I turned 3, she started buying dolls for me. By the time I was 5, I already owned a great number of them and began to foster fond memories. When I was 10, she was 15. As with many child geniuses, the period when their intelligence drastically surpassed their peers was when they were young. At 15, my sister was no longer as many steps ahead as when she was 5. Skipping grades when she was younger led to a weaker foundation in the subjects she went on to study, and as a result, while she was outstanding in high school, she was far from gifted. Still, her love for me was unwavering, and she continued buying those dolls for me. Being that young, I felt nothing other than pure delight at receiving them. To be treated with each new doll, more frequently than not, she loved grooming me into a doll. As a kid, she could dress me up cutely, like a pretty little puppet, and no one would pay any mind. My parents were overjoyed that my sister loved me so much and treated me with so much kindness. I had thought so too. Many memories from my childhood had already faded, but my sister's soft yet bewitching voice was deeply engraved in my mind. Chaoer has to be doll. She has to be Jie's favorite doll. Right, look at how lovely dolls are. If you are willing to be a doll, Jie will buy you a lot of pretty clothes too, and he'll brush your beautiful hair. Do you want that? At that time, I didn't know better. I jumped for joy and answered, Yeah, I want to be a doll. Jie, I want to be the prettiest doll. And she answered with an incomparably gentle voice. Alright, then Jioer will be Jie's doll forever. Forever. Okay. I didn't know at that time how this promise of being her doll forever was but a seed that would eventually grow into a demon. I could still remember that year she helped me into a puffy skirt she just bought. She looked at me, and with her slender, fair hands, she stroked my face. It was as though she was touching her favorite toy when she said, Jioer, do you know what's a SD doll? I giggled. I do. They are those pretty dolls with big eyes. You're the most beautiful SD doll in Jie's heart. Do you want to be a SD doll from now on? Jie will name you Joe S. How does that sound? There wasn't a hint of hesitance when I agreed. All I thought of at the time was how lovely SD dolls looked, but I had forgotten about everything else that others have mentioned, how, in spite of their cute appearances, their eyes were always lifeless and strange. Which was why, up until I turned 18, supposed to be the most beautiful time in a girl's life, I had instead been molded into the perfect doll by my sister, like a doll that was years in the making. The end goal wasn't the attention of others, but a completion of a meticulously plotted scheme. She started brainwashing me when I was young, and so I eventually became the doll she created. I didn't smile much, because every time I did she would tell me that SD dolls don't smile. I was used to being expressionless, because she told me that dolls didn't need expressions. The greed towards dolls started since I was around 10. The continuous pleading with my sister to get me a new one, coupled with her brainwashing, caused my family to distance themselves. For a daughter, I was simply too unusual. This estrangement continued until I was 18. Occasionally, from the worried glances in my parents' eyes, I could tell that they loved me and they still cared for me, except I was only a doll, crafted by my sister, who did not understand the concept of gratitude, or any other emotion, for that matter. In fact, right up to this very day, when I had been so cruelly oppressed by her doll complex, I couldn't claim that it was entirely her fault, because I had been willing, even when she instructed me in the ways of porcelain born of her selfish desires. My life was still shaped by my own choices. If I hadn't been entranced by the beautiful dolls, then I would not have developed such greed for them, and none of this would have happened. Accustomed to being expressionless, I had no friends, and our relatives would say I looked numb. My eyes were spiritless, without a glimmer of gratitude or emotion. Everyone had thought it was such a pity I didn't look like my sister. A pity I wasn't that sensible, gentle, intelligent girl that everyone loved. Everyone pitied me, just because I wasn't like my sister. Yet, nobody ever asked the question that was buried deep in my heart. I am my own person. Why did I have to be just like my sister? One day, my sister finally divulged her scheme to me. She said that her plan had been to shape me into an eccentric, reclusive monster that nobody loves. While she didn't quite achieve the result she anticipated, she still succeeded. I really did become a monster. The amount of times I had been criticized and reprimanded for having an expression because dolls did not have any in turn transformed me into a truly expressionless person as time went by. Nothing scarier than someone without an expression. And all of things. That is who I have become. Contrarily, my sister grew to love me even more, for I was the end result of all her efforts. As a finished product, any treatment I could enjoy could only come from her, my owner. I had no expression, no relationships, no friends. I only had GA. As for my sister, after more than a decade mounting a counter, she emerged triumphant as my parents' favorite daughter. No one could take away a shred of glory or love from her. She's the only one. Only that day, when she finally revealed her devil-like mindset to me, did I finally realize she didn't want to provide for me. Instead, all she wanted was to take everything away. Just like she said, it was only a matter of time before dolls get abandoned. Who told you to become a doll? As a doll, the moment she took away everything and chose to abandon me was the first time I felt the behavioral reflex of a human. Revenge. The knife in my hands plunged into her body so many times, until finally, it became the piece of evidence that sent me into a mental institute. Li Jiao, delusional patient with deep paranoia, always thought of herself as an immaculate SD doll, to be forever loved by her owner. Mental illness brought me a new place. Not a prison. No. But as for what it truly was, I have no idea. Chapter 65. Volume 2. 65. His lips were electrifying. I won't be resting here tonight, since it'll take me more than half a day at a regular pace to get to the boundary forest from here. I should start making my way there now, I said to Zhao S. For a moment, Zhao S. pondered quietly. I still think you should rest here for the night. There are 18 hours to go before daybreak. While you're resting, Tao Lai and Mu Lai can go ahead and prepare for the journey. There's no hurry. You'll definitely be able to reach the Western District before sunset tomorrow. That's true, though it hadn't been long since our last break. Why do I still feel so tired? I nodded. In that case, I'll share a room with Nai, Zun and Jaipa. Jaipa spoke up at my suggestion. Ms. Shen. That's alright. I'm not tired, so I won't be resting for now. Mu Lai and I will continue our research on this bug. I swiped my gaze towards Mu Lai only to see him gesturing in agreement. Zhao S. rolled her head slightly. Alright then. You and Naizun should rest. During your stay, I'll send someone to stand guard at your door. Look for them if you need anything. I'll stay in the academy as well, and review the recent events with my subordinates. I dipped my head in acknowledgement, then looked towards Naizun. Let's go. Then, there was a momentary flicker across his eyes, but he didn't say a word. He merely shot me a cursory glance before making his way towards the academy. I watched his retreating back, then turned towards Jos and gave her a little reciprocal nod before hastily moving to catch up with Naizun. Once we were back in the room, true to his routine, Naizun poured a glass of water. Such tranquility felt surreal. The fate of the Western District remained unknown. We've lost so many companions along the way, and those who were waiting for me might just be the demons who want nothing more than my demise. Somehow, with everything happening within such a short space of time, the sudden serenity was almost like a dream. Even so, relief flooded my heart now that we were in the Eastern District. Walking back to the bed, I finally removed the bow I stubbornly fixed on my back before the incident started. Back then, I hadn't dared to remove my weapon, afraid of the possible danger at any given time, and so it stayed uncomfortably on my back around the clock. Once I was done, I lifted my left foot and detached the piercer from my ankle. As I reached for it, I spotted the red silk tangled around it. The red silk Songlu attached to me with her own 2 hands. Songlu, uncontrollably, a teardrop fell from my eyes and dropped atop my index finger, just centimeters from touching the red silk. An unexpected, black-colored finger came into view and stroked my face, lightly brushing away the second tear that was about to fall. I glanced up. It wasn't a black-colored finger, but Naizun's gloved hand. Unbeknownst to me, he had been standing by my bed, watching me with a glint in his eye. His gaze seemed to carry a modicum of shattered radiance and a sort of magnetism that caused me to momentarily forget my sorrow. The tip of his finger was still by my cheeks, as though lost in nostalgia. Perhaps it was the darkness of night, or perhaps it was the strange melancholy calmness that came with being back in the Eastern District, or it might even be due to the exhaustion the past few days had accumulated. In any case, I felt a hint of weakness. I'm not someone who displays her vulnerability freely, but now as I gazed into Naizun's eyes I was caught in a trance. My hand lifted on its own accord and gently caressed his face. Naizun's face was a little cold to the touch. It seemed to be his perpetual state of being. Always without heat, always in black, always quiet, just like a piece of shale. The exception was his radiant ice. The always seemed to have a lingering warmth to it. Like the moon. It was my favorite moon. I haven't seen it since I arrived at the split zone, but every time I meet Naizun's eyes by chance, it gives me the false impression that I've seen it. There was moonlight in his eyes. Unwittingly, I began to graze against his icy skin with the pad of my finger, as if I wanted to give him some warmth. I didn't know what had caught me in such a trance, but Naizun abruptly retracted the hand which was brushing against my cheek and clutched onto that finger of mine. His left hand held my finger in his grasp, then pulled me towards him. I was curled up on the bed at first, but as he pulled my body towards his by my finger he leaned down at the same time, minimizing the gap between us. The track of tears that had welled in my eyes for Songlu finally slipped with the motion. But I didn't feel like crying now. Watching the tears that stained my face, there was a glimmer in his eyes before he was leaning forward, slowly closing the distance. Further, his fringe fell forward and tickled my face. Startled, my body leaned back in an effort to regain the lost gap between us. However, I had forgotten about the finger still clutched tightly in his grasp. And so, just as I arched back and am not sure if it was deliberate on his part, fell marginally forward in return, while my finger subconsciously attempted to withdraw itself with a yank. My right hand hadn't managed to hold steady. Naizun hadn't loosened his grip, and with my fall he was dragged with me. My back was flat against the bed and he fell on top of me. Feeling the chill of his chest pressed against mine, I was dumbstruck by the proximity of his face. He was still holding on to my finger, laying it between us. A weak exhale of his breath fanned my face, and I lost myself in Naizun's starry eyes as it stared right into my own. Oh, Naizun stayed motionless as he watched me. Wave after wave of indecipherable emotion in his eyes caused a surge of unease within me. I tried twisting my body to break away from under him, but even with the yanking of my finger he maintained a tight grip. Naizun's lips curved upwards slightly. His eyes flickered with a momentary impishness while I widened my own. And before I could even react, he dipped in closer to me. I could feel the weight of his body on me. And our hands, sandwiched between our bodies, were crushed by the narrowing distance. The thumping of my heart quickened with his movement. Since he was taller than me, his bangs fell into the hair on my forehead, and his lips hovered less than a centimeter away from my own. But it was his eyes that enveloped my sight. I had always known how beautiful they were. Even the starlights couldn't begin to compare. Looking into those eyes, feeling his breath skimming the tip of my nose, I couldn't help the slight quiver in my lips. He seemed to notice this tiny motion, sparking a fire in his pitch-black eyes. His gaze darted between my eyes, as though reluctant to look away, before finally settling on my lips. My heart started beating erratically at that exact moment, and my mind replayed the memory of his lips brushing against mine. In the depths of my heart, there was an unfamiliar ignition of something strange. Was the spark between genders just as irresistible in the split zone? But why would Naizun make me feel this way? Without giving me the time to ponder further, Naizun closed the gap completely. His lips had a hint of iciness, but at the same time they were electrifying. The spark started where our lips touched, shooting through my heart and brain. My eyes grew larger for a split second, not missing the gloom that swept across his eyes in my moment of panic. I didn't have time nor inclination to dwell on it, though not when the excitement his lips had sparked began to grow too intense for me to handle. When I felt his lips beginning to move against mine, clearly wanting to deepen the kiss, I could no longer control the tremors of my body, or the waves of frenzy the kiss was putting me through. How did this happen? When I looked into Naizun's eyes, into the relentless tide that threatened to drown me, I pushed him against him urgently. He was taken aback by my sudden movement and, releasing my hand from his grasp, he staggered backwards from the impact. I sat up immediately. In the haste, my hair was in a mess, loose strands of red sliding over my forehead, while his lips had been cold against mine. In the moment of separation there was a peculiar chill that made my lips tremble. It was like I'd just dipped my lips into a frozen lake. Subconsciously, my tongue swiped itself across my lips in an attempt to warm them up. The corner of my lips quivered. I actually started missing his lips the moment we parted. Even though I was a weirdo who never dated when I was alive. At this age, am I really still that oblivious about it, to the extent that even the slightest touch of our lips was enough to leave me at such a loss? I inwardly scorned myself, and my brows grew slightly knitted. I only wanted to console you when I saw you cry. Who would have thought you were this eager? You even pulled me down onto the bed with you. After steadying himself, Naizun's lips curved in delight. He stuffed a hand back into the pocket of his windbreaker, and with his other hand, with his other gloved hand, he had the audacity to glide it back and forth against his lips. The gesture made me recall the electrifying touch from earlier. A little sullen, I glared at him. You were the one who was eager. You didn't even bother being picky about who you kissed. You were the one who violated my lips. So what are you wiping for? I instantly regretted my words the moment they left my lips. What in the world was I saying? Not picky about who he kissed. Obviously, my self-deprecation knew no bounds. Sure enough, Naizun burst into laughter, his amusement so abrupt he nearly bit the finger still resting on his lips. His eyes shone even brighter when he laughed. As I sat complaining to myself about how freaking pretty this impudent rascal's eyes were, I couldn't help stealing glances at him. He really has such beautiful eyes. Chapter 66. Volume 2. 66. The 13 Giants. Naizun waved his hand at me, smirking while he did. I know him good-looking, but there's no need for you to drool over me like this. Heat rushed to my cheeks with his words. Not wanting to bother with him, I turned my attention towards the scenery beyond our window. On a serious note though, hearing the earnest tone to his words, I flicked my gaze back to him. His starry eyes held its constant radiance. Song Lu will be fine. The people within Split Zone have to learn to protect themselves. You have to believe in her, and you have to believe in yourself. From now As long as you face everything with courage, there's still hope. We still have time. Never in my life had I ever expected to hear these words from the indifferent and egocentric Naizun. After a pregnant pause, I broke into a smile. All right, let us head back to Western District, then we still have time. Naizun's lips curled upwards ever so slightly. Let's rest for a while. Well, head back first thing tomorrow. This is where I leave you. You'll reach Western District once you get through this boundary forest. You should bring Tao Lai and Mu Lai along with you, Jos said to me. I glanced back at Muscle Man and Bandage Man, both of whom were standing respectfully to the side, then nodded. Thanks, Jos. Brightening her usually stiff face was a smile which held a trace of exuberance. It's nothing. I hope you'll be able to resolve the issues in your district soon. I'll inform Tao Lai once the investigation on my end is concluded. And if everything goes on smoothly on your side, we can regroup again and discuss our next step. I nodded in agreement. Then with a gesture, I indicated for Jai Pao, Naizun, along with Tao Lai and Mu Lai to proceed towards the eastern, Western District boundary line. Oh, it seems like every district has their own protective measures set up within the boundary forest. Tao Lai, does Eastern District have them in place too? Still watching my surroundings, I asked. Under normal circumstances, the ranking offices in S-Clan will conceal themselves within the boundary forest on either end of the district. With the increase of these unexplained incidents, we've also sent some of our higher-ranking members to guard them. Nodding in response, Tao Lai explained. For a moment, my mind worked itself to its extremes, attempting to recall if the Western District had placed similar efforts in protecting our own. We have people guarding our boundary forest. Unable to contain myself any further, I turned towards Naizun. Yet, Naizun, who only spared a fleeting glimpse my way, didn't seem to be in the mood to entertain my query. Aren't you the district commander? Why are you asking us that? With my heart on my sleeve, the embarrassment I felt at his statement was apparent to everyone in our company. Jai Pa smiled. Ms. Shen, we do have them at Western District. Msu Jai was the one who organized them in the past this time. Though, I'm afraid those preventive measures would be targeted at us. Sigh. Am I really going to meet my own district's residents with force? According to our recent reports, Western District's boundary forest has been deathly still, to the extent that it's starting to feel peculiar. It'll be wise to stay cautious when we enter later. Tao Lai did a similar action of pushing up his glasses, just like Jai Pa, only that his was a pair of sunglasses. Sigh. I can't believe I have to be cautious even when I'm going back to my own district. As we're going through the boundary forest, I inhaled a deep breath. This was the scent of Western District's boundary forest that I know so well. Subconsciously, taking heed to Tao Lai's advice, I took a quick look around us, but failed to detect anything out of the ordinary. Do you feel anything out of place? I directed the question at Naizun. He didn't speak, but calmly swept his gaze around. I frowned. This doesn't feel good. It's as though I've committed a crime in my own home. I'm returning to my own damn district. What's there to guard against? And so, I stomped my foot, placed both hands on my hips, inhaled a deep breath that traveled all the way to my diaphragm, then bellowed, "Whoever is hiding out there, show yourselves. I've already seen you." The group fell into silence. It was Jai Pa who made the first comment. Ms. Shen, we still have Mr. Tao Lai and Mr. Mu Lai in our company. Please take more care in managing your reputation as a district commander. I was immediately overwhelmed by a feeling of indignation. Did I not have the image of a district commander? But I'm great. Lai Shen, I hope you're well. A familiar voice sounded. What did they really show themselves after I told them to? Lifting my head, I could see 13, no. Wait, 15 of them. There were two standing in the forefront of the group in his late 20s. The man on the left wore a dark blue jacket with a head of neat-inch long hair. His left hand was continuously in preoccupation with twisting the jade stone ring that he had worn on his right. I recognized him. He was one of the 27 floor managers under me. Tao Lai, manager of the 3rd floor. I didn't know the name of the other men beside him, but I have seen him around as well. Middle-aged man with a pale and gaunt face. Short hair. He was the shopkeeper of the weapon shop back in Western District's marketplace. The one who gifted the piercer to me. It was his wife's body that exploded right in front of my eyes all when. He was the one who spoke up earlier. Lai Shen, I hope you're well. There were 13 other men with them. Or more specifically, 13 giants. These 13 men were all around 5 meters tall, their body covered in muscles and wore only a pair of pants. The vicious look on their faces reminded me of an anime I've watched when I was still alive. Those Titans in Attack on Titan. I'm not sure how you interpreted the words. I hope you're well. In my opinion, if anyone says that to me, then in contrary, they definitely did not wish for me to be well. Be it the giants in their company, or the eyes which were filled with pure hatred and all Wen's husband eyes, either way, I could tell that I'm not welcomed here. Yet, I still thought it strange. How did we not hear the sound of movements if there were this many giants approaching us? Noting the lack of response, All Wen's husband continued. It seems that a person of our district commander's status is apt to forget. Indeed. Im Zuen, All Wen's husband, the one who gave you your piercer. His honorific form of you was accompanied by a sardonic laugh. I shook my head. I didn't forget about you. And I've remained grateful for the piercer you and All Wen gifted. I pulled out the piercer that was tied around my calf and held it in my left hand. Zuen didn't spare a glance at the piercer. Instead, he continued regarding me with his cold gaze. It's too bad. My wife and I didn't want your gratitude when we gave it to you. What we wanted was your life. A malicious glint flashed across his eyes when the words left him, and his haggard face was instantly lit by his intent to kill. With a wave of his hand, the 13 giants behind Ta Lai and him scurried to their feet and leapt into the air. From that simple action, I unraveled the mystery behind their quiet footsteps when they approached us moments ago. The movements of those 13 giants were nimble, even more so than a regular person like us despite our comparatively petite stature. Observing their swift but light movements, I speculate that the huge size of their body did not have much effect on their mobility. Since the trip to Southern District, there was no longer an ounce of fear left in me towards battling. I have already encountered all sorts of situations since arriving into the split zone. Did they really expect to restrain me by the mere use of these giants? Dream on. Pushing the tip of my foot against the ground, I jumped as well, drawing back the piercer with my left hand then whipping it forcefully at the incoming giants. I realized it when I poured my MF into the piercer the previous time. Its combat weapon in my hand didn't feel ordinary. It almost seemed alive with the way it unleashes a destructive streak of violet light once it has its fill of my MF. If I coordinated this attack with just the right amount of strength, then the damage it could produce would be elevated to an extreme. While I did not have a perfect grasp in terms of my control, but I did have almost a year and a half worth of experience in split zone no. 13. Besides, meticulous control over MF has always been Song Lu's forte, and I have never forgotten about her coaching, which was why, when I flicked my wrist sharply and channeled my MF into the piercer, it roared into life. Like the crackling of lightning, an elongated flash of violet blade blazed its way to its target, whizzing decisively towards the 13 giants. Zuen. Was it really necessary to get violent no matter what? I'm still Western District's commander, unable to maintain my hover in midair. I descended gradually while keeping my eyes fixated on the violet blade as it traveled towards the giants behind Zuen. Zuan's murderous intent was undisguised and clear from the look in his eyes. Lai Shen, were you ever deserving of that title? Following his words, my eyes followed in surprise as all 13 giants increased their speed. Some were bent at their waist, others leapt in midair for a second time, and in an instant, each one of them had managed to dodge my piercer's violet blade attack without missing a beat. Was it possible? Even a person of normal stature would not have guaranteed success in surpassing the speed of my piercer's attack. Yet these 13 giants who measured at 5 meters tall are able to dodge them with such agility. Missing their swift evasion, the violet blade whirred past them and into the deep forest. Snap crack. An entire cluster of trees was cut down by the horizontal strike of violet blade. While I was inwardly impressed by the increased damage potential as a result of my own collaboration with the piercer, I was startled as well. When did these 13 monsters appear in the Western District? One after another, as though crushing us with their weight had been their intention. The 13 giants appeared over our heads and plummeted. Pushing his glasses, Jaipa took an abrupt step forward and crouched. On his right hand, he crossed his index and middle finger, seemingly forming a knot with his handprints, then drew a circle around him while muttering an incantation. Shield. From where his fingers were, a stream of bright light appeared at his word, and an arched barrier of white light was formed from the ground. At incredible speed, the barrier drew a semicircle from one end of us and curved forward into the ground of the other, forming a hemispherical layer of protection. Thump, thump, thump. A series of thuds sounded when the weight of those 13 giants made contact with the shield at the end of their fall. The soles of their feet glowed white for a split second, before the enormous body of theirs rebounded. With a loud crash, the giants were thrown into midair once more and plunged back to their initial position behind Zuen and Tyla. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage as they viciously glared at us. Chapter 67. Volume 2. 67. Did you think I would be oppressed? With a swing of my long dress, I took a huge step forward and glared at Zuen. A sneer upon my face, I started. Zuen, you truly are bad at differentiating between the good and evil. As far as I'm concerned, the incident regarding Awen was not my doing. On the contrary, the history behind these experiments has everything to do with you, Jai, and yet, you are all willing to work for her. I admit that I have not contributed much as a district commander since I was given this position. Still, I hope that despite this, Yao, remember that Lai King's appointed commander is me. Lai Shen. A strong gust of wind whipped at my hair, but my gaze remained stubbornly upon the group of men in front of us. I will not retreat, nor will I show any signs of weakness, even if I hadn't done my best in the past. I can start over now. I have Song Lu and Yu Liang waiting for my rescue, and there's Laurel too. There was no way I would surrender my district to those people. A peculiar expression formed on Zhu An's gaunt face, and he looked at me as though he was watching a monster. After a long pause, he smiled. Who said I was working for you, Jai? I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to make me even if she tried. Wen and I had always concealed our identities in order to live a peaceful life within your district's marketplace, and I have never held any expectation towards an incompetent commander like you to protect us. At the very least, though, you could have left us out of your battles. But if we were to talk about Lai King's appointed commander, then I did have a question for you. Have you acted worthily of Lai King? Did you think you are the only one who's qualified to bring her up? I frowned. Not because he had called me incompetent, but because of the obvious hidden meaning behind his words. What did he mean by concealing their identities? While there were many questions answered, I didn't take the liberty to ask them. Instead, I glanced towards Jaipa and Naizun. With their quick thinking, I was confident that they could make the most correct analysis of any situation. As expected and in perfect sync, they looked over at me and gestured with a slight shake of their head. All right. They were indicating that I should not act rashly. Concealing your identity, what did you mean by that? I asked in an attempt to drag it out. There was darkness in Zhu An's eyes. If Awen hadn't been unwell in the past year, then we would have never fallen into the trap of that demon. You, Jai. Nonetheless, you're to blame for everything. I honestly did not want to tolerate this any further. With a nod of my head and a smile that didn't reach my eyes, I was almost gritting my teeth when I asked, Zuen, can you speak in a way that I'll be able to understand from what I'm hearing? You seem to know that Yu Jai is behind all this. So why are you directing your hatred at me? Yu Jai did all this to bring light to your incompetence. She couldn't stand the fact that a person like you was able to receive recognition from both Lai King and Mr. Blonde before her. When you became district commander, her motive was never to kill you. Instead, she wanted To throw Western District into chaos in order to reflect your inadequacy, to prove a point that not choosing her was their mistake. Even so, we shouldn't have been the sacrificial lambs in your battle, not all when. Not that little boy. Not even the people you Jai sent to kill you. This is all because of you. It was only when he mentioned Awen's name that Zhu En's voice trembled. So you're saying that you knew this was all you just doing? I could feel an unrestrained coldness filling my heart at the news. Fleetingly, a look of exasperated anguish swept across Zhu En's eyes. He was just about to speak again when he was interrupted by Tao Lai, the man who had been quietly turning the ring on his finger all this while. Tao Lai was tall with equally long legs, completed with a perfectly sculpted torso. In combination with the blue jacket and his well-kept short hair, he exuded an air of wild abandon with a hint of gracefulness. Despite the time I have spent in Western District, I have never noticed such a good-looking guy within my group of floor managers. I scrutinized his figure from head to toe, and couldn't help those indecent thoughts that crept up to me. Up till a moment ago, his left hand was rotating the jade stone ring on the middle finger of his right. He lifted his hand, elegantly gesturing for Zhu and to cease our conversation. It was with keen observation of his movement that I realized my previous speculation had missed its mark. The person in control of those 13 giants was not Zhu En, but Tao Lai. As the floor manager took a step forward, the 13 giants followed closely behind. He spoke unhurriedly as he kept his eyes on me. Let me ask you a question, Lai Shan. I stayed silent, and his left hand went back to give his ring a single rotation. His voice was calm when he continued. What's on your mind now that you've returned from Southern District? And faced with this, I was caught off guard by his words. I recalled the moment when I vowed to protect Western District in front of those 27 floor managers. He had been the first to speak at that time, taking the current situation into account. No matter how I thought about it, he didn't seem to be on my side. So why was he asking me such a question? Noticing the 13 giants behind him with the murderous look in their eyes, each one of them ready to attack at any time, I know I didn't have the luxury of time to ponder. I was rapidly weighing out the current position I'm forced into. With Tao Lai and Mu Li's support, I had been nothing but confident with my return to Western District. After all, they were rank members of the S-clan. Even if they weren't a match in ability as compared to Guan Nai, they wouldn't be too shabby either. However, the unexpected entrance of those agile giants changed the circumstances. Without knowing what other abilities they possessed, there was no way of telling whether we would win in a fight against them, even if we might not necessarily be the weaker link. But their numbers against us was a worthy consideration to deliberate over. I wasn't confident that Jai Pa would be able to escape unscathed, and the current condition of his body didn't allow for a lapse in judgment. A reckless decision on my part would be enough for me to lose him. I answered coolly. I didn't think about anything. Not only was I unable to find Laurel during this trip to the Southern District, I didn't figure out the method to leaving the split zone either. On top of that, I lost Song Lu and Yu Liang. Through all of it, there was nothing left for me to dwell on. What I do know is that there is no way I will leave Lai King's Western District in ruins. And I will definitely find a way to get my friends back. My gaze was fixated on Tao Lai when I was done. In the past, I had remained idle through my days in Western District, not putting much effort in understanding these floor managers. There were some who were capable of great achievements when Lai King was around, but I had never heard of Tao Lai among them. As he stood so composedly in front of me today, it was my gut instincts that warned me against belittling his capability. My intuition had always been accurate. Furthermore, if Nai Zun and Jai Pa hadn't stepped in by now, then it further fuels the belief that they don't think we should be hasty. Tao Lai and Mu Lai, on the other hand, were outsiders to this district, and it seemed like they wouldn't recklessly intervene with our affairs. In this scenario, everyone has taken a cautious approach, even more so than when we were exchanging direct assaults within the illusion. At Southern District, none of us knew the extent of strength when it comes to the other party, and in such situation, the odds of winning may not necessarily lie with the person who strikes first. Even with my gaze on him, I couldn't find any trace of effect to his emotions at my words. And in that, I didn't find any flaws on him. My wariness towards him increased once more. He remained composed when he dipped his head, and in his usual steady voice, he asked again, "And if you manage to save your friends, how do you plan to protect Western District in the future?" I inhaled a deep breath. This was a question that I had been avidly avoiding, but that didn't mean that I have never thought about it. The ordeal that we have been put through during this period of time had forced me to contemplate this. People within the split zone may behave indifferently, each minding their own business, but I came to a realization that where there's humanity, there would be concern. Concern was the fundamental emotion between human. It exists even at a place like this, even at a place without compassion. Which means to say, no matter how much I'd like to avoid the responsibility, I have to acknowledge that my decisions and choices play a direct role in other people's lives. It was precisely because I accepted the Lie King's appointment that I lost my right to do as I pleased in the split zone. Because I'm Western District's commander, I won't be able to protect Western District. Everyone in the split zone is only capable enough to protecting themselves. This is a fact that I can't escape. Even as a district commander, what I can do is to lead the residents of Western District towards the right direction in leaving the split zone. As long as you are willing, I'll accompany all of you to the very end. Those words were spoken with vigor, but I didn't feel the same confidence in the depths of my heart. I knew that it was a feat easier said than done. Everyone knew that there was a secret to the split zone, that soul splitters were a rare breed, and that acceptance was seemingly the only option you have once you've arrived into the split zone. Yet, as the person who appeared to have difficulty even accepting her situation, I was now suggesting to lead everyone in revolt. As rebels, we win if it succeeds, but it'll be our lives on the line if we lost. It wouldn't matter if I was the only one to perish. But it's a group of people that I'm leading to their deaths. And yet, I'm eagerly attempting to gain their trust. Even I had doubts about myself on this. Nevertheless, it was all I could do to match Tao Lai's calm stare with one of my own. He didn't speak after that. All he did was turn his ring around once, then again, and again. Why are we wasting our breath? I hadn't realized she had such silver tongue till now. Zuan interrupted. He looked straight back at me. His eyes were filled with hostility. Lai Shen, I understand you might think that you're innocent, but there's no other choice. Since the incident started because of you, then it's only reasonable to demand a form of justification from you. You can only fault your own destiny for this. I must kill you. His words were so ridiculous to me that I couldn't help the sneer from tugging at my lips. Observing my strange smile, Su An's grew even more agitated. Still, I couldn't do anything else but laugh. Blame it on my destiny. I, Lai Shen, have never led a fortunate life. But when have I ever offended anyone? Just because I have horrible luck in my own fate? Just because you wanted my life? Did that mean I would obediently serve it to you on a silver platter? Chapter 68. Volume 2. 68. 2 Arms and a Net. Zuan, it seems like your prejudice against me won't be resolved by words alone. If that's the case, why don't you just get to the point? What's your motive? Are you after my life? My words were without emotions as I posed the questions to the older man, no longer wishing to be entangled in this dispute. If a fight was what they wanted, then a fight they'll get. Suan glanced towards my piercer. Even if I don't kill you, any owner of that piercer will not survive long either. Lai Shen, I have just one question for you. Shoot. There was a trace of hesitance in Zuan, but he spoke up eventually. During your trip to Southern District, have you ever met a person named Gaoqin Jiuyi? Gaoqin Jiuyi. Ha. He had to ask about the one person I was most unwilling to think about. Somehow, every so often, I would inadvertently recall the scene of Gaoqin Jiuyi's departure. When he pointed at me and said that he didn't care about anyone, it would always leave me out of breath, as though my heart was stuffed with clouds and clouds of cotton wadding. What right did I have to favor you after all? You're not Gao Kai. Nor had we known each other for long. Still, what was I secretly expecting out of him? My chest tightened at the recollection of his ruthless yet enchanting face. I did. And just like you, he told me that the piercer brings misfortune upon its owner, and wanted me to return the weapon to where it was last found. Zuan was in clear disbelief. He actually allowed you to return? I frowned. Yes. What's your point? Exactly do you know each other? Zuan's eyes shifted darkly and squinted. Upon his gaunt face, there was the similar hint of darkness. It's nothing. Even if sacrifices are needed, it seems like there's no way I'm going to let you get out of here alive today. With that, he raised both his scrawny arms above his head and shouted a single word. Gather. There was not an ounce of exaggeration when I say that the action prompted a heap of weapons to emerge from the forest behind him, and charged in the direction of his finger, whizzing towards us. The number of weapons were innumerable, ranging from knives to swords, daggers to guns and arrows. My barrier won't be able to block those weapons, Jaipa voiced out immediately at the sight before loosening his hand gesture, dispelling the shield to recover his MF. With the fall of Jaipa's shield, the calm and composed Ta Lai jerked his fingers as well. The slight movement gave those 13 giants the green light to charge forward without hesitation. Their hands fell onto the ground in front of them. On all fours, they pushed towards us with even more speed than before. It was when they opened their mouth that I had a clear look of their rows of sharp teeth, which resembled a meat grinder. Those ruthless fangs were coated with a sticky venom-like substance as they roared towards us. Ugh! How repulsive! Gritting my teeth, my piercer was raised in preparation to counter the 13 giants while my mind fell in a frenzy weighing out the number of weapons that was charging at us at the same time. It searched for a way to dodge them all. How much MF does Zuan have in order to control this many weapons at the same time also? Even if his family owns the weapon, chop. Was there really a need to waste their resources like this? Witnessing the amount of razor-sharp weapons rushing towards us, Bandage Man sprinted forward and took position in the forefront of the group. With the sounding of his sonorous growl, another bang resounded from his back before an enormous net blasted from it. It bore a resemblance to that of a spider web. It was the first time I've seen such a technique, and in that moment, I was stunned. I didn't manage to gather myself enough to produce a proper reaction. All I did was to stare fixedly at Bandage Guy. Mu Li's back. Mu Li's body was fully wrapped in bandage, and at the moment of his growl, a protruding lump formed in the center of his back that was the core of the web. From there, a huge structure made out of densely packed and intertwined bandages was formed. With a web behind him, he looked like a spider spreading its web. All around the web, there were innumerable bandages which resembled tens of thousands of pedipalp, some of which were more flexible than the others and seemed to have sight of its own, binding itself around weapons flying through the air without difficulty. With that, the hundreds of weapons found themselves entangled in Mu Li's net, as insignificant as insects caught on a spider web. The web in front of me stretched relentlessly on all ends, almost encasing the entire clearing of forest. Whoa, that's incredible. I could hardly keep my jaw from dropping at the sight. But that wasn't the most amazing display. During the time when I was caught in a daze, the 13 giants gathered. Like a squad, they bolted towards us on their hands and feet with bared teeth, while Mu Li was preoccupied with his own defense. Muscle Man Tao Lai burst into action as well. Just like Mu Li, he rushed and took his place in front of the group, and all I could see was his back. Still wearing his sunglasses, his toned muscles were hidden under the gray, sleeveless shirt. A series of crunching noise emitted from his back when those 13 giants rushed forward, and I was even more dumbstruck than before by the spectacle. From the gap of his sleeveless shirt, I was able to catch a glimpse of the muscle across his back, which had started beating rapidly like a blood vessel. As it pumped further, his shoulder began inflating in size, and as if he had evolved into a beast in that instant, they grew tenfold in size. Bang! Bang! Crunch! At such speed of growth, the cacophony of his muscles breaking through its constraints as well as the twisting of his bones reverberated. Soon, They had grown at an unimaginable speed into two gigantic arms. Despite my hanging jaw, I was still unable to find the words to describe it. It was about a meter in diameter, and extending to not less than 5 meters in length. Yet, the combination of appearance was peculiar. Even though Tao Lai was tall, measuring at almost 1.9 meters in height, he still had the regular build of a person. Right now, however, his arms seemed to be heavily infused with steroids, but his body remained in its regular state. Comically, with those huge arms, his body looked like that of an ant's. Even so, his comparatively tiny body held steady, as if it contained an unfathomable strength, and began swinging his arms swiftly. Boom! With the swinging of those giant arms and the wall of bandage web, Nai Zun, Jai Pa and I stepped back immediately in order to vacate the premise for them. With our hasty retreat, I turned back in full speed and swung my piercer with immense force. Numerous violet blades whizzed forward at the stroke, cutting down a vast area of trees behind us. I apologized inwardly. Sorry, trees. The battle calls for it. I could hear Naizun's teasing laughter from beside me. Can't help practicing on those trees the moment you gained a slightly more combative skill. Despite wanting to roll my eyes at him, it was true that I'm proud of the new application to my piercer. At least he was complimenting the new technique I've developed. As expected, the tactics of fighting are found through actual combat, unable to attain through private practice alone. When I drew back by almost 10 meters, I could see the enormous arms swinging away at the giants, knocking back 3 of them in succession. My face twitched at the brutality of his fighting style. It's no wonder he's one of GOS's most capable underling. The turn of events had obviously left the 13 giants flabbergasted. They hadn't expected the appearance of such enormous arms, and much less the fact that they could be picked up as easily as chicks and flung back with overwhelming force. Be that as it may, there were still limitations to Tao Lai's arms. Between the intervals of his swings, several of those nimble giants scurried through the gaps and headed towards us. At high speed, Bandage Man Mulis Web, with its limitless extensions, bound tightly around the variety of weapons that were whirring over from the other side of the forest. Pulling back when we did, 3 giants emerged ahead of Jai Pa from the gaps of Tao Lai's attack. Just as he was about to step forward and seal us in his force field, I glanced over at Nai Zun. Nai Zun's eyes met mine swiftly and understood my intention immediately. I spoke up in haste. Jai Pa, hide behind us. Your defensive skills will be able to protect yourself while it assists us. Stop showing off. Protecting you is our first priority. Wielding the piercer, I rushed forward with Nai Zun hard on my heels. Nai Zun's dark silhouette appeared beside me in a flash. Staying close to me, I tossed the piercer to him just as our eyes met. With his lack of participation in battles, I was never sure of Nai Zun's combative skills. But I knew that he didn't use any form of weapons, and thus was unsuitable for long-distance combat. He caught my piercer promptly. In the meantime, with my tip of my feet against the ground, I leapt in midair and readied my bow. My hands drew out 6 arrows at once. Arrows on bow. It struck forward at full speed. My 6 arrows shot through their ferocious eyes of all 3 fast-approaching giants with precision. I infused my MF into them for the first time, and the effect it achieved left me pleasantly surprised. As if it held the radiance of a blaze, the arrow sunk fully into the giant's eyes. The strength brought upon by the tip of the arrow was enough to make the giants stop in their steps as well. Ahu! The 3 giants inclined their head towards the sky, parted their lips, and wailed. At the same time, Nai Zun's held up my piercer unwavering with his right hand, a faint smile decorating his features. Just like me, his gloved hand swung it laterally with force, flicking a stream of violet blade forward. What frustrated me, though, was the fact that his violet blade was far more powerful than mine. The violet blade in front of my eyes seemed to be ignited by a violet glow and expanded in size as it traveled forward, like a laser. The giant blade that whizzed past was dazzling. Chapter 69. Volume 2. 69. You will beg me. The violet blade seemed to carry an electrical current, winding up a strong gust with it. As the three giants clutched their eyes for my arrows, it struck them against the chest. Boom! There was an explosion of violet light and blood sprayed the surroundings. Putzed, as if it was alive. The violet blade continued ruthlessly forward even after it collided with the giants, until it had completely sliced through them into halves. Rumble, severed into 6 segments. The giants clashed loudly to the ground. When I descended back down, I twisted my head towards Nizun. He donned a peaceful smile. His starry eyes were surging with a shred of radiance, and his jet black fringe fell in front of his eyes, covering that fair forehead of his. When he noticed my gaze on him, he smirked, reaching out to return the piercer. I glanced sideways at him. It seems like you're more suited for this weapon. There was a faint smile on him when he shook his head lightly. I have no use for something so violent. I'm a very gentle person. He winked in reciprocation. I rolled my eyes again. When I returned my attention, the situation ahead of us had already changed. 5 of the giants flew back from the impact of Tao Lai's bellow, and another 3 were torn apart by his arms. This was even worse than being sliced by my piercer. The remaining 2 were just about to charge forward when Tao Lai jerked his finger again. Keeping their ferocious expression, they obediently returned to Tao Lai. On the other end, Muli's giant net had flung all the weapons back to where they came from. With a piercingly cold gust of wind, the countless number of sharp weapons deflected back towards Zuan. Zuan's pale face did not express any changes. He merely lifted a hand calmly and dropped it again decisively. Rattle, as though it had lost its anti-gravitational force. The weapons that were cutting through the air fell to the ground in a rattle, littering the ground in front of him. Just as I was about to step forward, there was a glaring light emitting from the giants which we had sliced apart, as well as those that Tao Lai ripped into shreds. With a blink of an eye, they shrunk into mini version of those giants like a wooden figurine. I was taken aback by the transformation. Were these figurines brought to life by Tao Lai, then transfigured into giants and placed under his control? Did he infuse his MF in order to do that? Was that possible? I had infused MF in my piercer as well, but I couldn't convert it into an element of control over the weapon. The only thing I could manage was to become one with the piercer and unleash an attack that was immensely more damaging. These people, Mu Lai and Tao Lai included, had mastered the trick to controlling their MF with precision, including those that were expended. Among those I've met, Song Lu had been the best at her precision of MF control, even though she didn't have a high level of MF. With a tiny stream of water, she would be able to fatally pierce through her enemies. These people, on the other hand, had clearly honed their skills in MF control to perfection. I frowned. As it turns out, my time here was still too short. Right. It appears that MF could be used in 2 ways. The first would be precision control to fulfill its attack on the enemy, while the second was the sensing of MF, using it to construct a unique ability of your own, just like Guan Nai with his illusions, Chai Pa with his shield, and you, Liang with his soul projection. It was apparent that I couldn't incorporate either methods deftly, or perhaps I just hadn't ever figured out how to do so since the very start. At a time like this, I truly wish I could ask Lai King and Mr. Blonde for the reason behind my appointment. What had they seen in me that made me worthy of being a district commander? Could it be that it was my double identity disorder which convinced them would my second identity emerge again and transform me into a deadly female warrior? I really don't understand it. Among these people, I'm practically useless. Sigh. It was obvious that our enemies on the other end couldn't comprehend the knit in my brows or the dip of my head, much less the reason for my gloominess. Tao Lai watched me with great interest before finally speak up. Are you surprised by this puppetry technique? Preoccupied by my self-hatred, I didn't respond. Lai Shen, it seems like you have brought reinforcements upon your return from Eastern District. However, I'm afraid you have been oversimplifying the situation at hand. Still stuck in my dejection, I couldn't gather enough anger for a retort. Instead, I raised a brow at him coldly and stared. What do you mean? Suin smiled but didn't answer. I seriously can't stand people who speak in such baffling manner. Graceful and calm. Ta Lai shot me a smile. As though our successful counter to their attack was not at all surprising to him. He turned and took a step. Then, with his long and slender legs, he leapt onto one of the remaining two giants. Taking a seat upon their shoulder, he faced us, and crossed his legs with incomparable elegance. A hand stroking the jade stone ring on his other. Lai Shen, I'm not interested in taking your life. I want something else. What I raised my brow. I want you and you alone, to tag along with me somewhere, and stay there for a month. Ta Lai smiled gracefully. I don't understand this at all. These two lunatics must have snuck out when Yu Jai wasn't looking. I know you don't understand it now. But you will one day. In fact, you will be begging me when the day comes. Ta Lai turned the ring on his right hand twice, and spoke with a firm but calm voice. A sardonic laugh escaped me. Oh, how are you so sure that I will beg you? Haven't you heard that Lai Shen, has never begged anyone? Ta Lai tilted his head, supporting it with the palm of his hand as he leaned against the giant's head. His composed smile was beginning to get on my nerves. Of course you wouldn't beg anyone for yourself. But what if it's for him? Unhurriedly, he lifted his left hand and pointed to the spot beside me. Right at Nai Zun. I was stupefied. I turned and took a glimpse at Nai Zun. What did he mean by that? Before I could respond, Nai Zun chuckled and brought his gaze slowly towards Ta Lai. I will never allow her to beg anyone on my behalf. There was an indecipherable stabbing in my heart. It was as if Nai Zun's words had intrigued him. His usually unperturbed eyes was suddenly flooded with strong interest as he watched Nai Zun. For some reason, I hated the way he was looking at Nai Zun, the way he watched Nai Zun like he was something he could attain with extreme ease. Something he must have. Whatever you are thinking about, whatever you want to say or do, just spill it. I'm not interested in prolonging this meaningless conversation. Do you want to continue the fight? Or did you want something else? Just say the word and get this over with. I raised my voice, fearlessly looking at the people opposite me. Ta Lai was not in the least affected by my loud declaration. His eyes remained fixated on Nai Zun even as his words were directed at Zhu. Let's go. There's no way I'll be able to kill her today. A self-deprecating smile crept across Zhu En's face for a split second before it was wiped away completely. He turned towards Ta Lai. Don't forget about your promise. Ta Lai's smile was as composed as ever when he nodded in response. Then, to Zhu En, he added, let's go. Meanwhile, I was startled. Hey, aren't you taking us too lightly? You charged at us out of nowhere and initiated a battle. And now you are just leaving as you. Please. I have had enough with this ridiculous situation. With a swing of my piercer, I clamored. However, the giant had already turned its body and began walking into the depths of the forest. Zhu En, on the other hand, regarded me coldly before jumping onto the other giant's shoulder, then followed after Ta Lai. We're just going to let them come and go as they please. Frustrated, I turned towards Nai Zun. His eyes were unexpectedly solemn, and the words tumbled out. We won't pursue. Fine. Even though I was still raging. But since Nai Zun had made the decision, then I've lost all interest in it as well. And so, I merely gritted my teeth while I watched their retreating backs before spinning back towards Tao Lai and Mu Lai. I had initially wanted to admire their tactics in detail, but by the time I turned my gaze towards them, they were already back to their usual form. Tao Lai still had his sunglasses on, standing respectfully to the side, while Mu Li's sparkling green eyes were no longer as terrifying as it had been. Jai Pa stepped out from behind us and pushed against his glasses before calmly making his way to one of the abandoned wooden figurines. Crouching down, he took out a white handkerchief and wrapped it around the figurine before placing it into a glass bottle that he had prepared. Once again, he stuffed the bottle into his backpack. TCH. Jai Pa, that backpack of yours is basically Doraemon's magical 4D pocket. Despite all the bottles that you keep in there on a daily basis, it still fits. Jaipa smiled warmly at me. Ms. Shen. What's a doryman? Jaipa. Were you a doctor in your previous life? Jaipa nodded. Yes. A psychiatrist. Ah. It's no wonder. Awkwardly, I scratched my head and laughed. Ms. Shen. I've never seen the guy in blue before today. Who is he all of a sudden? Tao Lai asked. He's one of my floor managers. He wasn't that active in the past, and I don't know much about him either. I only know of his existence. With his sunglasses on, I couldn't read his expression. Ms. Shen. I hope you will practice even more caution when you meet him again. Eventually, Tao Lai said. I frowned. Why did you notice something? Mu Lai continued on behalf. It's like this: the man had claimed that it was a form of puppetry technique he used earlier to control the giants. Typically, we might assume that it's a mere manipulation of the MF. However, to Tao Lai and my understanding, puppetry techniques are capable of much more than that. Basically, even if it was the puppetry technique, there was practically no one in the split zone who had achieved perfection in its execution. Adding on to Mu Lai's answer, Tao Lai pushed against his sunglasses. With the exception of Southern District Soul Snatcher Rong Jin, we haven't met anyone who would exhaust this much MF to practice this sort of puppet manipulation skills. But that's not the most important part. What's most crucial is the fact that such a person with puppetry skills had gone under Mu Lai and my radar all these years. They might have chosen to keep it low profile. Or maybe they have something to hide. Either way, it puts us ill at ease. Jaipa nodded in agreement. Yes. That's the most critical. My informants had never reported this to me either. A floor manager with such ability, even Naizun, and I have never heard about him before today. I'm no longer surprised. There were many people with astounding abilities in the split zone, and they were always more mysterious than the next. After such a turbulent month, there was nothing much that could shock me anymore, including our new discovery. Chapter 70. Volume 2. 70 Empty City. What should we do now? Then we still have no clue about the situation in Western District. I turned towards Naizun and asked. Naizun was looking ahead, but the expression in his eyes seemed to have drifted even further. Does any of you feel like our surroundings have changed? Naizun muttered suddenly. I looked around, but all around us was still the same boundary forest of Western District. Apart from the battle earlier, there was nothing different about it that I could pinpoint. Naizun exhaled a soft sigh. Let's carry on forward then. His tone seemed to suggest that we had arrived at an unfamiliar place, as opposed to the Western District where we resided in. I complained inwardly. The atmosphere had grown so tense, and those two weirdos from before did nothing to help it. After a little more than an hour, the group of us finally got through the boundary forest. The thought of Western District being on the other side of those line of trees in front of us left me worrying about the look of fear or contempt I may face in my residents' eyes. Even so, it was still difficult to conceal my excitement at the idea of returning to a familiar sight. Such mixture of emotions was completely vanquished by the scene that unfolded in front of me. While Western District's boundary forest may not be as dense as that of Southern District's, it was still planted by our own resident seed after seed. I didn't catch the faintest whiff of decay as I walked through the exuberant forest. So why was I greeted by such a dilapidated sight the moment our district came into view? When we finally got through the boundary forest, whether it was me who had always appeared jovial, or Jaipa who remained calm and composed through everything, or even the indifferent Naizun, all of us were rooted to our spot from shock. At this moment, there was only a sort of indescribable emotion mashed out of glazed stares. Fear, incomprehension, helplessness, so on, and so forth. The marketplace, which was supposed to stand proudly by the boundary forest, was no longer there. Right in front of our eyes was a scene that shouldn't have existed, nor should it ever have been able to exist. Am I seeing this right? Almost hollering out the question, Mu Lai asked. Even Tao Lai's bulky stature seemed to have shivered a little. Ms. Shen. The people we have sent to survey your district have never crossed over the boundary forest. We didn't know about this. What exactly is going on here? I could feel the trembling of my legs. But it wasn't out of fear. It was out of concern and excessive and overwhelming worry. Such apprehension wasn't the same as when others warned you about the arrival of doomsday. Such apprehension was as if you had witnessed the end of the world with your own eyes. I couldn't divert my gaze. And so I allowed my attention to be stubbornly fixated upon the wasteland in front of us. That's right. A wasteland. It was not the Western District that we knew which appeared in front of us, but a wasteland. Like an ancient castle which had caved in. The sight that welcomed us out of the forest wasn't the marketplace, no. Perhaps it might have been, but you could no longer identify it in its current state. The spot where the marketplace used to be was now replaced by a collapsed building. A boundless odor of decay filled the air all around the debris, with brown pieces of rocks and jet-black rubble resting upon it. The sky was filled with drifting dust and dirt. At a glance, there was only an overcast of smoke and dust. At a glance, there was not a single soul in sight. I wanted to step towards the ruins. Yet, when my right foot moved forward, it was as though a withered hand had materialized from the ground, coiling an iron grip over my ankle. My leg faltered in pain and were giving way. I felt an overwhelming urge to fall on my knees. Where I stood, it was Nizun who held me up. Nizun, what's going on? Where's Western District? I could feel an unexplainable grief filling my eyes and I clutched tightly onto Nizun's hand in return. Staring into his eyes, I asked with trepidation, "Calm down. Let's continue forward and check the situation ahead." Even though his voice remained in its apathetic tone, but I saw the fleeting gaze in his eyes. It was as though he couldn't bear it either. I sucked in a deep breath and repeated Nizun's words, reminding myself to hold myself together. With that, we began moving along, going increasingly faster with every step, never stopping. As we went deeper into the district, there was nothing new that caught our eyes. On each flank, the view that surrounded us was nothing more than barren land and ruins. It was like walking through a vast desert which had buried an abandoned, ancient castle. The corners of countless collapsed buildings were buried within the unique stone ground of the split zone, bringing forth an aura of doom. We ran even faster. Ruins, ruins, and even more ruins. I didn't know how long we had been running through this area, but wherever we looked, all we could see were ruins. There wasn't a single building that was left intact. Not a single tree. Not even the plaza square that would typically be outside the buildings. There was only an empty land of stone grounds, void of everything else but ruins. There was not a single person. What the hell is going on? Unable to bear the heinous scene anymore, I stopped in my tracks and screamed out without care. Is this still the Western District? Did we get trapped in an illusion? Even Jaipa, who always stayed cool-headed, began asking as he swept his gaze around. Where's everyone? Tao Lai and Mu Lai asked at the same time. But did I look like I have the answers? We stayed glued to the ground and glanced at one another. Eventually, no one was able to explain the scene that we were faced with. There was not a single soul or thing in the entire Western District, apart from the normalcy we found in the boundary forest. Everything else in the Western District seemed to have been struck by calamity, leaving the remnants of graves with no bodies. There was no response to my yelling, not even an echo. The vast area in front of us seemed surreal, but at the same time, it was beyond the shadow of doubt. Real? Nizun continued running, and while I could distinctly feel the wobbling of my legs, I ran along. It seems like there was nothing I could do besides running. We didn't know how long we had ran before we finally spotted something different from those relics. No, not something. It was a person. Awe erupting from my throat. I let out a high-pitched scream that reverberated throughout the abandoned and desolate land. In this infinite stillness, we finally found a familiar face. According to the blueprint that had been so deeply engraved in our minds through the years, we should be near the center of Western District, in front of the academy. But could we have sprinted too far ahead? All that littered the place were fragments of building tiles. The only difference was the man in the middle. Specifically, it was an old man who had been turned to stone. His feet were buried deep in the rubble, with both hands placed clasped in prayer in front of his chest. His eyes were shut tight, and his entire person was covered in stone. His head was lacking its crown. During this state of petrification, the scarlet red of blood no longer seeped through. Instead, within his bare skull sat his brain in jet black. It was Old Man Fan. Grandpa screamed out when I rushed to his side. My outstretched arm attempted to touch him, but I didn't know where to start. Old Man Fan had both his eyes closed. His entire body was besmirched by soil, and even his limbs and organs seemed to have been turned to stone, albeit not completely. As though he hadn't completed his fusion, he became half human and stone, abandoned in the midst of this chaos without a hint of breath. Jai Pa rushed forward and pulled me back, advising against laying my finger on Old Man Fan. What happened to him? Jai Pa? I was almost shouting at this point. Mso Shen, don't panic. Let me take a look. As Jai Pa attempted to calm me down, I could see the slight quiver to his hand when he held out his handkerchief. Despite how much he tried to conceal under the calm facade, it was obvious that he was unnerved too. Surprisingly, it was when I noticed his distress in my peripheral vision that I quietened down. I mustered all my faith in the single gaze that I shot him. Jai Pa nodded at me and began his investigation with the handkerchief between his right hand and the stone statue. He tried moving Old Man Fan's hand to no avail. He has been turned to stone, Tao Lai asked, as aghast at the sight as we were. Jai Pa nodded solemnly. It seems so. Still, looking at the brain that's been exposed through the top, it appears that there are still flesh and blood underneath the surface. Taking the time when Jai Pa was studying Old Man Fan's body, I surveyed our surroundings. Similarly, Nai Zun circled the circumference at full speed. There seems to be nothing else here in Western District, except this. Finally coming to a conclusion, Nai Zun pointed to the battered stone figure. Old Man Fan, what do you mean there's nothing else? How can there be nothing else? I was in disbelief at the news. Nai Zun sighed. His eyes held a gleam of perplexing worry. Mso Shen, this should be Old Man Fan's body. As for how he had been transformed into this state, I honestly have no way of knowing. And neither have I encountered such a situation before. The flesh and blood beneath this stone surface have been completely frozen over. As well, I don't know if he's still alive, or if he still has MF. Jai Pa exhaled, then added, I really have never seen something like this before. Tao Lai, Mu Lai. I was about to speak when Tao Lai moved to remove his sunglasses, revealing those eyes that were brimming with vigor. He seemed to have guessed my next words before I even spoke, as though revealing his eyes was a form of affirmation of his answer. He replied before I even had to ask. Ms. Lai Shen. Such an occurrence is unheard of, much less witnessed by us. That's right. Those officials we had concealed in our boundary forest mentioned that there were always throngs of people scuttling around on this side of the forest, as if someone was instigating an uprising. As such, we speculated that Western District had fallen into chaos. Now that we're here, however, there's not a single person in sight and the entire district seemed abandoned. We've never imagined it to be reduced into such desolation. My heart was overwhelmed with a cold sense of dread. Chapter 71. Volume 2. 71 District Commander. I'll await your return. What should we do now? I tried my best to soothe my nerves. Jai Paul looked solemn. I had a group of residents who acted as my informants. While they might not be able to help every single time, I still had faith in their loyalty. During the time while we were gone, I had been worried that Yu Jai might have figured them out and inflicted harm on them as a result. But now it seems that the issue isn't restricted to just a few people. Nai Zun swept his gaze around before eventually speaking up. Right now, we can be almost certain that this isn't an illusion. Nor was it possible to send a large group of people away just like that. After all, Western District is the dead end to the split zone, and Eastern District bordered the other side. I don't suppose there's an ability in existence that could allow undetected transportation of a few thousands of people all at once. Which means to say, we can be sure that the cause of this must be something we're clueless about, something that's beyond even our wildest imagination. Listening to Nai Zun's conclusion, A thought sprung to mind. Does this have to do with Ta Lai and Zhu, and didn't we meet them in the boundary forest earlier? They left in the direction of Western District. So where are they now? The answer was revealed right as I asked. As though they were returning to match our speed, Ta Lai and Zhu approached, still perched atop the two giant shoulders. Ta Lai, is this your doing without waiting for them to reach us? I shouted towards them with a finger pointing at the barren land. On top of the slowly approaching giant, Ta Lai's face was unexpectedly grim, and his voice held a hint of dejection. We were only a step ahead of you, and had similarly just returned to the Western District. We have already surveyed the entire district. This is all that we could see. A retort was at the tip of my tongue when Nai Zun gestured for me to keep my cool, before stepping up himself. You mean, you haven't been camping out in the boundary forest in waiting of our return? Ta Lai leapt from the giant's shoulder. That's right. When you departed from Western District, Zhu had sought me out and we left together. We've never returned here all this while and had only been a step quicker than you today. We were just more well-informed than you. Where we knew about Yuji's intention a long time ago, but had never expected Western District to be reduced to such state. Why should I believe you claimed that you left after we did? But Yujai brought up the deaths of 7 floor managers and the betrayal of 20. Why didn't she mention anything about a missing manager? I asked coldly. Ta Lai rotated the ring on his hand calmly. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. After you left, the floor managers did betray you. But your understanding of Yujai was practically at zero. Once her split symbol is activated, she will have the ability of duplication. Within a small period of time, she can replicate the ability of another person, as long as it didn't exceed her MF. Did you ever know about this? I was speechless. My understanding of Yujai, was that why she was able to use JOSS air manipulation? Did that mean to say, when she had purposefully framed Naizun, the ability that she claimed he had was actually her own? In that case, what was she trying to tell me? Regardless of Yuji's ability, her decisiveness or viciousness in executing her plans, it was true that she was 1,000 times stronger than you were. When you left, there were many who didn't wish to betray you. But within the split zone, who wouldn't prioritize their own survival when the situation has taken a turn for the worse? Lishan, district commanders aren't kings in the split zone. What's the purpose of a district commander? Why did Mr. Blonde appoint them? Have you ever truly pondered over this? As before, I remain speechless. Ta Lai's voice remained calm throughout, speaking without a change in dynamics of his speech. I reckon that perhaps too much time had gone by since Lai King's departure. Perhaps during this time you had forgotten about everything you ever promised her. You were never able to trust in yourself, never able to comprehend the reason behind Mr. Blonde and Lai King's appointment. Even so, there were ways to attempt understanding even when you can't comprehend. But you didn't. All you did was evade. You chose to remain oblivious. It was only natural that Yujai would hate you. And Zhu An's hatred towards you was just as it should be. His forlorn eyes were locked onto me, not granting any opportunity to escape. If one failed the people who had unwaveringly committed their faith in them, then that in itself is a sin. It's true that I'm not qualified to be the Western District Commander, I said, dejected. If you don't have faith in yourself despite the trust others have placed in you, then that's even more unforgivable. Ta Lai's words were like needles, drawing blood with every prick. Despite this, I knew that the words he was speaking So Mion, whom I used to be complete strangers with before this day, was nothing less than fitting for me. This is exactly who I am. That is why, what I think you really need is someone to lend you a helping hand. Someone to remind you why you were made the Western District's commander, and what that title really meant. His last sentence was forceful, and his gaze on me was penetrating and sharp. Zuen, who had hopped from his giant shoulder, turned quiet at his words. I didn't breathe a word, and the same applied to everyone around me. In the end, it was Zuen who spoke up, as though he was unwilling to even spare me a glance. He turned to Ta Lai. You're going to bring her there right now. Ta Lai nodded gracefully. His slender fingers turned the ring on his hand twice. Yes, As you can see, the circumstances have changed. Zhu An's face was wiped of emotions, and he stayed quiet for a few moments before walking back towards the western-eastern boundary forest. I know there's no way you would agree to it if I asked for her life at this moment. I just hope that you won't forget about your promise. Anything else is up to you. You'll be heading back. Let's meet again when you're done. With a nonchalant lift of his right hand and a little wave, the giant followed after Zhu An. Why don't you let him follow you? Zhu An didn't respond, but neither did he reject the offer. He leapt onto the giant's shoulder again and walked past us. Not once had he looked my way. Lai Shen, leave with me. Ta Lai flashed a small, elegant smile. Logically speaking, if a baffling and mysterious character such as Ta Lai asked this of me, I should have rejected without hesitation. However, for some unknown reason, there was something about his speech that made my subconscious get me to accept. But can I really believe him? How should I respond? Where was he planning on taking me? Noticing my lack of response, the finger that was resting upon his ring jerked. Allow me to analyze the current situation for you. There are 2 items on your agenda right now. 1, to get your friends back. And 2, to protect Western District. Observing your current level of strength, you wouldn't be able to accomplish either. The plight that Western District has found itself in had far exceeded my expectation as well. But you don't have the right to reject. I must make you remember exactly why you were appointed commander. His words were arrogant, yet, like a deflated ball, I had no will left in me to fight back. The existence of a choice is for those who are competent, and the incompetent had likewise forfeited their right to choose. You can only go with me. Tao Lai seemed to have sensed my desolation when he stepped forward. Ms. Lai Shen, do you want us to contact our commander and search for a solution together? At the thought of Jiao, I immediately declined with a wave of my hand. Jiao still has the burden of Eastern District on her shoulders. How could I continue being this reliant on her? When we traveled to Southern District, I had relied on her and Gaoqin Jiu Yi, and the result? I still couldn't figure out the true meaning of my existence. Could this be why Gaoqin Jiu Yi abandoned me? Even if I knew that he did it for Si Luo. Even though I knew that we had only known each other for a short while. But why can't I let go? I want to be like Jiao. To be that strong and brave in pursuing the person I like. Thank you for your good intentions. Tao Lai and Mu Lai. I took a deep breath, turning towards them. Not only am I helpless about the plight of Western District, I was in the dark all this while. I'm afraid I've let both of you witness myself as an incompetent joke of a commander. I laughed bitterly. Mu Lai responded in haste. That's not it. Ms. Lai Shen, I might have developed some prejudice against you before, but we have utmost faith in our commander. If our commander trusts in you, if she's willing to help you, then that means you have your own set of strengths. My eyes wavered. To have people who trusted this much in her. I was suddenly so envious of Jiao. Nai Zun's eyes fleeted swiftly to mine, like he was asking, don't you have them too? That's right. Don't I have them too? I glanced at Jai Pa, who stood to the side, still as calm and composed as ever. I thought of Song Lu and Yu Liang. It was true. I did have them, but as if I had made a major decision, I returned my attention to Mu Lai and Tao Lai. I've decided to go with him. I know it's possible that you may not comprehend the rationale behind my conclusion, but this is something I must do, and I'll need to ask for your help. Mu Lai had every intention of stopping me, but was blocked by Tao Lai's muscular arms. His spirited eyes shone with a form of trust, and in his usual respectful manner, he said, please do tell. Pointing at Jai Pa, I inhaled a deep breath. Please take Jai Pa back to the Eastern District with you and do your best to protect him. Jai Pa didn't seem surprised at my words. He met Nai Zun's eyes. Then, with his calm gaze, he said to me, since Mesa Shen has decided, then I'll return to the Eastern District with Mr. Mu Lai and Mr. Tao Lai. He'll be able to conduct experiments on the items I've collected over the past few days while I'm at it as well. Then, with his familiar habit of pushing up his glasses, he flashed a faint smile. Commander, go on ahead. I'll await your return. In an instant, my eyes reddened. Chapter 72. Volume 2. 72 A Hand in the Dark. Tao Lai nodded. Ms. Lai Shen. Please be rest assured that we'll protect Mr. Jai Pa to the best of our abilities. We swear it on our reputation. As rank officials of the S clan. I nodded fervently, then swept my gaze towards Nai Zun. He was looking back at me with his usual indifferent and calm gaze, but I understood the meaning behind them. I turned towards Ta Lai once more. Alright, since you're adamant about bringing me with you, then I might as well follow along. I'd like to know if I'm truly the Western District Commander too. I was firm with my declaration. There was a trace of appreciation in Ta Lai's eyes. All things considered, there are still aspects to you that I can look forward to. Don't worry, I don't want to kill you. Through this journey with me, you'll definitely achieve something unexpected. I shook my head. I'm not worried about whether you plan on harming or helping me, and neither am I curious about where you're taking me. I just really want to know what I've forgotten. Ta Lai smiled but didn't answer. But wherever I go, you'll have to bring him along. I pointed towards Nai Zun. It was only then that Ta Lai shifted his attention to Nai Zun. At the moment he looked over, Ta Lai's eyes glistened. You can control with your pupils, he asked with a tug of a smile. Yes. Nai Zun responded with a faint smile of his own. Alright. The word seemed to be directed at Nai Zun even though he was nodding his head at me. Either way, he appeared to have agreed to the proposal of Nai Zun accompanying me. I dipped my head and pondered for a moment before taking in a deep breath again, flashing a radiant smile at Tao Lai and Mu Lai. Alright then. You should go. Bring Jai Pa along with you and return to the Eastern District. Inform Jo S about everything that has happened here, but tell her not to worry about me. I'll definitely visit her again. Worried? Mu Lai shot a skeptical glances at Ta Lai, who remained at his spot opposite us. Tao Lai nodded. Don't worry. Ms. Lai Shen. We will convey this to our commander without missing a single word. As though in warning, he looked towards Ta Lai when he spoke. His eyes seemed to be expressing a hidden message, conveying that Jo S would send someone for me if he dared to harm me in any way. Ta Lai maintained his elegant and casual smile without responding. I waved my hand. Let's go on our separate ways then. You should hurry up and get through the boundary forest before nightfall. Don't stay here overnight. Staying in this wasteland seems pretty frightening too. Tao Lai and Mu Lai shot one last uneasy glance at Ta Lai, but nodded their head eventually. Jai Pa remained unperturbed through it all. Adjusting his glasses, he held out a small black bottle from his bag and passed it to Nai Zun. Likewise, Nai Zun received it casually, placing it safely in the pocket of his windbreaker. Jai Pa gave a nod towards Nai Zun, who dipped his head in return. There's a mutual understanding that I didn't understand. Nonetheless, I could sense the immeasurable trust between them. It's settled then. Ms. Shen. Go on and head off with Nai Zun. We'll be leaving Western District before dark as well. I nodded. Thereafter, the three of them sprinted towards the boundary forest after one last glance towards me. Alright. Let's talk about this. Where are you bringing me apart from the three established districts? It doesn't seem like there's anywhere else to go in the split zone, I said to Ta Lai. Ta Lai flashed his usual smile. That's not true. There's a lot of other places within the split zone. Where I'm bring you now is just one of them. Lifting his slender finger, he pointed towards the opposite of eastern-western boundary forest. But this is the end of Western District, and in that, the end of the split zone. Before the setting of the sun, we followed Ta Lai to the edge of Western District where the Western residence was. There were no boundary lines on this side of Western District, for there isn't a district beyond here. The area was occupied by vast area of boundary forest which was only lined with dense trees on the outer rim. Within the forest, there were more empty voids and was a spot where many would come to practice their MF. At the end of the forest, there were clouds of black fog that were impossible to cut across. This is the end of the split zone. As we stepped into the core of the boundary forest, Ta Lai took position on a vacant stone ground. All of a sudden, he lifted his hand and grasped at the void. With his movement, A gust of wind surged from the ground beneath his feet. Naizun and I were standing in the midst of it all, and the strong burst of wind whipped my hair and red dress around haphazardly. Freaking hell. I'm about to expose myself. Just as I was about to weigh my dress down with a hand, the piece of ground beneath us seemed to come to life. By the time I reacted to the situation, I was already falling. The three of us, along with the ground that had just breached open in a square, plunged at full speed as though we were taking an elevator. "Ah!" I screamed as the gray ray of light slowly disappeared from above our head, and all around us was covered in stone walls. With the speed of my fall, the wind that was rushing from below blew my hair in the opposite direction, making it stand atop my head. During the entire process, the two graceful and calm men watched me as if they were looking at a monster. Although I could understand that the image must have been horrifying, a screaming woman with her long, red hair standing upright atop her head, pressing down on her equally red dress with both hands in vain. Even so, the feeling of weightlessness was seriously uncomfortable. I could care less about how I must have looked. I just screamed on. After falling for several meters, the right hand where Ta lied on the ring twitched again, and the stone ground that carried us floated in mid-air. Yet, the only thing on all four ends were stone walls, as though we've sunk into a well. I still haven't recovered from the terror, but my thoughts had already began to wander. Why is this scene so familiar? A deep tunnel. Could it be that the boundary forest here has a tunnel of its own? Could it be that Ta Lai wants to turn Naizun and I into experiment subjects as well and stuff us into a big bucket? The thought of those hideous leeches made my lips quiver, and I shot my glance towards Ta Lai, but he didn't return my gaze. Instead, he lifted a finger on his right hand and pointed to one of the stone wall. It was when I followed the direction of his finger that I realized there was a stone door fixed upon it. Stone door. Is there a stone room behind that door too? I feel faint just wondering about this. Still, despite my reluctance, the situation is no longer within my control. Ta Lai walked over to the door, and with a turn of his ring, the door began to open gradually, but all I could see within it was darkness. There wasn't even a shred of light. Naizun and I caught each other's eyes, and just as Ta Lai was about to step in, the two of us caught up to him in haste. The moment our feet stepped through the door, the stone piece that transported us here rumbled to life and rose towards the ground, above again, just like an elevator. While I was looking back in horror as the stone floor disappeared into view, the stone door closed with a swoosh. When I turned back, I realized that I couldn't see anything. My vision was pitch black, and everywhere I looked was filled with darkness. I couldn't even make out the silhouette of my own fingers, even if it had turned dark outside. Being bodies of consciousness in the split zone, we still had our circumference of visibility. So how was it that I could see nothing in here? I swiftly directed a MEF towards my eyes, enhancing my vision, but there was still nothing at all. Only a vast area of pitch-black darkness. Naizun Ta Lai, I cried out. In the midst of the darkness, I could hear Naizun's reply. I'm here. But Ta Lai said nothing. Like a blind person, I stretched both my arms forward and began feeling my surrounding aimlessly. If I remember correctly, Naizun shouldn't be too far ahead of me. Naizun, you didn't move. Right, don't move around. I tried to calm myself down, but the usual panic that one would face in darkness was slowly creeping up to me. I didn't move. Naizun's voice was still composed like always, and that put me more at ease. Guided by my subconsciousness, my outstretched arms continued searching as I moved forward. On my left, nothing. On my right, still nothing. My feet took a careful step forward, followed by a light movement of my hands, exploring the area ahead. I couldn't feel anything, and it made me feel a wave of helplessness. This feeling of helplessness seems familiar. Naizun, I was getting scared. Ever since I've arrived into the split zone, I was able to see even in the night. I've never been faced with such darkness. I'm here, Naizun replied calmly. I could hear Naizun's voice from somewhere not far away from me. But why can't I reach him? Gritting my teeth, I took a huge step forward. With a long stride, my heart sank with it as well. It was a good thing that my feet was still in contact with the ground. It seems like there wasn't an abyss or anything strange like that here. I really don't want to imagine myself falling into any strange pits. With a small sigh of relief, I took another huge stride forward, then began feeling around my surrounding again. Finally, I seemed to have reached his arm. I felt a burst of glee and was just about to speak up when the arm I felt began moving vigorously. I haven't had time to respond before the hand in the dark grabbed onto my own right hand and yanked forcefully. Ah! A chill ran down my arms. Then with a sound of splatter, my entire right arm was pulled apart by the hand I felt. I could feel the deluge of blood spraying from my right shoulder. The sharp pain began to spread from there to my entire being. With my scream, I staggered 3 steps back and at the same time, placed pressure on my right shoulder with my left hand, heaving for air. Lai Shen. What happened? Nai Zun's anxious voice sounded once again from ahead of me. Despite this blindness in the peculiar darkness, my eyes were still staring wide open, sweeping around me in the dark. As for the hand that pulled my arm off, it seemed to cease its breathing after that single action. For now, 3 steps back seemed to be a safe range. I could feel my right arm beginning to heal. Chapter 73. Volume 2. 73. What she taught you. If there was a way to retrieve the arm that had been yanked off, it would have taken no time at all for it to mend. Unfortunately, the chances of that was lost in the midst of this darkness, and considering the fact that my body has to grow a full limb, the rate of recovery was slow. It will take at least 10 minutes for it to be healed. What exactly happened to you? Lai Shen Naizen's voice sounded in the dark again. I continued applying pressure to my injury and did my best to calm my breathing, even when my tolerance for pain had multiplied after the time spent in the split zone. It had still been a long while since I've sustained injuries of this extent. Keeping my voice as steady as I could manage, I replied, Naizun, be careful. We're not the only ones here. You're hurt. Where are you? I can smell blood. The rustling sound of his movement told me that he must have started searching for me. Yet, for some odd reason, I couldn't pinpoint his location. It was as though the place could distort your 5 senses. There was simply no way of locating him. But it's fine. You can feel it too. Right? This place can make a person lose all their senses. Be careful, I warned in a soft voice. MMH. With a hum, the stone room fell back into silence until all I could hear was my own suppressed panting. Bearing the pain of my arm's regrowth, I began shifting forward with increased vigilance. Removing the piercer from my calf, I gripped it tightly in my left hand. Ta Lai. What's the meaning of this? I asked softly, but there was no response. I swung my piercer lightly against the ground. Crack. Naizun, can you determine the location of this sound? I questioned. At the same time, staring at the spot where the piercer should have been, I came to the realization that I was blind even to the violet glow it should be emitting. I can't. This place seems to have messed up my senses. Naizun responded calmly. I guess all we can do is wait. I sighed. Are you alright? I'm fine. Don't worry. Once again, I raised my piercer and struck it forcefully towards the front. Crack. I could hear the sound of the whip, but not the light that it should be giving off. Naizun, I'm going to use my MF. In a while, I'll whip a violet blade in all directions so there's a chance I may hit you. But you can use that to determine where I am, I explained. Alright. At the moment when I lifted my piercer, ready to initiate the violet blade, I felt a hand latching around my right feet. It was a knee-jerk reaction when I struck the piercer towards its direction. Crack. The hand loosened their grip when the piercer made contact with my feet. However, with the strike came an agonizing pain that shot through my leg, and I grew unsteady where I stood. I can't feel your violet blade. Naizen spoke up. TSST, that hurt like hell. I muttered under my breath as I endured the pain of my flesh being torn open by the whip. It's futile. Lai Shen. This stone room will distort your senses. Composed as always, Ta Lai's voice rang from the depths of this darkness. What the hell are you doing baring my teeth? I retorted. Never once did the grumbling in my heart stop. Thighs hurts so damn much. Hey, I've told you before. I'm going to help you remember everything Lai King had taught. Ta Lai's laughter was graceful and serene. I froze at his words. In that instant, a snippet of memory seemed to rush into mind. It was like an incident that had happened in the past which you've never forgotten, but, for some unknown reason, you've never thought about it either. Yet when the day comes, when it gets triggered again, it seems to drown your mind with vividness of the memory. I was brought back to that very day. About a month into my arrival at the split zone. Ah Shen, you're slacking off again. If we are not done with planting these trees by the time Lai King gets back, we'll get punished again. Lai Wen flashed a smile at me while I was stuck in a daze. Perched on a tree, I stared blankly at the branches above me. How did trees appear in the split zone? Pouring the growth agent into the pit she had just dug. She responded. What's the use of overthinking it now that we're here? We should just get used to this lifestyle. Weren't there also plants and greenery in our previous life? Just treat it as though we're still in that world. Then, I was quiet for a moment. Hey, you guys aren't done yet. I've already planted dozens of them. Yuji's cheerful voice rang from afar, lifting my gaze. Her pale, green hair upon that serpent body fluttered in the wind. I couldn't help the bitter smile from forming. How do we pretend that this is still the previous world? Lai Wen seemed to have sensed my thoughts. Her gaze flitted from Yuji's approaching body, then back to me. Ah Shen, you're always this pessimistic. Am I pessimistic? I just really want to go back. I'm really not used to this. What are you thinking about? Ah Shen, come on down and help us with the three of us. We might just be able to finish planting them before Lai King returns. Yuji beckoned me over as she reached out to help Lai Wen. I responded with a soft and simple, coming. Do you need my help? A timid voice suddenly spoke up from behind me. I turned back to see Naizone in his black turtleneck shirt, a pair of black jeans, with both hands tucked in his pocket. He shot a gaze that would have been able to melt anyone else's heart and gain their sympathy. But I hate it. I hate it when he looks at me that way. No, just stay away from me, I replied callously. Hopping down from the tree, I dusted my hands, then asked Lai Wen and Yuji begrudgingly. Why do we have to plant trees? Yuji ignored my whining. Instead, her intrigued gaze was fixed at a spot behind the tree I had just leapt from. Ah Shen, he's always following you around. Does he like you? My brows knitted together. Don't bring him up, I don't like him. TCH, 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 making a fuss about our relationship. Yuji curled her lips. It was with that look of hers that amused me into laughter, and, as a result, both Lai Wen and Yuji guffawed along. A sense of glee swelled in my chest, and perhaps it was because of this contagious joy that a soft spot in my heart began to sink. I turned back subconsciously and watched the tree where Naizone was. Naizone was sitting on top of it. He had a dazed, distant look to his eyes, and I have no idea what could be on his mind. How can a person like you resonate with her? I couldn't help muttering to myself. What did you say? Yuji nudged me. Oh, it's nothing. I forced a smile in return. Was this all you have planted after one whole day? Lai King's hearty laughter reverberated from behind us. I turned my head and regarded the woman quietly. When I first met her, I called her Lai King Jai. She frowned. Her face contorted while she waved her hand. Don't call me that, call me Lai King. I didn't understand anything when I was assigned to the Western District. I didn't even dare to speak as I pleased. Yet, as a district commander, she would always drag a newcomer like me with her. She loved wearing that silver armor of hers, and with a valiant flick of her short, indigo hair, she always looked so bright and full of life. Lai King was someone whom everyone in the split zone worshipped and looked up to. Was Ah Shen slacking again? Lai King opened her arms casually. Wearing her armor, she stopped beside me and wrapped an arm around my neck. The refreshing scent of her seemed to drown me in an instant. Regardless whether we were in the split zone or the real world, I've never been this intimate with anyone, and it left me feeling uneasy. I tried to twist my shoulders, but Lai King's strength forbids me to. Lai Wen smiled. Of course she was. I realized that being in a trance is her hobby. We should just call her Trance Girl. Right, Yuji. Yuji beamed a charming smile. and shook her glossy green hair, but did not breathe a word. My neck was still caught in Lai King's tight grip. The texture of her hair was stiff, and as the wind whipped them to my face, it prickled. The Eastern District has been chaotic recently. There's always some old man attempting on encroaching my Western District residents. On the basis of their meager MF, I'm going to fight back one of these days, and put them in their place. Lai King's voice was melodious and clear, with a hint of a man's arrogance. Those kind of violent acts aren't up my alley. Lai Wen's eyes were soft, donning a sweet smile. Bring me along, then. I want to learn how to properly use my MF too. Yujai touched the green hair that cascaded down her chest. Lai King loosened her grip around my neck. Her lips curved upwards into a smile. Sure. I'll bring all of you along and teach you through actual combat while I'm at it. The split zone is different from your previous lives. There isn't a difference in strength between genders, but a difference in your MF. Anyway, being able to protect yourself is the main focus. All of you will follow me this time. I lowered my head. My voice was neither loud nor soft when I spoke. I don't want to go. Lai King rejected my declaration without hesitation. No, you must go. I turned my head, meeting her bright and limpid eyes. Why must we fight? Lai King's smile was cool as a breeze. Because the split zone is too boring. The result of this boredom is either to bully others, or be bullied. With that, she let go of my neck and stepped forward. Her head was tilted upwards, and the smile that tugged at her lips was even more striking than her eyes. So, which do you want to be, the bully or the bullied? At that moment, I really wanted to open up my arms and say, it doesn't matter. I've always been the one to get bullied anyway. But I remembered as quickly that had been my previous life. In the split zone, I'm now a newcomer who possessed a MF of 52, and so I acquiesced. Lai King seemed to be overjoyed by my silence, and let out another ebullient laugh. After a few seconds, as though an abrupt idea had crept to her, or perhaps she knew it all along but had just now found an opportunity to say it, her eyes shifted sideways towards something to her back, towards the spot not far away from us. His quiet presence on top of the tree felt as if he didn't exist at all. Nay, Zun, you're coming along too. Chapter 74. Volume 2. 74. The Basilisk Campus. TN Basilisk Campus means basilisk sea monster. Both Greek. Basilisk refers to the legendary reptile reputed to be king of serpents, and campus has the direct meaning of sea monster. From the mythology hippocampus. The shriek came from Ujai just as we were traversing the boundary forest between two districts, moving towards the east. Ujai had always been gutsy. There wasn't much that could scare her, which was why I immediately whipped my head towards her at the scream. The moment my eyes fell upon the culprit, I was flabbergasted. For some reason, a creature was circling beneath a tree ahead. It had the appearance of a mermaid, yet at the same time, bore a striking resemblance to a serpent, though it had a fish tail for its lower body. It wasn't beautiful like a mermaid's. Rather, it was filled with bumps and hollows of different sizes. Its upper body was human, and from the peaks in its figure, you could faintly distinguish it as a woman. However, the monster had no nose. Her eyes were like black holes, and when she parted her scarlet red lips I could see her green, serpent-like tongue. As for the tangled mess on her head, I couldn't tell if it was her hair or a bunch of sodden seaweed. WHWH, what is that? My teeth chattered from fear. To be honest, even though I've been in the split zone for more than a month, I'm still not used to these strange creatures. I looked at Lai King frantically. At a time like this, only the armor-wearing noble Lai King could provide me with a sense of security. Yet, in a twist of events, the expression on Lai King's face was even more peculiar than the monster. It was so strange that it surpassed my fear of the monster circling under the tree at the moment I saw it. The expression on Lai King's face seemed sympathetic, yet helpless at the same time. It was simply too bizarre. I've only been in the split zone for a short time, but as newcomers, Lai King stayed with Nai Zun and I almost every day so she could look after us. That was when I knew that Lai King was a resilient woman, almost beyond the point of comprehension. Sometimes, I don't even regard her as a woman anymore. Her usual calm and unflustered self, unwavering before the monster, should have been the norm. Instead, it was as though she was a believer overflowing with compassion, on a mission to save the world. Her face washed with empathy and resignation. "Don't do anything, just hide." Lai King spoke up suddenly in a grave tone as she turned towards us. "Didn't you bring us here to practice real-life combat?" Despite Lai Wen's gentle appearance, she was more courageous than Yujai and I. Lai King squinted. "Perhaps another day. It's still too early for any of you to handle this thing." Without giving us a chance to question the monstrosity any further, she swung her arm and grabbed the broadsword from her back. Along with her armor, she charged towards the creature like an awe-inspiring female warrior. "You have the audacity to create havoc in my western district. I'll make sure you can't get out of here alive." Lai King's arrogant voice reverberated through the forest. The monster was circling, staring at us with her black eyes. At the very moment Lai King rushed forward, the creature opened her mouth wide and whipped out her green tongue, springing like an elastic band which could stretch and contract as it pleased. With a swoosh, the creature swiped with her tongue, coated in a dark green substance. How repulsive. Yuji's eyes were filled with disgust, staring at the creature in front of us, her hand smoothing down her own green hair. Defensively, I glanced sideways at her glossy green hair and immediately felt sick to my stomach. When I returned my attention to the battle, the broadsword, which seemed far too large for a woman to wield, was still in Lai King's firm grip. With a swing, the blade sliced through the air, and it was then the monster seemed to come alive. She rose from her spot, her tongue lashing about like a whip. The green toxin sprayed in all directions and a black fog formed wherever it landed. It seemed the substance on her tongue was acidic, capable of corroding anything in its way. "Is this thing a serpent or mermaid?" I asked Lai Wen in a soft whisper. "To which?" she replied with a laugh. "Who knows?" TSST. The swing of Lai King's blade severed the monster's tongue. "Uhawa! What the F?" Even its cry was animalistic. I was dumbstruck by the creature's mournful wail. In the next moment, her eyes were painted a scarlet red and her bloodied lips began spouting some form of black pus. The severed tongue was still twisting on the ground and her fishtail flapped vigorously. Bang! 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 One by one, the trees were struck down by her tail. How truly disgusting. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Yujai wore an enchanting smile before she casually swept her captivating serpent tail. Thump! With the flick of her tail and an easy leap, Yujai moved dozens of meters ahead, following her hasty advance. Her hair danced in the air, before it formed into two green whips at the back of her skull, seemingly infinite in length. As she closed the distance between herself and that wailing monster, the end of her two whips made a sharp swerve backwards, forming the shape of a pointed arrow, then plunged straight into the two black holes which made the creature's eyes. Putzed. Two streams of gooey substance gushed from the monster's eyes and it let out a shrill cry. The cry was exceptionally sharp and piercing to my ears. Without realizing it, I grabbed onto Lai Wen's hand and attempted to retreat a few steps back. It was then I saw the hint of excitement that flitted across her face. Lai Wen didn't sense my grip at all. I stared at her side profile, watching the excitement as it crept up on her, before eventually making the decision to loosen my hold. Instead, I shifted my focus towards finding another shelter. What can I say? Saving my dear life is an important matter. When I turned back, Nai Zun's eyes met mine. His gaze seemed lonely yet clear at the same time, and his chin was tucked into the collar of his turtleneck. For some reason, my heart tightened at that, so I stared coolly at him in return. In complete contrast to my indifference, my legs had a mind of their own and stole a few steps closer to him. Oh! Another piercing wail sounded and I whirled around, catching that same complex expression on Lai King's face. Brandishing her broadsword, she lunged towards the monster again with a roar. Despite being blinded by Yuji's attack, the monster didn't seem affected by its lack of sight. Instead, between the forceful beats of its tail, two withered arms grew from beneath its torso's peaks. Tattered pieces of meat hung loosely upon them, as though the formation of those arms hadn't been completed. The arms crunched when it stretched forward, and without warning it grabbed onto the two columns of Yuji's hair which moments ago had stolen its vision. Yuji was obviously alarmed by the abrupt change of the creature's body. Using her startled state to its advantage, the withered hands of the monster clutched tightly onto her hair and yanked her down before roughly flinging her up again. Yuji's body was flung upwards, along with her hair, and the blind monster began swinging her in circles like a ragdoll. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I covered my mouth in disbelief like a toy in the monster's hands. Yuji was swung about by her hair, round and around, with immense strength. A strong gust rushed wherever it passed, until a whirlwind began to form around its circumference. A foul stench emitted from the whirlwind. Lai King swung her sword, but was forced backwards by the sheer strength of that foul wind. In retaliation, she swung her broadsword back and forth in succession, cutting through the wind to keep herself hovering in midair. It was evident Yuji had extended her hair too far during the attack and now, swinging so high in the air and swiveling at such speed, we were momentarily stumped by the situation. I could no longer get a clear look at Yuji. Horror drowned my eyes as I watched the scene in front of me and my hand found its way over my lips. Lai Wen glared and gritted her teeth before she was floating in the air as well. "Don't come near," Lai King hollered towards us, as if she had sensed Lai Wen's movement. Lai Wen clenched her jaw, reluctant to stay out of the battle, but she did not dare defy Lai King's orders. Just like that, she remained afloat, in front of me. I've never witnessed such a brutal fight in all the time that I've been in the Western District. What should we do? Growing frantic, I couldn't help tugging at Nai Zun's sleeve. Nai Zun's downcast gaze swept calmly from the sleeve I was holding to my face. His voice was soft and gentle. "It'll be fine." Just like that. His voice brought an inexplicable reassurance. Those words alone calmed my mind in an instant. I took a deep breath and watched Lai King's continuous attempts at breaking through the whirlwind. After a second of pondering, I reached for the bow on my back. The bow was gifted to me by Lai King, but I wasn't proficient at it. In all honesty, I haven't had much use for it since my arrival. But there was no better time to deploy this weapon than now. I held the bow in my hands and tried pulling back the bowstring. It didn't move. I racked my mind and thought back on Lai King's words, feeling the infinite power surging from my split symbol. I tried manipulating some MF into my hands. This time, I was able to pull the bowstring with ease, attaching the arrows. I took my aim. Should I shoot at the whirlwind? No. It'll get diverted the moment the arrow hits. What should I do then? Whatever. Let's just give it a shot. Manipulating my MF, I pulled back, secured my target in sight, and, swoosh, a single arrow flew decisively ahead, charging towards the whirlwind. Swoosh! Bang! In a miraculous turn of events, the whirlwind broke apart and we finally heard a cry from the swiveling Yuji. The monster's hands were gripping tightly onto the two bunches of splintering green hair. And then, snap! Yuji's hair abruptly severed, and with the momentum of the rapid spinning she flew like a grenade deep into the forest with a scream. Gone without a trace. Lai King could care less what happened to Yuji right now. The monster had an exposed weakness. Leaping immediately, the luminescence from her broadsword shone bright. She was furious now. The slice of her blade drew a shrill howl of wind. Swoosh! The glare from her blade was blinding, sliding through the monster's flesh like it was mud. The monster's body split in half, and its torso flew off with the impact, floating back to the ground. Lai Wen paid no attention to the savage end to the creature. Instead, she turned her focus to me, her features painted in shock. "What immaculate archery technique! You actually managed to take perfect aim at Yuji's hair despite the speed, even going so far as to calculate the speed of the wind so you could splinter Yuji's hair by following the movement of the whirlwind." I was in a trance. Hearing Lai Wen's words, I watched her impressed expression as it lingered on the bow in my hand and me. Although it did feel nice to be complimented, I couldn't help but wonder how did the arrow find its way through those rings of whirlwind to ultimately sever Yuji's hair. I was clearly aiming for the creature's head. Chapter 75. Volume 2. 75 A Brutal Test. I'll go look for you, Jai. The tip of her soul tapped lightly against the ground and Lai Wen was once again floating through the air. In the distance, after Lai King's initial cleave, she brought her broadsword down for a second, third, and fourth time. Swoosh! 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 The luminescence of the blade was practically blinding my unworthy eyes. Beneath the glare of her strikes that shone in all directions, the monster lay like a fish on a chopping board, sliced apart by a knife. Wielding master. Still, the image of its blackened flesh splitting apart was an uncomfortable sight to behold. For a split second, I thought Lai Wen had escorted another mermaid-type monster when she returned with Yujai. Yujai was covered in splatters of blood with only half the length of her hair left after my arrow struck through them. Her arm was bent at a weird angle and appeared to have been fractured. Lai King's grumbling towards Yujai was relentless as she approached with her broadsword in hand. I instructed all of you to stay put, yet you still took matters in your own hands. Despite this, it was apparent that she wasn't truly annoyed by Yuji's actions. In spite of the masculine way Lai King held herself always with a hint of nonchalance and uncouthness, she had a great temperament, especially towards the residents of her own district. In the Western District, she never viewed herself as a commander, and instead cared for us like a friend. Nai Zun, who always had little to say, suddenly spoke up in an almost inaudible voice. What exactly is she? Why isn't she healing? His despondent eyes flitted ever so slightly towards the disintegrated corpse of the basilisk impish. There was a split-second flicker in Lai King's expression, but she gathered herself just as quick and took us into her outstretched arms. Perhaps it's because she was sliced to shreds by me. All of you should head back. I'll take care of this. I'm covered in injuries. Lai King, make me something nice for dinner tonight. Yujai cried out. Lai King chuckled. You should thank Ah Shen's arrow that missed its mark. I drowned in embarrassment. You could tell. Lai King broke out in laughter. That goes without saying. I've never seen you use the bow I gifted before today. Besides, even I might not have been able to get such an accurate shot. When something is that impossible, then it must have been by chance. Ah. So that wasn't a deliberate shot. It dawned on Lai Wen that she had been mistaken. I scratched my head bashfully. While everyone was teasing me and everything began to return to the peaceful atmosphere that comes after victory, I noticed an abrupt shift in Lai King's eyes. There was a murderous glint in them when she stared at me. Baffled by the expression in her eyes, I froze. While I stared blankly back at her, she had already lifted the broadsword in her hands and charged towards me at a much slower speed than she could have. With a swing, she slashed her blade down onto my arm. The shrill cry that erupted from my throat was worse than the monster's, reverberating through the boundary forest. It hasn't been long since I arrived at the split zone, hence I had zero experience of combat here. As a result, my tolerance for pain was about equivalent to a regular human being's, and to the mere student I was in my previous life. The searing pain of a broken arm wasn't something that could be easily suppressed. Excruciating pain surged through me all at once, spreading across my entire head at the very moment my arm made contact with the earth beneath me. I convulsed, collapsing to the ground and onto my own pool of blood. Tears streamed ceaselessly as I whimpered, staring at my arm on the ground which was still bearing its warmth. Lai King. I could hear Yujai and Lai Wen's startled voices from beside me. There was a prickling sensation stemming from where my left arm was severed, and the intolerable pain left me wailing uncontrollably. With the detachment of my arm, my train of thoughts had likewise detached itself from trying to come up with a logical explanation for this. After much struggle, I wanted to look up at them, but was instead greeted by an encore of the familiar sound of a blade slicing through flesh twice. Ah! Ah! Thump thump! Another 2 arms fell by my side, and before I could react, a shadow scurried in front of me. The pain had not only muddled my sight, it had cancelled out all my other senses as well. It was only after Nai Zun had fallen back almost 20 meters that I realized he had picked me up and fled from the battlefield. Without knowing when he had taken my fallen arm, He held it against the open wound when he sprinted, all the while holding me tightly in his arms. The moment the injury made contact with the detached arm, it began mending with rapid speed. Despite the swift recovery, the fresh blood that was still gushing stained his black sweater. He never stopped running, not until Lai King and the others were out of sight. It was only then that he placed me on the ground. Stricken with pain, I applied pressure to the arm that had just healed, not daring to move it around recklessly. Try moving your arm. It shouldn't hurt too much anymore. Naizun's voice was low, but light. I glanced sideways at him. Even if I had always hated him, he still saved my life. As such, there was no reason for me to treat him with my usual harshness. I obediently moved my arm. There was a dull pain where it was severed, but it was more bearable now. My heart palpitated from the mere recollection of the agonizing pain. The moment when the blade penetrated my flesh. Now that the pain had subsided, however, my mind began pacing once more. Why did Lai King do that? Could it be a toxin in the monster infected her mind? Without giving me much time to contemplate the matter, Lai King was already hot on our heels, behind her, baring their teeth from the pain, and holding their broken arms against their own wounds, were Yujai and Lai Wen. An overwhelming fear brewed in my subconscious when I saw Lai King rushing towards us. My hand held onto my left arm defensively and I took a few steps back. In response to my retreat, Lai King's usually dignified expression was replaced with a gentler alternative. She stopped while there was still a distance between us and swept her gaze towards Naizun, who had moved to shield me from her. Do you know why I attacked you? Lai King glanced around the few of us, standing in a haphazard circle. I was silent. Yujai frowned, biting back her pain as she responded with a simple, no. Eventually, Lai King rested her gaze on me. Ah Shen, I looked at you with murderous intent clearly written in my expression before I sliced your arm. The amount of time I gave you to counter was enough even for a newcomer with no combat skills. If you had reacted at the moment you sensed danger, then, based on my lowered speed, you would have easily been able to dodge my attack. Why didn't you? I hadn't expected those words to tumble from her lips, leaving me frozen in shock once more. She didn't dwell on my lack of response and shifted her focus onto Yujai and Lai Wen. Between the time I severed her arm and your startled cries, I had given you both more than enough time to set up your defense. Why didn't you evade it? You allowed me to slice your arms too without breaking a sweat. Lai Wen narrowed her eyes but didn't speak. Yujai was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth in frustration. Finally, Lai King capped her broadsword and returned to her usual carefree expression. The only one who passed the test today is Naizun. He was able to react appropriately at the most critical moment. Following that, she lifted a finger towards me. Ah Shen, though it's only natural that you couldn't dodge my attack when you have never expected me to hurt you. That is exactly why I wanted to teach all of you this lesson you have to take. Stay on your guard against everyone and everything in the split zone. As long as you cannot guarantee they will never ever betray you, you'll need to take precautions. Even if I never had any intention of hurting you, you have to remain cautious. I had already made my malicious intent so evident. How could you still stand there and not counter? She pointed to Yujai and Lai Wen next. You two were worse. I had already severed her arm. I had obviously demonstrated my intentions. At least in that very moment. You must have developed doubts about me. So why didn't you defend yourself just because I'm a commander you get along with? Yujai had a retort at the tip of her tongue, but she trailed off, never finishing her sentence. Lai Wen took her lip between her teeth, before letting it go again. You're right. We should have been wary. At Lai Wen's words, Lai King seemed to let go of the breath she was holding, but she sighed once more. I know it's cruel of me to do this today, especially for Ah Shen. Ah Shen, you haven't been here long and as such, you've yet to endure many injuries. I know a broken arm must seem overboard, but I really hope this excruciating pain will help you remember what I've taught you today. Only when you're wary enough and protective enough of your own consciousness can you survive in a place like the split zone. Lai King's eyes wavered for a moment, then added, Because I want always be here to protect you. I was quiet through it all, while my eyes glistened with tears. I couldn't tell if it was from the pain or the complicated emotions I'm feeling. King broke out into lively smile again, patting each of our shoulders. All right. I know you must have a lot on your mind right now, and you may even hold it against me. That's fine, I have faith in all of you that you would understand my intentions. She clapped Naizun's shoulders, the last person in line. Though I sensed some hesitation, she let a small smile decorate her features. Oh, but Naizun, how were you able to react so promptly earlier? Choosing to flee the scene and even taking Ah Shen with you, not bad at all. Being able to think on your feet at times of unprecedented crisis. You have a decent sense of danger and place importance on your bond as partners, knowing better than to flee without them. You even took the opportunity to pick up her arm as you went, so she could heal faster. There aren't many who were swift enough to escape from under my nose like that. And with an arm and another person in tow, this further demonstrates your impressive mobility. King was filled with praises for him, her eyes revealing her appreciation and satisfaction towards Naizun's performance. His eyes, however, were as indifferent as always, his sharp chin tucked in the collar of his black top. Chapter 76. Volume 2. 76 To protect you. All this reflecting on our past ceased abruptly when I pictured that melancholic face Naizun used to wear. My mind returned to the darkness in front of us. In the darkness, I was still panting slightly, blindly grasping at my arm. I could feel that it had grown by almost half the length. No longer the newcomer who would lose her responsiveness simply from the pain of losing an arm. I manipulated MF into my eyes, nose and ears once more, increasing sensitivity to my surrounding in this pitch-black darkness, seeking out the slightest hint of light. Even the ability to locate Naizun would be a satisfactory option at this point. Still, why did Ta Lai do this? According to him, he wanted me to recall everything King taught. Did he yank my arm off just to provoke that memory? Was he trying to warn me against trusting others? No, I don't think that's the case. It can't be that. Or rather, it can't be just that. Besides, how would he know about my past? The calculations in my mind shifted at a rapid speed, going through all the possible scenarios. Eventually, testing the waters, I spoke up. Naizun. My arm was pulled off by a mysterious hand in the dark. In the blindness, I was greeted by Naizun's silence. He spoke up after a minute. And you thought back to when King sliced your arm off. I nodded before realizing he couldn't see me. Even so, I knew he would have guessed that I was nodding despite not being able to witness it. With all King had taught me before, I couldn't be sure if that memory was what Ta Lai wanted me to remember. Even if it was, I was still at a loss as to what he was trying to convey. Did he want me to maintain my wariness towards others? What I did gather from the memory, though, was that I had indeed forgotten a good chunk of what King taught me. It was in that moment when I realized that I had grown into the person I am today because of King's care and guidance. Even though it wasn't enough to be a qualified commander, I wasn't the Lai Shen I had been before. I was always evading, wallowing in self-deprecation, and lived idly. Yet, I've never been so conscious about the fact King that had already taught me how to face these trials and tribulations, the dangers of which I didn't know before. It wasn't because I've never been taught, nor was it because I have yet to master them, but because of the simple fact that I allowed myself to erase these from memory. Not because I've forgotten, but because I've allowed myself to forget. That was why, no matter Ta Lai's intention, no matter if he was good or evil, I was still grateful, even though I haven't yet found the path I'm supposed to take. At least, I know that I should start moving forward. I can't stay rooted to the ground forever, much less retreat. On top of them all, I recalled just another tiny detail. Naizun, contrary to the sight of pure darkness ahead of me, a glimmer of light flickered in my heart. I had always ostracized and detested him because of my alternate personality, to the extent where I wanted nothing more than to abandon or kill him. Right, but Lai Shen, he has never done a single thing to hurt you. In fact, hasn't he always been focused on helping you, in a manner much like telepathy? His melodious and apathetic voice sounded at the very moment my thoughts turned to him, like a shining light in the midst of darkness. Actually, King was wrong about that time. I was taken aback and couldn't comprehend the meaning behind his words, though it was impossible to see him in the depths of darkness. Naizun's voice was clear as day. She said my reflexes were quick enough and that I had a decent sense of danger. In actual fact, I didn't rely on those at all when I escaped with you in my arms as quickly as I did. I couldn't fathom what he wanted to say next, but my heart began pounding nonetheless. It was as though I had predicted them deep down in my heart. Yet, at the same time, it felt like an unknown premonition bubbling up to the surface. My subconscious urged me into a series of reflexes and reactions when I saw you hurt. That didn't have anything to do my sensitivity to danger, nor was it due to my composure in moments of crisis. Everything I did merely because I saw you were hurt. Everything I did because I wanted to protect you, to take you away. Those words of his were like a heavy balm to my heart, shattering it into smithereens. I knew there was no way of mending it back, not even in the split zone. A shot of pain surged through my heart. What a sentimental conversation. Without giving me more time to dwell on my whirling thoughts, Talai's voice rang out once more. While I'm not interested in your history, I am intrigued by this in a place where you can't even get to her. Can you still protect her? Can you still take her away? It was then that I realized he was directing the question at Naizun. It was true, darkness had the ability to distort your senses and all capacity of judgment. This might be why humans had an innate fear for darkness. I can. Naizun was unconstrained. His simple words succinctly expressed his thoughts. Then can you protect yourself? With that, I heard two swooshing sounds and Naizun's faint, short wheezing. I panicked. Naizun, are you alright? I'm fine. He sounded calm, but I could hear the slight tremor to his voice. Talai, if you want to fight someone, then come at me, I shouted towards the dark. Reaching to my back, I plucked out my bow and arrows. 10 arrows. 10 different directions. In the dark, I steadily pulled my bow. Naizun, 10 arrows, I hinted before letting go of the bowstring. Swoosh. 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 I can't determine the location, Naizun replied. I gritted my teeth. Just as I was about to send another arrow flying, I felt a sudden sense of approaching danger. In a mystifying turn of events, another voice whispered in my heart, quick, run. But it was because of that voice that I swiftly wore my bow on my back again and wrapped my piercer around my waist, before taking an experimental step forward. The more you fear the dark, the harder it will be for you to defeat it. Talai's elegant voice chimed from all directions. Should I dash forward? Should I charge blindly in the dark? This overwhelming unease, who would have the guts to do so? Even so, as the sense of danger got more potent, like an intense air pressure pressing down from all 360 degrees, it left me almost breathless. To hell with it, I muttered under my breath. In that instant, the tip of my right foot made contact with the ground and I lunged forward at full speed. If I were to collide with a wall, I'm sure I would pass out from the impact alone. Still, if I could estimate the area of this darkness, even the possible location of Naizun, then it's all worth it. At least, that was what I thought. Anyway, if you were the one who had to recklessly sprint through pitch black darkness, unable to see even your own fingers, you would be weak at the knees too. That was why my wild sprint was really just me inching forward step by step. In the face of such situation, is this your way of resolving it? Talai's voice rang again in the dark. I finally reached my limit of tolerance. Hey, what exactly do you want? Oh, whether it's to kill or dismember us. Can you hurry the hell up? What's the whole deal with this hide and seek game? I yelled in annoyance with both hands on my hips. What's the hurry? Ladies shouldn't be so short-tempered. How dare he retain such a carefree mood whilst ridiculing me? No, seriously, Talai, what are you playing at? I'm teaching you how to fight in the dark. This will teach you how to fight without any sense of sight, hearing and smell. It was still useful for a woman to lose her temper. After all, Talai was finally giving me an explanation on his intentions. What has this got to do with what liking taught me? I was baffled. That depends on how much you can remember during this process. His voice bounced back. In any case, in this place of absolute darkness, your sense of sight, hearing and smell will be distorted. You shouldn't waste any effort trying to locate Nizun. It's impossible for either of you to reach the other. Whatever happened before was just a taster. I'll be releasing my children next. It's up to your own abilities to defeat them in this space, void of the senses. Just as he was done, a set of 3 handclaps followed after. Hey, what do you mean? Your children? Don't tell me it's those puppet giants. Are you wishing for my demise, you little? This time, there was no response. All of a sudden, there was a chill on my back and I felt a blade slice down my back. I turned back at once. My left hand unwound the piercer and gave it a whip. Crack! The sound of the piercer echoed in this darkness as my eyes darted blindly in all directions. Swoosh! Another cut dragged down my back. When the sharp warmth of pain surged through my back, the wound, ripped asunder by the blade, began mending itself just as fast. At the same time, the fragmented sound of brandishing blades echoed from the other side of the void, speculating that Nizun was likely facing the same crisis. I couldn't spare a whit of worry for him either. On one hand, I was dodging aimlessly. On the other, I was brainstorming a way out of here. The blade that sliced at me seemed to be a fine knife. It appeared to have retracted the moment it drew a line down my skin. The location of those slices didn't seem to have any pattern to them either. I was basically a mouse in the dark, fleeing in all directions but never able to dodge the fine knife cutting down my back, chest, leg, arm, and more. Bloody hell, another blade snipped at my back. Without caring about the pain, I turned back, held the knife in the palm of my hand, and lashed my piercer towards them with all my might. The hand gripping onto the blade was sticky and thickly coated with fresh blood, but the piercer seemed to have hooked itself onto something. The mysterious creature wailed out, biting back my pain. My right hand pulled the knife towards myself, and my left hand hooked the piercer back again before ruthlessly whipping it forward. Just as I was about to tear apart the monster ahead of me, another chill sliced down my back. Putzed! The knife inflicted a large gaping wound down my back, and I felt the blood as it gushed out in an instant, splattering outwards from the injury. Chapter 77. Volume 2. 77. Straighten out your thoughts. Innumerable blades from all directions began making their marks against my skin. TSSD. Fresh blood spurted, but my skin began to mend just as soon. TSSD. Another blade tore open yet another gaping wound into my skin. I heaved, recklessly brandishing my piercer in the dark at times. The whip in my hand would hook onto something, only for me to promptly yank it away. Most of the time, however, my effort was futile. Unable to injure anyone, I was nothing but a prey. A pig waiting for slaughter. No, I was basically a pig getting slaughtered right now. Can you both use your brains a little? Tall, I spoke casually. Use my brains. Hang on in this abyss of darkness. The senses of smell, sight and hearing are distorted, but what about touch? Just as I reached that epiphany, Nizun broke his silence. Lai Shen, your sense of touch. Exactly, our touch. That's right, I concurred immediately, before adjusting my mind and body, retracting the MF I had deposited in my ears, nose and eyes. I redirected them towards my skin and speed. I won't look if I'm blind. Want listen if I'm deaf, and want smell if I can't. Shutting down all my other senses, I awaited my enemy's next move. As the tip of another knife grazed the surface of my skin, I pushed all the MF I could muster in that instant and dodged. The effect was akin to teleportation, seizing the opening from my maneuver. I sidestepped in the opposite direction before whipping my piercer at the assailant. In a smooth move, immense swoosh, I could feel the piercer as it sliced into the offender, just as I was about to gloat on my success. However, another chill of blade neared my skin once again. I dodged, swoosh, and the piercer tore at them successfully. As I prepared to channel all my MF into defense, a stinging pain stabbed at my eyes. In a subconscious reflex, I shut them immediately. It was then, when I gradually reopened them, that I realized I had completely regained my sight. With the return of my sight, I instantly cast my eyes about my surroundings. I found myself standing in a stone-walled room, similar to one we've been in back at the Southern District. The only difference was the torches lining the walls, and the area was spacious and bright. Lowering my gaze to my body, I saw blood drenched through my clothes and wounds that had yet to heal. However, apart from my blood, which stained the ground beneath, there was nothing else to be seen. That was when I realized that I was completely alone. Nizun, I yelled frantically. Hastily, I ran across to one of the walls and gave a few knocks. A few pushes. It certainly felt like a stone wall. Sprinting to the next 3 slabs of wall, I knocked against each one in a panic, but they were the exact same. I'm trapped in a sealed-off stone room. The huge door behind me from which I entered was gone. All that was left was this cavernous stone room, with torches ominously lining the walls. Apart from me, it was void of anything else. Nizun, Nizun, I called out again, but there was no response. Talai, I tried crying out for the other instead. What is this situation? There's no response at all. What the hell is going on? I checked through the orphan room again and reaffirmed my suspicions once more. There was no one here but me. Eventually, I slid weakly against the wall and onto the ground. I glanced at my injuries again. They seemed to have healed. My bow was still on my back, and the piercer was still in the tight grip of my left hand. Lifting my gaze, I observed this tranquil stone room with its twinkling flames. All right, if there are no enemies around, then perhaps it wouldn't be too bad to stay here in this stillness for a while. I have been too tired recently. I am really exhausted. Talai, Nizun, I tried again to no avail, and so I rested my head against the wall behind me and closed my eyes. I needed to think, needed to work through all the stuff that had happened. I can't allow myself to be taken in by anyone's tricks and schemes anymore. Ever since I've arrived at the split zone, there was always someone by my side, even if they had all left one after another. I still had Nizun, I always did. It was his reassuring, dependable presence that I had foregone my own ability of analysis. I did have the capacity to protect myself. Just let me quiet down for a moment. Let me think it through a bit more. I just need some time. This all started with Laurel's fake death, followed by the man who fell from the building, a failed experimental subject. Thereafter, there was the little boy who assassinated all when. Following these 3 incidents, I headed off to the Eastern District to gather any information I could, but was met with another assassination, and then became acquainted with Jiao S. and her comrades. However, it was during this period that Song Lu and Yu Liang went missing, and suspicions about the Southern District rose accordingly. Charging into the Southern District, we met Ku Fei. We offended Huan King and Mai Fu in order to protect Ku Fei, and eventually found Laurel and Song Lu, who had both been turned into experimental subjects themselves. Lastly, I found out about Yu Ji's betrayal in the Southern District, as well as the perpetrators of these experiments. Do you, the broken, armed woman, and Rong Jin, the soul snatcher. Yu Jai was in on it too. Lai Wen, who had vanished for such a long time, resurfaced once more, dragged into the experiment before stealing away Song Lu after we had gone to such lengths to save her. There were too many of these incidents to be a coincidence, and I had only just realized that I've never thought them through properly. Until this very moment. Tilting my head, I glanced around the quiet stone room. There was nothing suspicious to it. Seems like a good opportunity to straighten these thoughts out to me. Firstly, based on what we know so far, the assassination of Al Wen and the subsequent assassination plot against me are part of Yu Ji's ploy to highlight my incompetence as a district commander. The man who fell from the roof was a failed experiment subject, and was likely part of the underground experiments that were being conducted by Yu Jai and that broken-armed woman. Still, there were certain things that just couldn't be explained. Did Yu Jai really betray the Western District because she was jealous of me? No, I don't think that's reason enough. Then that begged the question, what exactly enticed Yu Jai into cooperating with the broken-armed woman? Thinking through it carefully, a light bulb flickered to life in my mind. I got it, it's the experiment. If what Lai Wen said was true, then they didn't have the perfect body constitution at their disposal right now. This means they won't be able to complete the experiment all that easily. Perhaps they had been working on this for some time now, but the news of it only began to surface recently. That would be plausible. Maybe we haven't yet discovered the true motive behind these experiments. Maybe we don't know the true abilities a successful experiment subject would possess. Yet one thing was evident through it all: they were looking for children. All of it started with Laurel and ended with her disappearance. We still have no idea if they managed to find Laurel. But there had been 2 other kids in that stone-walled room. It was undeniable that those children were a crucial part of the experiment. Was this why they targeted Mai Fu? Though, if we were to talk about Mai Fu, then there was another man who had to be brought into this fog of confusion. Si Liuo. At the mention of Si Liuo, I recalled the last time we parted with Gaoqin Jiui. That apathetic expression on his face. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Regardless of where we are in this world, it seems as though the 2 of us are destined to be in such a distant relationship, unable to be near you, unable to touch you. While Gaoqin Jiu wasn't a saint, I was still stubborn. Maybe it was the remnants of feelings I still held for Gao Kai, but I still believe that he must have his own reasons. Even so, no matter what those reasons were, I can only conclude that whatever was happening had something to do with Si Liu, that fabled, most gorgeous man in the split zone. With that, my mind drifted to Jios. Through the series of events, it was evident that those who remained wary, those who appeared as though they were a cruel villain, might not be as they seemed. Likewise, those who always greeted you with a welcoming smile may not be your friend either. Even with the hint of ruthlessness, I was sure Jios could be trusted. At the very least, she was one who had principles and an opinion, and she would never do anything that would defy her morals. In the split zone, those were values that were difficult to retain. Perhaps that was why, as much as Lai King had never grown to accept the savageness of Eastern District and the freaks they had there, she tolerated Jios. In fact, from what Jios had told me, they might have been confidants. However, for a person with such principles to devote herself in pursuing the truth, I had believed that she must be doing it for her subordinates of Eastern District who had died and the children. Even so, my mind wandered further. If saving a small group of people meant that countless others would be sacrificed, I don't suppose Jios would do it either. If that's the case, then there's only one logical explanation: she was doing this for herself, and that personal agenda is Si Liuo. I had once noticed the way she spoke with others. Even those meaning between the lines had hinted that Si Liuo might have been hiding something, or keeping a secret. This experiment might be directly related to Si Liuo, or maybe they were targeting him. But why would they be targeting him? Where was this broken-armed woman from? If she was from the Northern District, does that mean that something has gone wrong there? We had lost all contact with Mr. Blonde. Perhaps all of it was an omen. Perhaps the unspeakable secret of Northern District was slowly making itself known. What about the 3 heaven, ghost, and exit doors that Yu Liang and Song Lu spoke of? What was behind them? Just as many aspects of this were resolved through my analysis, more questions piled on, drowning me deeper in the confusion. It was obvious that all the happenings were the fruit of someone's malicious planning, but not only do and not know who they are, I might not have ever met them before either. Through this conspiracy of which we couldn't even be sure about, it Scalate gave birth to those cruel experiments, and I had yet again lost another friend. In the end, when I returned to Western District with full anticipation of witnessing Yujai running the Western District with her most trusted 7 demonsto separate herself from me and make me lose my authority, what I saw was Western District in ruins instead. Everything was reduced to a wasteland, and I grew even more baffled than I was before. It did make me realize one crucial detail: this mysterious conspiracy that lurks in the shadows had finally opened the curtains to its prelude. Chapter 78. Volume 2. 78. The loophole. If it is necessary to question the purpose of my existence in this split zone, then I suppose I'm still as clueless I was in the past. But I do understand a little more now. I want to save everyone who has ever been by my side in this alternate dimension, because I've always been alone. Now that I finally have people I could call friends, how can I simply stay a spectator to their Persecution. Do you have any desire to leave the split zone for some reason? A question liking had once surfaced in my mind. Do I want to leave? I'm sure my parents are waiting for me. Right. But what would happen once I leave this place? I'll still be that mentally ill girl everyone ostracized and detested. I'll still have no friends, and if I do return, I'd have to face the reality of murdering my most beloved senior Gaukai. I'm nothing but a criminal. What right do I have to possess the desire for return? To be honest, I don't mind wherever as long as I'm not alone. I'll be fine as long as I'm not lonely anymore. Speaking of loneliness, I wonder if the other her who was in me might have been lonely too. I hated you for so long. You distanced me from society. You made me kill the one person I loved, and you practically ruined my entire life. Even so, you were the only one who stayed by my side through everything. You were the only one who did. But where are you now? Have you really fused with Nizun? Were you the reason he remained by my side through days and nights? Could you give me an answer? Did Nizun really resonate with you? Nizun. At the thought of Nizun, I leapt to my feet. With the piercer in my hand and the bow on my back, I circled the stone room again. Knock, knock, knock. I thumped against the walls. Despite the space looking just like a normal stone room that had been dug from the ground, I was sure that there were mechanisms in place. How else could I have ended up here? Winding the piercer around my waist, I manipulated and focused my MF towards both my hands and attempted to push against each of the four walls. My effort was futile. I rested against the wall again. It seemed I'd have to take some time to reflect about Ta Lai, properly and in detail. From the depths of my memory, Ta Lai was low profile, and his existence wasn't something that many would notice. Why, then, did he decide to appear at such a time? He was helping me, but why? And why did he have the habit of rotating his ring? The one embellished with a jade stone. Lai King had never mentioned anyone like him while she was around. So how was it that he seemed to know so much about the lessons she taught me? What was his motive for bringing me here? After contemplating extensively, not knowing how much time had passed, I stood up and swept my gaze around my current confinement. Again. Ta Lai, what's your motive? Why have you locked me up? I roared. Anyone would grow irritable from being trapped in a confined space. For an elongated period of time I was no exception. Despite this, there was no answer apart from my own voice. There wasn't a slightest bit of noise here. Could it be that he wanted to test my ability to escape this room? But it didn't look like there's any sort of threat in here. Lifting the piercer, I utilized my MF and lashed it with great force towards the wall opposite me. Crack! A dull sound emitted from the collision of my whip against its target, but there wasn't even the slightest hint of a scar on that stone wall. All of a sudden, I realized just how peculiar this room was. After infusing my MF into the piercer, the damage inflicted by its violet blade should have been massive. If this was a regular underground stone room, the whip would have been more than enough to break it apart. What exactly is this place? I muttered under my breath. While my eyes darted around, I was trying to find a loophole. My mind flashed back to the moment we stepped into the darkness, before I was mysteriously transported into this soulless stone room. An illusion? No, that can't be it. If it was indeed an illusion, then Nizun should be in the same plight as me right now and would have been able to see through the gimmick and found me by now, even though I have never seen it in action, nor had any idea how his eye technique worked. I had once overheard Jaipa talking about it. Nizun had the ability to see through illusions. Of course. Was this why he could get along so well with Guan Nai? Was it because Guan Nai knew from the get-go that his illusions would have no effect on Nizun, yet didn't do him any harm? If that's the case, then was it Nizun who broke the Huan King's illusion? Back in the southern district's boundary forest, when I thought of Pumilo and Gao Kai, in that split second, the particular memory rushed to mind. Couldn't find him. He comes without a shadow and leaves without a trail. But on the subject of illusions, ugly girl Lai Shen, I already broke the spell. So why didn't you wake up? Guan Nai joked as he looked at me. As my strength came back to me, I rolled my eyes at him. Ugly girl, and haven't I woken up now? Guan Nai sneered. Woke up? It was Nizun. Did Nai Zun use his powers to enter the illusion and forcefully yank me back to reality? Then the person who called out Shanner was him. From that point on, was he also the one who called out Shanner numerous times since, saving me from falling into enchantment and captivation of others? Could that be true? Is he that gentle? With those thoughts swarming my mind, I was caught in a mixture of emotions. Being trapped within these four walls without a single other soul did not help my annoyance either. I'm exhausted, I guess I'll take a nap. When I woke up, there was still no one around. What the hell is going on? Combing my fingers through my hair, I scrunched them up and hopped in fury on my spot. Are you holding me captive in here? For the love of God, you could have at least warned me before imprisoning me instead. You trapped me in here without the tiniest bit of explanation. Are you for real? I cried into the air, but no one responded. I was absolutely furious by now. I could feel a sense of replenishment in my MF that hinted the passing of an entire day. I have been trapped in this confined space for an entire day. Like I'd gone berserk from being stuck here. I exerted every single bit of my MF and smashed the walls relentlessly with punches and kicks. I even pulled the bow from my back and began knocking countless arrows towards the wall. Yet, this horrifying wall seemed to be made out of an indestructible diamond. Without a way of penetrating through, there wasn't a single crack despite my attacks. You call this training? Aren't you just toying with me? I exclaimed as I glared at the wall, then to the ceiling above and the ground below. In spite of it all, no matter how much I entertained myself or how much I wallowed in self-pity, no matter how much I yelled and raged, there was no one who cared to hear it. In here, I was on my own. There was no one else but me. I honestly can't stand this anymore. Tugging at my hair, I cried out wildly. Time was going by way too slowly. A niggling feeling of something in my mind told me I would go crazy if I stayed here any longer. Passerby spoke up. Aren't you already crazy? I beg you, please let me go, I screamed. I couldn't tolerate the distress of being stuck here alone any longer. What is going on? He's looking for me, a voice chimed in my mind out of the blue. This voice? Isn't this my voice? Without a clue what just happened or what I just heard, I knelt to the ground in disbelief. My soulless eyes stared straight ahead at the blank wall in front of me. Who was the person I heard earlier? He's looking for me, such vivid words. Who could be speaking them? Something in me snapped. I leapt to my feet and shouted out aimlessly into the air. Who's here? Come out. He's looking for me. It sounded like a faint voice, laced with sleep talk or a murmur into the mirror. The sound was clear as a bell, and I knew in my mind that it was my own voice. It was a fact I could not ignore. Have I gone mad from being trapped here? I thought aloud, frantically looking at my surrounding. Come out now, I shouted exasperatedly, not knowing when they started. Tears slid down my cheeks and splattered onto the lifeless stone floor below, disappearing without a trace. I could feel my head tightening as though it was about to combust. My mind rattled vigorously, and with the confusion in my consciousness, I could feel the MF from my split symbol growing unstable. Is it you? I cried. Could it really be you? I know it's you. As soon as the words left my lips, however, I found myself asking Lai Shen, what is there to be afraid of? So what if it's really her? Wasn't it thanks to your confinement that you started acting this bizarrely? What are you so afraid of? Are you afraid she'd take over your body once more? It will be fine. Didn't Mr. Blonde explain that when we arrived at the split zone she resonated with Naizun and vanished? All that's left now is Naizun. She will never appear again. She will never take over your body in order to kill your loved ones. She will never take over your body again. So why are you still so afraid? Lai Shen. But it's true. I'm still really scared. Hugging my knees against my chest, I slid against the stone wall, allowing my tears to fall freely. Shanner. Another voice sounded from beside me, but this time it was Naizun's voice. I may not know what's happening with me now, or why I'm being held captive here, but his familiar voice washed a wave of serenity over me, just like when he called out to me in the illusion. His simple Shanner was enough to calm me down. Breathe. Lai Shen. You have to calm down. Calm down. Lai Shen. And think through this carefully. It's impossible for her to appear, and she would never make her appearance in the split zone. much less take over your body. All of this is the work of the stone room. That's right. Upon careful contemplation, it was clear that Ta Lai had his reasons for doing this. Didn't he ask about Nai Zun's eye techniques back at the very beginning? That's right. He did ask about it. That was how he figured out that if we were in a room where all 5 senses were fully functional, Nai Zun could save me no matter the circumstances. As such, he must have wanted me to be stranded in a space like this. Which was why he triggered a room that could distort our senses. He wanted to distract Nai Zun and I into defending those attacks before spiriting me away into this isolated void during his window of opportunity. His intention had been to tap into my consciousness. Yes, that's it. If that's the case, I can safely assume that the ability he gained after sealing his split symbol was the manipulation of space. He can create a space and manipulate everything within it to his every desire. Chapter 79, Volume 2, 79 Into the Dreamscape. I decided not to struggle once I thought it through. Perhaps a good state of mind would be able to overcome all the dreaded unknown which awaits me. With that, I found a comfortable corner to settle down and ease and shut my eyes, planning to catch a wink, but my rest didn't come as peacefully as it did before I fell into a dream. It was the most peculiar the way I seemed to fuse with the me in my dream. I was hyperconscious of the fact that I'm dreaming, unlike all previous occurrences when I've always watched myself from a third-party point of view. I appeared to have quite literally fallen into the dreamscape. It was as though I've intruded into another dimension. I observed my surrounding, astounded by the sensation. In that instant, the words King had once said to me flitted to mind. In the split zone, the only time we have any interaction with our memories is when we dream. Like a pair of eyes, you will overlook your past experiences in that dreamscape, seeing as only those who suffers from mental disorders or trauma would arrive into the split zone. The existence of dreams can sometimes help us recover lost memories or distorted feelings. Which means to say, you may be able to find those memories that you've forgotten, or perhaps even situations which you've misinterpreted that had formed your current memory. Does that mean we'll have to watch ourselves suffer through painful memories without being able to interfere? I asked. That's right. This is because the split zone didn't exist with the intention of helping you change the past, but to accept. Even so, you're an exception because you were diagnosed with double identity disorder. In the history of the split zone, there was only one other person apart from you with this syndrome, since having double identities would mean that you have 2 bodies of consciousness. The dream that you witness might likewise be different than the rest of us. I can't be sure if the assumption is true, but I do know that the person who was the same as you had the ability to participate in his own dreams. I'm not in the position to determine if that's a gift or a curse. At this very moment, it was clear to me that in my own dream, I entered this dream when I dozed off in that stone room, and am still blown away by it. I continued watching this vivid dreamscape of mine. It was when Lai Qing's words echoed in my mind that I realized I've only remembered how important Lai Qing was to me, and how much I had depended and missed her. Yet, in an ironic twist, I've forgotten much about what she had told me, and what she passed on to me. Lai Qing had so clearly conveyed it before, that I'm different from the others because of my double identity disorder. As much as the double identity disorder had been a sin in my previous life, it was what made me unique in this alternate dimension. I wonder if it would be able to tell me which path to take one day. Honk! 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 I snapped from my train of thoughts at the sound of the cars honking. Seized with terror, I darted my eyes towards my surrounding. That's right. I am currently in a dreamscape, and I wasn't looking on as a spectator. I was in it as a participant, immersed in the dream as my own body of consciousness. Could it be that perhaps this dream would be able to help me recall the moment I killed Senior Gao Kai? It wasn't like I wanted to recall that particular memory, but what if it could explain the real reason I arrived into the split zone? Should I seek the truth if that's the case? I took it all in, absorbing the dreamscape into sight as the world of my previous life. Right now, I'm opposite the main gate of my school. Along the road not far away, I tilted my head upwards, towards those blue skies and sun rays that I haven't seen in a long time. Just like, my tears streamed down without control. I didn't want to cry, but no one would understand just how much I missed this sunshine. Before the split zone, I had always thought the sun was too piercing when it hung high upon the sky, and loved staying cooped up in my house. I've never been too concerned with the rumors of doomsday, or those discussion about the combustion of the sun either. Yet, now that I've been sent to the split zone, when I lost all contact with this world, I understood just how much I've relied on it. The familiar warmth of the sun and that clear blue sky, all these things that I haven't seen in a long time, was nothing more than a wishful thinking for me now. Bloody hell. Sir, even if you're planning to commit fraud by deliberately crashing into cars, do you really have to use such low quality commodities at the very least? Shouldn't you use an entire bottle of ketchup? How could you smear thighs laugan mass black bean sauce on your head like that? Can we be a little more professional here? How did you know that's black bean sauce? Did you steal a taste from my head, you impudent rascal? You're not conscientious at all. Old man, you're the one who faked a crash by running in front of my car. You have the audacity to say I'm the one who's not conscientious. The banter from the street ahead made its way to me, and I couldn't help the surge of perspiration. I know that I was a kind girl in my previous life, who had a tendency of lending a helping hand at the sight of unjust. Still, for this outlandish event which highlighted the reality of society to be my first recollection, even to the extent of tampering with a section of their dialogue, it didn't seem cynical, but felt more like a silly dream instead. Black bean sauce. I'm drunk in my own imagination. It was said that dreams stemmed from your heart's desires. I watched as more and more people rushed towards the street ahead. That's how this world worked. People scuttled at the sign of disaster, but gathered like moth to flame at such stirring of trivial matters. I've never liked crowds, or places which were bustling with noise and excitement. I turned my attention towards the school instead. So it was my university that I'm dreaming about. It's fortunate that it's the university that appeared in my dreams. Even though I have been ostracized in university too, it was still an immense improvement from the dark days of high school. Besides, I suppose I would be able to see his warm and gentle smile again if I'm here. I lifted my hand to rid the tracks of tears from my face at that thought and gave myself a pep talk. You can do this, Lai Shen. You've been in the split zone for a long while now. You've grown stronger. Go face him, even if it's only within this dreamscape. Go face him one more time and ask for his forgiveness. The thoughts circled my mind, and with long strides, I moved towards the school. Shen, where have you been? I've been searching for you for so long. A familiar voice sounded from behind me. A shiver ran down my spine. After a moment of contemplation, I calmed myself down and turned towards the origin. Running towards me merrily was Pomelo in a long-sleeved, Pikachu-printed top. I dropped my gaze to my own apparels. As expected, it was the same Pikachu-printed Topa set of twin outfits. A bitter smile twitched at the corner of my lips. Lai Shen. Oh Lai Shen, did you really bear such deep hatred for her that even in your dreams, you thought of her first and not Senior Gao Kai, whom you had missed so dearly? Why was hatred so much harder to forget in comparison to love? Since I'm in a dream, since this is a replay of my memories, then let's just integrate myself into it and handle this the way I used to. I lifted my head and forced a smile. In a soft voice, I replied, I'm just about to head back to school. Let's go together. Then Pomelo approached with a hop in her steps and linked her arm with mine naturally. Her eyes are bright and crystal clear. You can't leave me. Shen, you know that, right? I could hear the soft exhale of breath from the depths of my heart. I just reject her. Eventually, I beamed a bright smile that didn't reach my eyes. I know. With her satisfaction, Pomelo's arm tightened around mine. Let's go to the cafeteria. Are you hungry? I nodded without a word, following in her steps, allowing her to tug and pull me as she pleased. We headed towards the cafeteria building. The building where the cafeteria resided was behind Block 3 of the male dormitory, and we would have to pass through the ladder to get to our destination. The scale of a university was different from that of a high school. Just a trip to the cafeteria would take us more than 10 minutes. I could feel the distinct palpitations of my heart as we traversed across Block 3. And when I heard the words, "I love you, Senior Gaukai," I was startled. There were dozens of people ahead when I lifted my gaze. Amidst the crowd, there was a beautiful young lady with both hands cupped around her mouth, amplifying her voice as she shouted towards the balcony on the second level of Block 3. She yelled, "I love you, Senior Gaukai," while the spectators cheered on. These scenes were not a daily occurrence in university, but it was a common sight. Under the dormitory, she laid out the candles to accompany her confession, and cheers erupted all around. It seems that it's still an easier feat for ladies to confess. Hey, look, it's Gaukai from senior year. He came out. It's really him. I've always heard that he's popular. Not only that, he's already in his senior year, just a step before graduation. Yet there are still such young juniors confessing to him like this. What's the use of it though? Rumor has it that Gaukai has never had a girlfriend in his 4 years of university. Some even suspect that he may be gay. What nonsense. How can such a handsome and affable man like him be gay? It's always a possibility. The more outstanding they are, the more they don't think any woman could be compatible with them. That's how they develop a unique taste. That's how they start looking for those of the same gender for some thrill. Since we're on the topic of unique tastes, I heard that the only person Gaukai has ever initiated a conversation with is that girl with mental illness. Without realizing, we had already reached the spectating crowd and their discussion flooded my ears. I dropped my head. "Ah Shen, isn't that the senior you adore? Don't you want to take a look at him?" Pamilo's voice prompted from beside me. I met her glistening eyes then. Without a trace of hesitation, I tilted my head towards Gaukai on the second-level balcony. Perhaps she had not expected such courage in me to look over. I felt the hand that was clutching my own grow rigid. My lips curled upwards ever so slightly, undetected by anyone around. Squinting my eyes, I watched the figure who had been lured out by the commotion on the ground, one and only Senior Gaukai, who flashed a faint smile at the sight of me. I'm not longer the Lai Shen of the past. I am Lai Shen, commander of Split Zone 13's Western District, and this is just a dream of mine. In my dream, Pamilo, did you think you'd witness a weak and helpless me? Did you still expect me to turn to you for help? Eventually. Dream on. That's who I'm talking about. Quick, look behind you. The murmuring from in front of us bustled on, but that's all right. I remained with my head held high, watching the balcony opposite us and at the man with a smile as warm as spring breeze. Chapter 80. Volume 2. 80 Fragments of Memory. Senior Gaukai, I've liked you for a long time now. Will you give me a chance? The young lady lifted her head and called out at Gaukai's appearance. It was only then that he retracted his gaze from me and looked over the balcony ledge, shifting his attention to the lady down below. Instantly, he broke into a warm smile. Thank you. The smile on my face widened. Anyone with common sense could decipher it sometimes. Thank you is equivalent to I'm sorry. In some context, gratitude is a form of rejection. As expected, the lady was relentless, giving her best fight for the opportunity. Does this mean you've agreed to be my boyfriend? I will have to get back to you on that. Deep down, that was the answer I expected from him. Senior Gaukai's gentle and kind personality was a known fact, and he had always taken extra care even in rejecting his admirers. He always did so in private, leaving those who confessed in front of an audience with their pride intact. Gaukai's eyes curved into a perfect arc. I'm sorry. I can't agree to that. I already have feelings for another. My eyes snapped wide open at that, looking up in disbelief at Gaukai, who remained by the edge of the balcony. He actually rejected her and claimed that there was someone else he fancied. How is this possible? Is this because I'm in a dream? No, that can't be it. Lai King once told me that dreams in the split zone are just memories of the past, unlike our previous life. These dreams cannot be formed by imagination alone. Although there may be slight alterations, the basis of the dream is based on unchangeable facts. Dreams in the split zone are really just a trip down memory lane. So then does that mean this really happened? This scene is a memory? Oh my god. Did you hear that Gao Kai rejected her in front of an audience? Yeah. Yeah, how did this happen? The crowd erupted into a roar of gossip. In the center of them all, the lady slipped her lips between her teeth. There was a glint of malicious grudge behind her eyes. And who exactly is that? I am thoroughly interested in knowing who's capable of making you, Gao Kai, confess your feelings in this manner. You know who I am, right? Even if you say her name now, I dare say she wouldn't have the guts to accept. Those words sound so familiar. Swiftly, I carefully sized up the girl who confessed. She donned a pink skirt. Wait, she's the daughter of the principal. Duff. I understood the underlying meaning behind her words. Gao Kai had never shown an interest in anyone and likewise rejected many confessions. If there was someone whom he had taken an interest in regardless of who they are, they'll definitely be the common nemesis of all ladies. Even if we're in university now, the jealousy and discrimination of women were still terrifying. Much worse when the threat came from the daughter of the principal. Actually, forget about the principal's daughter within the university. We have to be fearful of people with even the most minor roles. Moreover, Duff didn't rely on her family background alone. Her own interpersonal skill was nothing to be scoffed at. She was appointed chairman of the student union after just a year in school. It was also said that she had personally led the outreach department into clinching a sponsorship deal with the most affluent company in the city. With both her abilities and family to back her up, her position in this school is unwavering. Who would dare compete with her for a boyfriend? Lai Shen, I like you. Do you dare accept it? Gao Kai's enchanting voice felt like a heavyweight bombshell at this moment, combusting into smithereens as it fell from the balcony above. What a familiar feeling. Did this really happen? Could it be that he had truly confessed to me before, but I'd forgotten all about them? Motionlessly, I fixed my stare upon the calm and composed him on the second floor with a slight smile on his face. Pamilo took a few steps closer to me, to point where I was sure I could almost feel her moist lips on my ear. Leaning on my shoulder, she started. Are you happy? Lai Shen, your crush just confessed to you. I didn't breathe a word, nor did I spare her a glance. And so, she chuckled. What should I do? I'm not happy about this at all. Another person has emerged, threatening to rob you away from me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Her Gao Kai, incredulous. Duff turned and lifted a trembling finger towards me. Gao Kai, you're in love with a lunatic. Her eyes enlarged, seemingly near hysteria. Gao Kai, you're in love with a lunatic. Gao Kai, you're in love with a lunatic. Gao Kai, you're in love with a lunatic. No, don't taint him. Don't taint him because of me. I'm already someone who's down in the pits of darkness. How could I drag him down with me? The thought was all too familiar as it surged into my heart. It was as if I had already gone through this process before. I told myself to calm down. I put up a desperate fight with this turmoil, reminding myself that this is a dream. It was just a memory that I've forgotten. Don't be manipulated by your memories. Lai Shen, calm down and watch what exactly went down during that time. Just as I was doing my best to keep my composure in check, a series of screams rang from the crowd. I was greeted with the sight of Gao Kai leaping from his balcony. When I looked up, even if the height of 2 stories wouldn't be enough to inflict any critical damage, it was still dangerous. Right after that familiar, striking yellow sports shoes made its landing, Gao Kai began strutting towards me, accompanied by an innumerable number of glares which were tinged with animosity. He walked towards me step after step. For some reason, as my eyes lingered upon this man with his radiant smile and gentle gaze, another name came to mind. Gao Kenjiu. Gao Kenjiu. My gaze fleeted towards the man in front of me again. Gao Kai? Is Gao Kai really as gentle and kind as I thought him out to be? The abrupt question that bubbled in my heart startled me. He reached my side by then, and like a bottomless pool, his eyes seemed to pull my gaze to him. Ah Shen, do you like me? So it's a lunatic that you like? Without waiting for my reply, Duff's humorless laugh filled the air from behind him. Gao Kai's eyes narrowed a little. Perhaps it was my time in the split zone that had polished my senses in the instant. I felt a hint of danger emitting from him. Duff was already strolling over, and a crowd slowly gathered around, scoffing when she neared. She lifted a hand towards me. Gao Kai attempted to stop her, but with a nimble twist of her hand, her arm was already on my hair. What are you so worried about? I just wanted to touch her hair. With a raised brow, she continued, such jet black hair. I've heard that your favorite color is red. You're always dressed in blood scarlet. Why don't you dye your hair red as well? I dropped my gaze for a second before lifting them up to meet hers again. With an indecipherable smile decorating my features, I raised my left hand and coiled my fingers around Duff's, which were still resting atop my head. I plucked her hand slowly from its spot, the words leaving my lips. Thanks for the reminder. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of dyeing my hair. A flicker of viciousness flashed across her eyes. I heard there's something wrong with your brain. Do you think you're good enough for him? Duff yanked her hand back from mine in disgust. Her eyes darted sidewards at Gao Kai. Pomelo stood up without warning, and with a giggle, she stretched out both her arms and shoved Duff. Screams erupted once again from the crowd. Staring down at astonished Duff, who had fallen to the ground, Pomelo spoke up. I'm the only one who's allowed to bully her. By accident. Duff's hair was caught under the sole of a spectator, making her attempt to get back on her feet an embarrassing struggle. Swatting the dust off herself, she glared at us venomously. You are all lunatics. Karma will find you one day. With that, she fled, possibly because she had no desire of staying out in the open for long with her pathetic state. Following Duff's departure and our peculiar silence as the three of us stood rooted to the spot, the crowd finally got the message and began to disperse. Pomelo returned to my side, planting a forced smile on her face when she regarded Gao Kai. You were willing to sacrifice your godlike reputation just to snatch her away from me. What a pity. I'm afraid you are not that capable yet. Gao Kai's pupils contracted slightly at that, but his smile remained. You'll have to try to find out. As the two engaged in a stare down, I kept quiet at the side. Eventually, Pomelo shrugged. Have a chat. Shen, I'll be waiting for you up ahead. She moved to leave the scene, only to stop abruptly in her step once more and turned back at me. She blinked. Shen, you know this, right? You'll never be able to leave me. It was only winches out of range that I tilted my head towards Gao Kai. It was gorgeous the way Gao Kai's alluring eyes were arched like the moon. I swept my eyes across his features in nostalgia. I know that this is a dream, their conversation, and its ending, all of it would unfold according to my memories. Even so, let me drink in the details of him once more, since I'm already in this dreamscape. Shen, you haven't given me an answer. Do you like me? I do. In a soft voice, I replied. Gao Kai broke out in a satisfied laughter. Then, are you willing to be by my side forever, regardless of the circumstances? My brows began to furrow. Did Gao Kai speak these words to me before? Why do I not have an inkling of recollection about them? Gao Kai, why are you speaking to me in such a manner? Even if I'm not as I seemed, even if I'm not the person you thought I was, will you still be able to stay with me? In a seemingly doting gesture, he brought up a hand and coiled around a column of my hair. Without recollection of this scene, I didn't know and hence wasn't able to react as I had when it happened. I could only opt for silence. They called you a weirdo, but I know you're the only one who understands me, right? I couldn't put a finger to it, but in that moment, the smile on Gao Kai's face seemed to hold a hint of ruthlessness. Why does this demeanor of his remind me so much of Gao Kinjiui? Layer after layer of suspicions began to bubble to the surface. Like I had caught onto something. As though he wasn't satisfied with the shallow pampering, he took 2 steps towards me, further closing our distance. I didn't evade it. His warm lips leaned towards my ear. Shen, how in love with me are you? Are you willing to die for me? The deep, bewitching voice of his was coated with a layer of coldness that I recognized. It was like a summon from the Grim Reaper, ringing out with a bang beside my ears. This scene is far too foreign, yet so familiar at the same time. Speaking my next words slowly, it was as if I'm about to clear the fog on the mystery. You who exactly are you? Shanner. It's time to wake up. Before Gao Kai could reply me, Nizun's hollow and indifferent voice rang from the sky overhead. Stunned by the sudden intrusion, I shut my head upwards and watched as the blue sky began to crack. The entire world began to shatter. Zem NH1 if you find any errors ads pop up. Ads redirect. Broken links. Non-standard content. Etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Volume 2. 81 A lesson in combat. Just like that, I woke up. In the trance of my waking, I could barely make out the pale, sharp chin of Nizun. In a flash of movement, I pulled myself up and stared, wittied at him before panning to our surrounding. We are still in the same stone room. Clutching at his hand, the words rushed out. Where did you go? I've been held captive in here for several days without a single soul around. Nizun let out a mischievous laugh before pointing overhead. Oh, following the movement of his finger, I glanced up towards the ceiling. In that instant, I reached an epiphany. Damn it, even if the four walls couldn't be shifted, there was still the ceiling. How did I not think of that? We entered this space from the room above. There's a mechanism in place that sent you straight down. Unhurriedly, he explained. Why the hell did he have to throw me in here? I raged. This is to train you. Ta Lai's voice traveled from the space behind me, leaning elegantly against the corner of the room when I snapped my head back. You stuttering from shock was a reflexive tendency of mine. When did he get down here? Ta Lai rotated the jade ring on his finger. In this underground space, I have the ability of manipulating all senses. It's only normal that you couldn't feel yourself falling from the level above. I know you have a lot of questions right now, so I'm going to explain them to you. Before that though, he scratched his head bashfully and flashed a cheeky smile. Actually, there's really nothing to explain. They should all be pretty clear. But Nizun told me that you have low intelligence to the point where it's almost worrying. Which is why, after consideration, I decided it will be better if I explained it. I have low intelligence. Huffing in anger, I glared at Nizun, who held his palms up with a look of faux innocence. First, let me declare my identity. Ta Lai slowly pushed himself off the wall. His tall and slender stature looked even more dashing right now. I'm a soul splitter. Ta Lai. There were many possibilities that ran through my mind before. In fact, I had even once wondered if he was a spy who was sent here by Mr. Blonde. Never in my wildest dreams had I thought that that would be his true identity. I met Nizun's eyes, but both of us chose to keep mum. On the other hand, Ta Lai was calm. I understand that you don't have much exposure to soul splitters, and have next to zero knowledge about the split zone. This is why I'm here today to shed some light on the affairs of split zone. Even though I can't place my full trust in the person in front of us, I could still sense the gravity of the information he was about to give. I could feel myself holding my breath in anticipation. Ta Lai's eyes glistened in an elegant radiance. The secret to the split zone is that anyone who attempts to unveil it is bound to face death sooner or later. What a redundant statement. I rolled my eyes before I could stop myself. Ta Lai paid no mind to it. Lai Shen, you've always kept a look of nonchalance, but I am most aware of such a character like yourself. If you ever decide to pursue this earnestly, you'd undoubtedly give us a run for our money. I have no desire to make an enemy out of you, nor do I deem that necessary. All I can say is, he'll be able to assist you, whether it's to save your friends or to protect Western District. However, if unraveling the secret to split zone is your goal, if you plan on instigating an uprising and make a mass escape, I suggest you give up on those ideas now. I scoffed. Why, just because you're a soul splitter? You're worried that we'd uncover the identities of all soul splitters eventually. Our consciousness are stuck here and we'd like to return to our previous lives. What's so wrong about that? Are you sure you want to return? Ta Lai shot a faint smile. I was rendered speechless by that question. I suppose you had a similar discussion over this with Lai King, right? Why did she entrust the role of Western District's commander to you? Was he referring to what Lai King brought up before when she said, to choose the next commander, we have to first consider those who have the least desire to leave the split zone? Could it be that a majority of the reason why Lai King trusted me enough to be a district commander was because of my lack of desire to leave? I can tell you're confused. How about this? Face up to yourself and answer my question honestly. Lai Shen, do you wish to leave the split zone and return to your previous life? The same smile was still hanging on Ta Lai's face. It was a question that everyone seemed to have asked me at some point in private, but had never surfaced in this manner. I turned my head towards Nai Zun and saw the look of anticipation in his eyes while he watched me. I believe Lai King chose you because she was sure that you'd stay. Ta Lai continued. Therefore, if you stuck to your original intentions, if you choose to stay in the split zone and spend these endless days here, I can help you achieve whatever you wanted, regardless of whether it's to save your friends or to reclaim Western District. However, Ta Lai's smile faded ever so slightly. If you choose to unravel the secrets to the split zone and return to your previous lives with anyone whom you deem worthy, then I'm afraid I will not be of much help. On the contrary, I might even be the reason for your demise. So, what do you choose? Do I have to make a decision? The split zone has never given me a choice. Leave the split zone? I guess I've never really thought that possibility through properly. While I acknowledge that escaping in this manner isn't filial of me, would the reality of my previous life be any better? I was a murderer who killed my own crush. A demon with a killer lurking inside me. I was alone, useless and pathetic. Did I really want to return to that life? Even so, just because I don't, it didn't mean that others wouldn't want it either. Still, despite our desire to return, there's no one who could truly comprehend the existence of soul splitters, and there isn't a way to be near them. What do we have to rely on then? If we wanted to return, I promise that I'll not hold any desire to return. I want you to help me in saving my friends and take back my Western District, I declared, somberly, as if I finally came to a decision. At the moment the words escaped, I could feel Nai Zun's clear eyes on me. His gaze held an element of loneliness that seemed impossible to dissolve. They searched mine wordlessly, as though asking, do you really have no desire to return? Do I really? In spite of the flaws that world had, no matter how cruel it was to me, did I really have nothing I held on to? Do I really have no desire to return? All right, remember what you've promised and listen well to what I have to say next. They are all critical details that will help in saving your friends. Ta Lai nodded in satisfaction. The choice to doubt my own decision was gone. All I can do now is nod in acceptance. For a start, from what I've gathered, your friends, Sun Lu, Yu Liang and Laurel should have been turned into some form of experimental subjects by now. If you wish to save them, you'll have to go against the mastermind of these experiments. Do you? Given that you're still alive, I believe you've heard of her but had yet met her. What a chilling statement. My existence right now is proof enough that I've not met her. How terrifying must that woman be? Like me, do you is a soul splitter? Evidently. Just as none of you know who your split symbol corresponds with in this dimension. Neither do we. We do not have the information, and with the amount of people in split zone, we don't have much interest in seeking out who could pose as a threat to us either. In any case, I won't divulge any information about soul splitters or the secret to split zone, so don't even bother asking about them. I didn't plan to, I sneered. Anyway, as soul splitters, both do you and I have an immense amount of MF. However, the objective of the experiments wasn't as you've deduced. Soul splitters have no desire in killing any of you. If we did, we could have just used a splitting key. We have no interest in eliminating any of you because your insertion of splitting key into our split symbol doesn't equate to our perishment. It just means you've managed to return what you want die from an insertion of splitting key. Well, actually, that's not all that accurate either. We will still disappear in that moment, but as though he had realized his own oversharing, Ta Lai swiftly returned back to the topic. Anyway, that's not the point. All you need to know is that she isn't doing these experiments to target the average resident like you, who had arrived from your previous life and are trapped here. What's her motive then? I frowned. Ta Lai stopped speaking. His gaze seemed distant as it flickered. Just as soon, he broke into a radiant smile. I suppose she's doing it too. Get rid of soul splitters like me. I froze. Ta Lai had always been elegant and calm. But why did his smile look so sorrowful now? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Do you? When Do You's name came up previously, didn't Gao Kenju wear the same melancholic expression? What kind of woman was she? The question bubbled curiously in my heart. All that aside, there's no way the experiment will be completed that soon. From what I know, there hasn't been a case of success with their experiments thus far, and what you need to do before then is to master the control over your MF. Whatever comes next, be it saving your friends or reclaiming Western District, will naturally be possible once you've grown capable. That's what I'm going to do now to give you a lesson in combat. A lesson in combat. I'm aware about the 500 meters restriction between you and Nai Zun, as well as the fact that your split symbol is unsealed. Which is why I'm going to be teaching you how to fight with an unsealed symbol. Ta Lai smiled. How did he know about that? This stone room is where I train. I have the ability of manipulating senses within a restricted area of enclosed space. That includes the 4 of them you're hearing: sight, smell and taste. The darkness you witnessed when you arrived was the effect of my distortion. I am unable to affect your sense of touch, which is, coincidentally, the aspect I plan to train you both. In an actual combat, losing all of those 4 senses will be a common occurrence. I will first teach you how to continue fighting when the senses you had relied on a daily basis disappears. From the sound of that, it seems like this training would be pretty tough. Chapter 82, Volume 2, 82 Devil's Hand. I conducted a fundamental test on your combat abilities after you entered this space of mine. There were 2 scenarios. The first was the dark room that you were both in. I distorted your 4 senses and Lai Shen, using your sense of touch, you went with the strategy of evading at full speed, increasing the rapidity of your movement by at least double the moment your enemies made contact, and dodged them successfully. That's a good tactic indeed. Ta Lai broke into a smile. But Nai Zun's way of countering was even better. While you made use of your sense of touch to evade, he used them to accept. He sacrificed his own body to accept those attacks and, in that process, evaluated the enemy's condition before eliminating all my puppets in the dark. Even I couldn't resist the gasp of admiration at that. Looking sideward at Nai Zun, he looked as calm as ever, as though Ta Lai's high praises weren't directed at him. Oh, but I am curious. Nai Zun, you used your bare hands when you attacked my puppets. What powers do your hands have? From what I understand, anyone who has sealed their split symbol will gain an ability of sorts. Yet I've never seen anyone who retained their bare hands as a weapon. After a fleeting glint swept across Ta Lai's eyes, Nai Zun flashed a faint smile. It's nothing special, really, only that my ability lies in these hands of mine. After sealing the split symbol, it allowed them to converge better. Do you mind sharing how you achieved it? Nai Zun's gaze turned dark for a split second, then spoke up softly. The best doctor in our district invented various chemicals that could affect the consciousness in split zone. I'm sure you're aware of this. After all, 3 of our district's residents had used it for good and bad. I'm no different. I'm just a user of these chemicals. What did you do with them? Unease filled my instincts as I posed the question at him. Nai Zun smiled weakly. Nothing much. I merely soak my hands in various types of mental inhibiting chemicals on a daily basis. What does that mean? Ta Lai retracted his smile. A steely gaze decorated his features. You mean, the reason behind those powers of manipulation and destruction in your hands lies in the fact that you've been using the mental inhibiting chemicals on yourself. How reckless to soak in those chemicals. You've basically been using your own hands as an experiment subject. Any sort of mental inhibiting chemicals could have caused damage to us, and yet you combine them. How did you endure it? Ta Lai wasn't the only who's taken aback by the news. Even I was startled, frozen in shock. I couldn't gather myself enough to have any sort of reaction. But I gradually recalled a snippet of memory. Why do you always have a pair of gloves on? Because these are the devil's hands. How pretentious. It couldn't be helped if I had never asked. But I did. I did ask Nizun about those gloves of his, and he did reply my question earnestly. But I've never taken them to heart. Devil's hands. This wasn't the devil's hands. This was him turning his own pair of hands into a devil. Within the split zone, while I have no idea what makes up their compound, mental inhibitors are the only things that could hurt us. I do know, though, that an arrow stained with the chemical would be enough to torment its target for a long time. Yet he used a mixture of them to soak his bare hands. Why did he have to treat himself in this manner? I opened my mouth, but the words trailed off the moment I spoke, and I couldn't finish my sentence. Nizun beamed a carefree smile. It's nothing. I merely fused my MF into my hands, then used a variety of chemicals to soak them. It is why there's a certain level of toxicity in my hands now. Ever since I've sealed my split symbol, my MF was able to stabilize itself upon my hands. Pre-existing toxin turned into something more demonic, and am consequently able to inflict a certain amount of damage on the mental strength of my target. My heart began to quiver as I processed his words. How could he reiterate them with such ease? Did he lure out such abilities from his hands to protect himself? I reckoned that the agony and price for it wouldn't be something that anyone could tolerate. Right. And me, I am stuck with him through days and nights. How did I not know anything about this? Have I ever truly attempted to understand him? Watching that ever-present desolation in Nizun's eyes hanging upon that striking face of his, a squeeze of sourness surged through my heart. Ta Lai sighed. I've always knew that you have extraordinary endurance, Nizun, but never have I expected that you were so prepared. Were this all for your own protection? Nizun's eyes blinked lightly. I watched his eyelashes fan several times, looking as though it would be drenched at any moment. That's not important. I clenched my hands in secret. From the look of your control over the eye techniques, it's really not necessary. Ta Lai trailed off when Nizun swept a cursory glance at him, seeming to have received the message. Just like that, they three of us remained in silence. I didn't have a clue about the thoughts that were running through their minds, but I snuck a peek at Nizun, lit by the torches on the wall. The silhouette of the Nizun's side profile flickered in the stone room, but the light in his retinal was unfathomable. After a long while, Ta Lai exhaled another breath before speaking up again. In any case, with the absent certain sense of perception, your subconscious would begin to harbor fear towards your surroundings. The duration of this fear will have a direct impact on the outcome of your battle. Despite losing your senses, both of you found a way to deal with it in a short period of time. This is incredible and worthy of a mention. At that point, Ta Lai looks towards me. In the instant you discovered your sense of touch, I placed the two of you on separate levels. In your lair, Lai Shen, I kept it void of any mechanisms. The reason for this second training was to exercise your patience. The elements of unknown to be stuck within an enclosed space without the freedom of choice between life and death could easily break a person. This was what I wanted to observe. As the rumored soul double identity disorder person in split zone, what sort of darkness would this enclosed space stir from your heart? What do you mean by the rumored soul double identity disorder person in split zone? You don't know about this yet, right? Those who arrived in the split zone were brought here after their consciousness has been captured. Logically, those with double identity disorders will have two sets of consciousness tied to them, and it'll be almost impossible to capture them at the same time. This is why, through the many years in split zone, there hasn't been such a case until now. I frowned. Lai King did tell me that I was different from the rest, but she also mentioned someone else in the history of split zone who had the same disorder. Ta Lai's gaze suddenly grew heavy with profound pain, as though he was recalling a memory that he could not bear to revisit, as if I had uncovered the only weakness that could shatter all his reason. It carried a lingering trace of sorrow, without conscious awareness. His voice gave away his despondency. Indeed, there was, but they were different from you. They had multiple identity disorder. Double identity disorder merely split your personality into two, and the burden would still be manageable. However, for a person with multiple identity disorder, with the shattering of their personality and arrival into the split zone, none of them was complete. Then how are they now? I may be oblivious to the identity of this person, but I could clearly see the inexplicable pain in Tal Lai's eyes when he talked about them. Hence, my tone of inquiry softened. Tal Lai squeezed his eyes together, but didn't answer, and awkwardness began to pour itself into me. When he reopened them, his gaze seemed to return to its usual elegance, reason and calm. Regardless, Lai Shen, you still passed my second round of test. However, there was an interesting portion during the test. At one point, your emotions were visibly swayed, and you kept yelling, "Come out," around the empty stone room. Who were you talking to? Your second personality? Like my heart. My eyes turned cold. You don't have to worry about that. Tal Lai watched me thoughtfully and said, since you don't wish to talk about it, then I won't force it out of you either. I just want to make it clear that only when you can tap into your true subconscious mind will you be able to use your MF freely. In the split zone, it's not a given that every soul splitter will be more powerful than your average body of consciousness. Level of might depends entirely on your inner strength. Lifting a slender finger, Tal Lai pointed to his own mind gracefully. Inner strength refers to your mental strength, the strength you have up here. Only when you have control over the full potential of your strength could you gain the capability in changing your circumstances. Going to ask you one question. Are you sure you're not willing to unleash the power of your split symbol? Should I unleash the power of my split symbol? For some reason, there was an irrational fear in my heart from the moment I heard about this from Gos. Without waiting for my response, Nizun replied, no, you'll not allow her to seal her split symbol. Tal Lai donned a peculiar smile. Oh, why's that? Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about the punishment such a unique person would suffer from upon the sealing of her symbol? Nizun's eyes began to turn cold. She shouldn't have to suffer through them. No matter the punishment, you can endure through those devil's hands, but couldn't bear for her to go through even a little agony. How interesting. I don't know why, but a self-deprecating smile surfaced on Tal Lai's face. How similar to me you are. In that moment, I realized the silhouette of another in his gaze. When a person is deeply in love with another, there will be a defect in their gaze. It will carry the shadow of the one they love. And it is within this that revealed all the emotions a person ought to have. All the emotions they had previously concealed in their desolate gaze. Chapter 83. Volume 2. 83. You are not to blame. Did Tal Lai have someone he loved deeply too? I'm curious about your symbols. Will soul splitters suffer from punishment upon the sealing of it as well? Nizun asked. We do. Just as you would. This is something that was set in stone from the very start. A split symbol is a form of contract. This was the price to pay for capturing your souls. This contract had likewise given us abilities. It's only a matter of perspective if you see the ability as a gift or the punishment as a curse. Why did you people capture us? I asked furiously. There are some things that are beyond our control. Despite bringing you here, we still can't recognize the soul we captured among the sea of people. Tal Lai replied. Resignation happens to any living person. Soul splitters are no different. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Soul splitters aren't divine beings, just resigned humans. I followed with a cold reply. How great you are at concocting excuses. There are many things in the world that are aggravating, but to harm and ruin another's life is a sin no matter how you try to explain it. Tal Lai reciprocated with a calm smile. All right. I'm not here to discuss the right or wrong, the sin or redemption. I'm here to teach you a lesson on combat. So let's stop here with the discussion about life. For now, let's teach you proper combat. My eyes stared fixated on him. I won't be grateful. He met my gaze. I know. Let's just treat this as a trade-off. This way, no one will be stuck in a difficult position. You'll only have to remember what you promised. Aren't you afraid I would regret it? His smile widened. You won't, and even if you did, I'd have a way of making sure you can't. The words put me at great unease, but I didn't have any other option either. I am keenly aware of my own abilities. Forget do you? I am a far cry from even Gos. Fine. Come on then. I'll grant you an opportunity to be a teacher. I waved my hand. donning a facade of resolution as though I'm ready to risk everything. Even though you've both leveraged on your sense of touch to combat earlier, the method of usage could still be improved on. I hope you'll be able to create the perfect combat tactic by combining both your techniques. I have to take a trip into Western District today. The obscured reason behind its decapitated state baffled me too. I hope you'll be prepared by the time I get back. I'll distort your senses once more and release my children again. Laughing gleefully, he continued, the children I'm unleashing will no longer be a child's play, which is why I'm giving you time to think through your strategy. Oh, and you can use this time to talk things out as well. I'm sure there are a lot of things on your mind after our earlier conversation. Once he was done, he rotated the jade ring in his finger in the direction of the ceiling. It opened with a swoosh from that small gesture. I looked up to witness infinite darkness. The tip of his feet lightly touched the ground and he dived into the darkness. With his departure, the ceiling began to close up once more. Nai-zun and I were the only ones left in the enclosed stone room. I tilted my head towards him with both hands stuck into his pocket. He headed straight for the corner of the room, returning to his favorite posture, leaning against the wall with a slight slouch. The torch near him flickered quietly, lighting up just half of his face. I opened my mouth to ask the innumerable questions echoing in my head, but couldn't find the words to start. Through the torch, I watched him in silence. Slowly, his indifferent gaze met mine without a word. In depths of his eyes, the flame danced and rippled. Just like this, the two of watched each other in stillness. Eventually, I was the one to break the silence. Can you tell me the cause of your arrival into the split zone? A slight smile graced his features, so faint that one would miss it without careful observation. I thought you'd ask about this hand of mine first. At that, he raised his left hand. I pursed my lips into a tight smile but didn't reply. Unhurriedly, Nai-sun pulled out his right hand and tugged at the glove on his left. His slender, pale hands stretched towards me, as though attracted by an enchantment. His hand lured me a step closer, and then another. I met his eyes for a split second when I arrived before him, before dropping it towards his outstretched hand. The palm of his hand, which had been facing the ground, turned upwards lightly. There was no palm prints on them. Through the days and nights I had spent with him, even though I rarely saw him without his gloves, but it wasn't the first time witnessing it either. Still, I've never taken particular note about them until today. When he flipped his hand over, revealing his palm without reservations, I could clearly see his loneliness. With the amount of supernatural books I've read, I didn't need any explanation from him. I knew that anyone without palms prints was said to have a cursed life. Likewise, without need his illustration of his backstory, I could already imagine the difficulties and agony he had been through in his previous life. It wasn't the cursed life that had made him suffered, but the rumors. Spirits and ghosts were never the scariest entities in this world. Beyond those, there were humans who were immensely more vicious. For him to be the owner of this cursed palm, I'm sure he must have suffered great discrimination growing up, especially if unfortunate events had coincidentally occurred in his family. The animated discussion from an innumerable crowd of people sounded in my mind once more. She's a freak. Stay away from her. My heart felt like it was drowning from a sudden surge of tide, and my eyes welled up. Before I could even stop myself, I reached out my own hand, laying it above his palm. I watched the flicker in Nai-zun's eyes for a moment. In that second, he looked like a helpless, frightened child, with my palm against his own, my hand atop of Nai-zun's. The chill of his hand pulsed into mine. His body had always been this cold. A prickling sensation of pain began to extend through our contact, though he hadn't fused his MF into his palm. After those days of soaking them in chemicals, they were no longer soft to touch. I didn't mind, though. Just like that, I met his eyes with my palm on his. Still, there was a nagging feeling that I've missed something. What was it? Oh, that's right. The ring. I lowered my head in haste, removing my hand and flipping his hand over once more. My eyes dropped towards the skull ring on his pinky Finger. I've seen it before, but hadn't felt the same peculiar sensation I did today. As I stared at the lacquered black, exquisitely carved skull ring, I couldn't help muttering under my breath. This ring, why does it look so familiar? Why can't I remember? I felt a sudden squeeze on my left shoulder, clasping his glove on his right hand. Naizun held it against my shoulder. Lifting my head, I met his gaze again in unintentional intimate distance. My mind was once again captured by the waves behind his eyes. A glint of glee flickered across his eyes. The corners of his lips arched upwards. Tisk, tisk. You can't cast your greedy eyes upon other people's gem. Hearing his teasing tone, I grew furious from embarrassment and took a step back immediately, letting go of his hand in the process. Who would even care about it? Despite those words, only I knew that my action came from the desire to distance myself from him. Perhaps it was the powers behind his eyes. But I found myself being pulled into his gaze every time our eyes meet, and am unable to turn away. It's probably because of the powers in his eyes. As expected, he was just like a demon. His entire being was the epitome of mystifying danger. Naizun was laughing to his heart's content. Aren't you going to ask about my printless palm? I swept a glance at him. So what if you have no palm prints according to speculations? Didn't that just mean you have a cursed life? Did you really expect me to believe in those? The smile was still hanging on his lips, but a glint of misery flickered momentarily in the depths of his eyes. I didn't believe it before, either. But what if I said I have begun to? I really do feel like I have a cursed life. I've always brought misfortune upon the people around me. Naizun looked over at me with a self-deprecating smile. Who knows? Maybe you were cursed by me too. Haven't you always condemned the fusion between your second personality and I? Who knows? Maybe it was this cursed palm at work. He lifted said hand and gave it a short wave. I stared straight back at him. I'll admit, Naizun, that I am still brooding over the fact that my second personality had resonated with you. I knew none of this was your fault, but I was still stubborn in growing my hatred towards you. That has nothing to do with you. You haven't done anything wrong. The reason behind all that was only because I didn't think I could persevere if I didn't at least hate you a little. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to stop this hatred despite all the days we had spent together, with you protecting me by my side. Even so, I knew very clearly that you are not at fault. Whatever cursed life you think you have, I'll neither sympathize with you nor blame you for it. I'm here because of the karma I've incurred from killing another. You don't have to carry this sin for me. His eyes softened drastically. Maybe it was the flicker of lit torches that was playing tricks on my eyes. If this cursed life of mine has the right of carrying your sin on your behalf, I'll be more than willing. I raised a brow. When did you get so kind? Naizun laughed and his pale left hand touched his nose. It's a cursed life anyway. There isn't much use for it. Since it's cursed, I'm sure it could at least deflect against minor mishaps. I fixed my gaze right into his. It's not a cursed life. You might have faced unfortunate events in your life. Perhaps those were the work of fate or mere coincidences, but they were definitely not your fault. I can't even be sure that they were not my fault. How can you be this decisive about it? His voice reverberated clearly in this stone room. I tilted my head with a slight smile. Because Im Lai Shen. The flame hanging along the stone wall quivered abruptly, as did the glow reflected against Naizun's face. Chapter 84. Volume 2. 84 has passed. Oh right. There was something else I wanted to ask. I fixed my gaze on him. When I was caught in an illusion at Southern District, it was a voice that summoned me back with a simple share. From then on, this voice would pull me back whenever my consciousness dipped in chaos. Like a mechanism that was set, I managed to regain my consciousness when I hear it. That voice sounded a lot like you. Was it you? Naizun. It's me. Naizun lowered his head and tugged his gloves back on. I used my sight to plant an enchantment into the depths of your eyes. This enchantment will activate when your consciousness begins to grow unstable. When your consciousness is affected and you become irrational, your eyes will likewise turn spiritless. That's when the enchantment begin its work. The voice was also a mechanism I've placed. There is no other use for it besides bringing you back to your senses. I froze. I had never expected to hear such a thing. Why? Jai-Pa had hypnotized you once. Your mental state wasn't stable enough. Even Mr. Blonde had informed me about this before. Although, double identity disorder consisted of two independent consciousness. They both arrived here in your case, but your present state of identity isn't complete. There wasn't an exception like yourself in the split zone before. You're aware of that as well. All the forms which you maintained here, including your life, was only allowed to happen because your consciousness exists in this dimension. He paused for a moment, then continued, and your situation is special. Just like how water vapor and droplets are essentially the same thing, but the composition of water vapor isn't as stable as droplets. Mr. Blonde and Jai-Pa were worried about the remnant of your identity. After the split between your two consciousness, they were worried that fluctuations in this dimension would cause instability. Yet, they were unable to predict the consequences of that. Therefore, some preventive measures were established. Regardless of how you put it, didn't all that just mean that they were trying to protect me? Lai Shan, what did you have to grumble about? Had you ever been worthy of their concern? Almost everyone had been by your side, taking you into consideration on their own about the innumerable possibilities that might happen to you. Watching the creasing of my brows, he spoke again. To be honest, due to your unique situation, your condition hadn't been that well from the get-go. It was precisely because of that Mr. Blonde made sure to emphasize this to Lai King and I, to remind us that we have to pay special attention to your emotions in case you run into any trouble. You know this too, even if Mr. Blonde couldn't give us an answer to the countless secrets to the split zone, nor was he able to help us find our soul splitters. But he had always hoped that our bodies of consciousness could reside here in peace. Indeed, Mr. Blonde was strict, but kind. I can't deny that as a guide, he was able to calm the emotions of every new person who had just arrived into the split zone, and let them live here in peace. Mr. Blonde once said to me that he couldn't promise our return to the previous life, but he could promise a new beginning here in this dimension. For someone with a smirch in both their life and mental state, the words "a new beginning" was enough to bring tears to their eyes. I suppose that was also why the common folks in these districts didn't possess a particularly strong desire to search for their soul splitters. Maybe they just wanted to live here in peace forevermore. Those who arrived here with a vulnerable mental condition and were likewise weaker would be assigned to Southern District by Mr. Blonde. That promised land was an easier option to accept in comparison to the cruel world of their previous life. Those with a distorted state of mind, who weren't sound or who held a hint of malicious intent, were assigned to the Eastern District, where they could unleash their malice. This dimension could satisfy certain desires that we hold, and it was how it could continue in stable existence. Yet, there were people who are attempting this disrupt this serenity now. When did you plant the enchantment into my eyes? Nai-Zun met my gaze. It was during that time, half a year after our arrival. I interjected. Got it. Reading my reluctance to be reminded of the incident, Nai-Zun didn't insist either. Oh, that's right. Why do you have such a close relationship with Jai-Pa? Are you two? I hesitated, unsure of whether I should pose the question. Nai-Zun laughed weakly. Just as I've told you before. He was my doctor from my previous life. He shrugged with both palms facing up. I don't know if it's due to my cursed life, but both my parents passed away growing up. My sister and I always depended on each other. Jai-Pa has had a crush on my sister for years, while my sister had sent me to treatment with him, out of fear that I'd be psychologically affected by all the incidents that occurred. Ah, so Nai-Zun has a sister. Nai-Zun let out a bitter laugh. Eventually, my sister got into an accident too. I thought that perhaps I cursed her to death too. My mental state must have been severely affected by the accident which caused my arrival into Split Zone. For some reason, Jai-Pa appeared after me as well, and I never knew why. He always joked that a doctor like him was driven crazy by a patient like me. But I don't think that's the case. And your sister? I saw her when I watched the snippet of reality from the lounge. They managed to save her. I suppose she's doing well now. I couldn't read the profound expression in his eyes. I bit my lip. Then I'm sure you must really want to go back to accompany her and Jaipa too. I don't know either. Who knows if he'll bring her more misfortune by going back. Maybe my presence here will be a good cause for anyone. A good cause for anyone. Must you always take others into consideration? How can such a person be branded with that horrible label of a cursed life? This world truly isn't fair. If we're going into this topic, then aren't I the one bringing misfortune to people? Instead he had been unlucky enough to be fused with my second personality. As long as I don't find my soul splitter, he won't be able to return either. To be bound in this way is still a form of harm, no matter how you try to spin it. By taking him away from his sister was a form of harm inflicted on him. No longer willing to watch as he drowned in his sorrow, I waved my hand in front of his eyes. All right, let's not dwell on the past since we're already here. We should find a solution to our current predicament. Naizun nodded. I always thought that the incidents weren't as easy as it seemed. The disappearance of Mr. Blonde had almost never happened within the split zone. Now that I think about it, there was also a problem when Lai King sliced your arm off. I asked dumbly. What problem? Do you remember that I had once asked her about the basilisk impus, about why it didn't heal after it was diced by Lai King? She avoided my question then. In retrospect, the basilisk impus should have been a human like us. Or at least a human with a disguised form. If so, why didn't it heal? Unless it's not a human, but it isn't. Then how did such a monster get into the split zone? As it dawned on me, I exclaimed. Do you mean to say that regardless of those strange monsters which were concocted from souls, brought in by the soul snatcher, or composition from the experiments, they had long appeared on the day Lai King sliced me? Naizun nodded. I'm afraid Lai King had been concealing information from us. In that case, was there something wrong with Lai King's death as well, just like how Lai Wen reappeared after such a long time? Could Lai King still be alive too? If we could establish such a possibility, then the conspiracy that was lurking behind the scenes just became scarier. Even so, the probability of Lai King's survival still filled me with excitement. We can't bear such an optimistic view. Whatever the case, our current situation doesn't look good. Western District has been reduced into ruins. Old Man Fan was transformed into a statue. Song Lu and Yu Liang have both fallen into enemies' hands. And we still don't know where Laurel is. I don't mean to infuriate you, but you must face the reality of this reality that didn't allow any trace of optimism. Naizun watched me. I nodded. He was right. Avoidance and fear wouldn't solve anything right now. Only danger and the unknown await us. So, as Ta Lai mentioned, we're doing an equal trade-off. If that's the case, then why don't we believe in him for the time being? If he can increase both our abilities and help us bring back Song Lu and the others, then maybe the truth will slowly float to the surface through this process. I said to Naizun, that's right. Since this is so, we should accept it. It just so happens that your fighting ability isn't something I can bear to witness. Naizun blinked at me, returning back to that annoying demeanor of his. I rolled my eyes at him. Brilliant. Okay, didn't you hear Ta Lai's compliment about how great my tactic was in using my sense of touch to swiftly avoid the attack, with his pretense at being serious? Naizun nodded. Yes. You did great. It was indeed great to have an arm yanked off and speak to yourself in this empty stone room for several days. It's great indeed. I really want to aim a good kick at him. Oh. Ta Lai said you made use of your sense of touch too, but instead of evading, you attacked. What did he mean by that? With my mind drifting back to the topic at hand, I asked in haste. It means that I made use of my touch to sense the moment of attack, but I didn't move to dodge it. Instead, at the moment of contact, I used it to determine the perpetrator's condition by analyzing their location and strength of attack. From there, I retaliated. In summary, you're passive and aggressive. The time he gave us to communicate is also for us to concoct the best strategy that could combine our attack and defense tactics. At the mention of that, a glimmer of appreciation flickered across Naizun's eyes. Ta Lai's highly intelligent. He didn't see the 500 meters restriction between us as a weakness. but an opportunity to use it to our advantage. Since we can't be separated, then we should collaborate our efforts. The perfect combination is the key to being successful on the battleground. I regarded him from the corner of my eyes. How exceptional, you have so much to say at the topic of combat. A demon indeed, to be this interested in fighting and bloodshed. He merely blinked at me again. Aren't I doing all this to protect you? Even though I still held disdain over his unruly behavior. But his words still caused a surge of warmth to spread through my heart. Chapter 85. Volume 2. 85. Let the training begin. Nizun and I had decided on our combat strategy by the time Ta Lai returned. How's the situation? I asked in haste the moment his stature came into view. He responded with a shake of his head. It remains in ruins. I never realized how powerful Old Man Fan was. The state of Western District is likely a consequence of his doing. But I can't decipher the technique that was used. The fact that everyone in Western District has disappeared is just as baffling to me. Old Man Fan wasn't. He turned to stone. That's right. And it's precisely because of that I suspect he had used a form of space-time manipulation or cementation technique to transport all of Western District. Even I have no idea where he could possibly relocate these people to. But why would Old Man Fan do that? I frowned. For you, perhaps. Before your return, Ujai and the 7 demons called for a change of district commander. It was rumored that their penetration of 7 was one of the strongest enchantments to exist. I assume they must have been waiting in ambush for your return. And Old Man Fan did what he could to protect you. His words rendered me speechless. Regardless of whether the state of Western District was Old Man Fan's doing, the crux of our problem lies in the fact that this has never happened in the history of Split Zone. With such a peculiar affair, it will naturally attract the attention of others who would come forth to have a look. I can't know if Du Yu would return, but Ujai would surely make her way back soon. What you need to do now is to increase your combat skills before it happens. I gritted my teeth. What great timing! If she comes back, I have a bone to pick with her. Once again, Ta Lai shook his head. Don't oversimplify the matter. Ujai is joined with Du Yu on her side. The only reason they allowed you to live is because they have their sights set on Southern District Seal Yuo right now. Uji's objective differed from Du Yu's. Ujai wanted the prestige of commanding Western District. This is why she'd definitely return if Western District falls into peril. JOS might be able to hold her back for some time. Even so, we don't know the state of Southern District nor the result of Du Yu and Seal Yuo's negotiation. It will be wise to practice caution. Negotiations. Why is it that all of these are related to Seal Yuo? My frown deepened. Ta Lai sighed. After all, Seal Yuo has the highest MF in Split Zone. Even if the MF of Soul Splitters aren't high, but with our experience, we're still much stronger in battle. However, Seal Yuo is an exception. He's someone whom even we don't dare to offend. That said, there has always been a rumor floating that he isn't well, that he's about to perish. Regarding the disappearance of a district commander, I'm sure you understand the issues it attracts. I met Nizun's eyes. Our eyes flooded with undisguised shock. Seal Yuo's about to wither away. How could that be possible? But in retrospect, when JOS asked Huan Yang if a certain something was true, he nodded his head. Could it be that she was asking about this? If Seal Yuo was on the edge of disappearance, that must mean he's in dire condition in the real world. For a body of consciousness? As our flesh body in the real world withers, our body in this dimension would also begin to exhibit various illness. They were an omen signifying that our end was nearing. Despite that, the strength of our MF was still controlled by our minds. And so it wouldn't necessarily be affected by the status of our flesh body. Just like JOS incident previously, our bodies of flesh and consciousness are in sync. I don't know how long Seal Yuo has been in the Split Zone, but it was rare for anyone in the Split Zone to be faced with perishment. The difference of time between the Split Zone and real world is far too great for it to occur. If the rumor is true, however, then we can only expect chaos to ensue. The death of Southern District's commander would imply that a successor has to be chosen soon, but the next generation of commander is decided between the current commander and Mr. Blonde. Mr. Blonde is missing, and there's practically no one in the split zone who could live up to Seal Yuo's might. If Seal Yuo does pass away, who would protect the countless number of vulnerable residents in Southern District? That's terrifying. It's unbelievable. But what has this got to do with soul splitters like you confused? I posed the question to Ta Lai. Ta Lai's gaze flickered. As much as I am unwilling to reveal the soul splitter's secrets, there is something that I can assure Yao Soul. Splitters can't do as they willed. Even if we're more mysterious than you, we have our own set of rules and regulations. Apart from Northern District, the balance of the other 3 districts has to be maintained. We have no interests in subjecting you to our persecution. You must have developed some misunderstanding towards soul splitters after all this time. Although you can return to reality with the combination of your splitting key and corresponding soul splitters, this didn't mean that soul splitters are your nemesis. To us, you are not our enemies. I laughed bitterly. Who knows if that's true? It'll only be conceivable if soul splitters truly won't die from the insertion of a splitting key. But how can we know if you were being honest about that? Ta Lai flashed a graceful smile. That's up to you to believe. In any case, the residents in these 3 districts aren't our target. However, peace can only find you if there is balance in the relationship among the districts. Soul splitters have their own set of regulations. And you have your worst. That's what makes the split zone. Nai Zun spoke up abruptly after a long period of silence. Soul splitters have engaged in current affairs despite us not being your enemies. And on top of it, there's the issue of experiments conducted by Du Yu. It seems as if there's discord among soul splitters as well. What did Nai Zun mean by that? Nai Zun turned to me. Obvious that his simplified explanation was done for my sake. Which means to say, just like our 3 districts, Southern, Western and Eastern, perhaps there are different clans among the ranks of soul splitters as well. Maybe Du Yu's target was us, but the clan of soul splitters that opposed her. Ah, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Ta Lai's lips. You live up to your reputation. Indeed, rumor had it that you have exceptional intelligence with incredible reflex. You're right. I've told you before too. Du Yu was targeting me, but I can't divulge the details of that. All you have to know is that the common folks of your districts aren't her objective. Soul splitters have our own rules apart from Northern District. We would've broken the rules just by setting foot in any of the other 3 districts. Does that mean they had been living in Northern District all this while? Wouldn't it mean that Mr. Blonde had been concealing the truth from us? Then they had been in Northern District yet we weren't allowed there. How else could we have found our soul splitters and returned to reality? Lai Shen, I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. Mr. Blonde didn't lie. It is true that we have to visit the 3 districts in set intervals. It's a routine. In other words, fate would have allowed you to find your corresponding soul splitter if you really wanted to. Whether you would be able to identify each other, that's your own problem. The secret to the split zone is that everything has its predestined fate. This has been decided since the start and no one, not even soul splitters, can escape from it. I'm getting even more confused by the second. Du Yu's target, but she still has no idea that I'm here. To put it plainly, the purpose of her negotiations with Seal Yuo is to verify the rumors surrounding his condition. If it is true, then she'd help the soul snatcher Rong Jin in becoming the next district commander. This way, she'll be able to establish her experiment sites as she wished in Southern District. Yuji's ambitions aligned well too. If Yujai took over Western District, it would be equivalent to it landing in the grasp of Du Yu. A surge of rage gushed into my chest. Did she think that anyone and every one of us could be her experiment subjects? She was willing to overlook all the innocent lives just for the sake of her conflict with you. The soul splitters regulations allowed her to do as she pleased. 2. Ta Lai sighed. Some things can't be changed. Her actions will naturally incur relative repercussions. That's why I'm here, dwelling on her cruelty is a useless feat. What you need to do now is to stop her. To stop Rong Jin from being the next commander of Southern District, and stop Yujai from taking over Western District. But you're still too weak. I grew embarrassed at that. It was true regardless of their ultimate objective. There was no use feeling enraged when I didn't possess the ability to stop anyone now. Did Joe know about this though? Could it be that she had known about them from the start, was protecting Luo the reason why she was so determined to visit Southern District? But how could she remain so calm and composed while fighting alongside me? If she had known about Luo's deteriorating condition, if I had known about my lover's approaching demise, I'm afraid I would be even more maniacal than her in wanting to see them. There's no benefit in speaking anymore. Let's start training the both of you. Ta Lai smiled. A hand slid elegantly behind his back while the other snapped his fingers. Before I could react, the snap of fingers plunged us into darkness once more. In the darkness, Ta Lai's voice resounded. I have placed both of you into this space that's obscured from your four senses again. You'll release 99 puppet giants. They're same as the 13 giants you've met before. Of course, they don't have much thought nor a splitting key. So, they are not enough to kill you. They'll only attack you continuously. I'll let you out the moment you defeat all 99 giants. What the foo? 99 of those enormous giants. Forget our four senses even with them. I'm afraid Nizun and I would need several days and nights before we could defeat all 99 of those playthings. Now he wants us to eliminate them while we're stuck in this space with distorted senses. Wouldn't Nizun and I be torn to shreds before we could even kill them? With such skewed senses, I'm sure we won't be able to leave this place in just a few days. Right. What's his problem? Huh. Chapter 86. Volume 2. 8699 vs 2. Don't forget about our arrangement. Right after Ta Lai's words, Nizun's voice rang out in the dark. HM with a hum of acknowledgement. My left leg reached backwards while I clasped my hand around the piercer and held it in front of me. As expected, with 2 steps back, my back flushed against Nizun's. This was the arrangement we had concluded from before. We will counter our enemies in this back-to-back position, regardless of the direction our enemies attack from. Well, turn clockwise, staying back-to-back till the end. Pressing against his back, I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing all my MF onto my skin and increased my sense of touch. This way, I will be able to feel the atmospheric changes caused by the movements of those giants. Incoming! Bang! The piercer struck forth horizontally just as my left foot stepped to the right before retreating back to its original position. In perfect coordination, Nizun mirrored the same movement. However, just as my right feet took an experimental step forward, it seemed to have landed on a thick, bear-like paw. A roar reverberated from above my head. Since I wasn't able to discern the location of the sound in this space, I could only feel the trembling from the top of my skull. Without a hint of hesitance, I shifted my MF and focused it on my right hand. I kept what seemed to be the giant's foot captive under my sole. The fingers of my right hand lined tightly together as though in preparation for karate, and I pierced them towards the right. Putzt. In that instant, I could feel my hand plunging into the body of the giant, penetrating right through its flesh. Ahuo accompanied by an animalistic wail. I sensed impending danger from above. As if I had summoned everything I could muster, I plucked the set of bow and arrow from my back at swiftest speed and aimed it overhead. Putzt! Ahuo! In an apparent effort to swallow my head whole, the arrow I released struck through the throat of the giant above me. At the same time, I felt Nizun pushing against me from behind. I understood his intentions at once, pulling back the foot that was stepping on the giants. I stepped back in time. With my retreat, Nizun moved 3 steps back as well. Just like that, the both of us moved backwards with my back against his. I let go of my left hand, distancing 3 steps from the giant from before. My left hand found the piercer once more and struck another. Whip forward. Swoosh! A powerful ray of violet blade was unleashed from the gesture. In the split moment before it vanished, I could feel the violet blade slicing through dozens of giants ahead despite my lack of sight. Thump! 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 The attack sliced across their torso and the giants fell one after another in a loud crash. It's truly fortunate that these puppets couldn't heal. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, a hand penetrated my body through my back. One of the giants in front of Nizun had pierced its hand through Nizun's stomach, and in consequence of our position, stabbed me, through my back as well, all while I let out a brief yelp from impact. Nizun didn't even make a sound. I furrowed my brows and caught that giant's hand with my right. There wasn't a slightest trace of concern for Nizun. I have complete faith in him that he'd be able to eliminate this giant, which had a death wish. It was with that thought that I kept a death grip on the hand which penetrated through my stomach, not giving it a chance to escape. Simultaneously, I shifted my MF into my left hand and held up my piercer. Lower your head, Nizun, I bellowed, then swung the whip in a full circle above our heads. It was the first time I've expended this much MF, to the extent of retracting those I've placed upon my skin. Similarly, it was the first time I've circled the piercer above our heads like a halo. Even with the pitch-black darkness, I could still vaguely make out the sheen of violet light, exploding in the room like special effects in television dramas, surrounding Nizun and I. The piercer whistled as its attack spread in all directions. Thump, 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 thump. The giants surrounding us seemed to have tumbled to the ground. I inhaled a deep breath. Since my split symbol was still unsealed, I could distinctly feel the amount I had expended upon retraction of my MF. After all, with every usage, a portion of MF wouldn't be recoverable until the next day. In addition, under such combat circumstances, there's a rise in frequency of MF usage. Dun, Nizun muttered, and I understood the meaning behind his words. Between my breaths, I kept my right hand clasped onto the giant's hand, and with a gritting of my teeth, I yanked it out from my stomach. I swung my right hand forward with a little MF, throwing the broken giant's arm in a random direction. Thumpo! I have no idea which unlucky giant got hit by it. My MF had reduced by so much that I was beginning to feel exhaustion creeping to me. Turn me into a piercer, Nizun spoke up from behind me. Oh, what did he mean by that? Without waiting for my reaction, I felt Nizun's hand snatching at my piercer while another clenched against my left hand. Thereafter, Nizun scurried to my side, as though he had begun leaping. I felt a force pressing down on my left hand and finally understood his intentions. Swiftly recovering my right hand, I held onto his tightly and swung his entire body up. I clenched my jaw. You're so heavy. Nizun's voice, on the other hand, was relaxed and carefree. You can only blame your MF for dropping. If this room had been brightly lit, I'm sure our current scene must not have looked unglamorous, but also hilarious. I held onto him tight and swiveled him around in the air, and just like a dancer twirling on a pole, Nizun brandished my piercer as he whirled. No living giants could infiltrate this circular formation of ours. As much as we couldn't see it, our imagination would suffice within this perfectly guarded ring. Any giants who approached would be sliced into halves. Fighting against 99 giant in this space where our 4 other senses were compromised, creating a protective barrier in this manner was our best bet. With the circumference of safety from our enemies, we were able to attack at a distance. Otherwise, as soon as a group of giants managed to make their way near us, the both of us would surely be reduced to mush by their attacks. Just as I was celebrating in glee at our achievement, Nizun yelled out a word of warning. Careful! An enormous pressure pushed down towards us from overhead, like a metal structure free falling from the sky towards your skull. The sort of pressure was something that could be detected even with the loss of senses. It was as though one of the giants had realized the futile efforts to get near us. From the feel of it, it must have leapt towards us from afar, striking downwards in the direction above the crown of my head. I took a hasty step back. What should I do? My mind is drawing a blank. There's no time to overthink it. It wasn't like I could predict where it would land either. Increasing MF in my left hand, I maintained my vice-like grip on the traversing Nizun. Freeing my right hand, I held it over my head in preparation to block the incoming fall at any moment, even though it was impossible to stop a free-falling giant with just an arm. Thump! The abrupt shift of my right feet seemed to have escaped the fallen giant. By sheer chance it collapsed onto the ground beside me, but just by the distorted sense of hearing, I couldn't accurately discern its position, not giving me any chance to ponder further. Nai-zun seemed to have collided into something in midair. Ah, it must be the giant. I let Nai-zun go, knowing for sure that he would be able to defeat the giant. There was an inexplicable understanding between Nai-zun and I at the very moment I flung Nai-zun out. He had already whipped the piercer towards me. The moment it touched my skin, I wound it around with the back of my hand, but the piercer didn't feel light. I pulled, immediately understanding the reason he threw the piercer towards me. He had already wound it around his own ankle with the other end when he did. This way, as he engaged in combat with the giant he collided into, it would prevent us from being completely separated. It would have been difficult to find each other again in this space that's obscured from our four senses. I speedily calculated the length of my piercer in my head and stepped back accordingly. Not only would I prevent myself from holding Nai-zun back by his ankle, I could even lend him support in this manner. Done at the sound of his voice, I immediately pulled him back. Nai-zun returned to my side with an arm wrapped around my waist. His other hand took my piercer from me and circled it above us with more damage than I had mustered before. In the darkness, I blushed at the feeling of his arm firmly wrapped around my waist. Bang! 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 Ahoo! 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 Innumerable wailing and cracking echoed from all around us. That should be all. Nai-zun's voice was calm and composed as always, even his breathing remained steady. I tried to pull myself away from his grip. However, not knowing if I had stepped on a pool of giant's blood with my step back, I slipped with my attempt and fell backwards at once. My immense exhaustion of MF had also delayed my reflexes during the process. Considering his tight grip on my waist and the piercer in his other hand, Nai-zun didn't seem to have realized the impending fall either. Just like that, I pulled him down with me. With a flip of his body, his arm was trapped under my waist and I latched onto him. Subconsciously, thump, I felt a splattering of something as I crashed onto the ground. I must have landed in a pool of blood. I screamed, feeling Nai-zun's presence as he fell on top of me. Our skulls collided with each other and imaginary stars filled my eyes. Are you serious? After such a long battle with those giants, I would end up getting a concussion because of Nai-zun. After the collision, I turned my head to my left instinctively and his lips made contact with my right cheek. One of his arms was still trapped underneath my body and his other seemed to have wanted to push his weight up. With the amount of blood on the floor though, all we heard was the slit of his arm. Right as the lips that had collided against my cheek lifted, it came crashing down again from his slip. It was a coincidence when I turned back right at that moment, and our lips met. In the darkness, the clash of our lips brought upon a surge of pain. His lips were pressed brutally against my own. I screwed my eyes shut in pain. In the chaos of trying to push him off with my right arm, I had laced my fingers with the back of his head by accident. Ah! What was supposed to be rejection turned into an invitation. Chapter 87. Volume 2. 87 Ta Lai's Nightmare. His lingering warmth spread across my lips and my eyes trembled in the dark. Loosening my grip on his head, I pushed him off before sitting up like a panicked hare. The series of my action happened in mere seconds. After getting up from my position, I stared at the darkness ahead without being able to see him. In that same darkness, I could hear his panting breaths. Ah, accident. It was an accident. Lifting an arm, I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Before Nai-zun could even respond, I felt a tremor beneath my feet and light filled my eyes once more, rubbing my eyes from the sudden intrusion. I could make out the clean and lit stone room when my sight cleared. Nai-zun got up slowly from opposite me and I followed suit. Behind us, Ta Lai's voice bounced off the walls. Well done. You did better than I expected. I had thought you would at least get torn to shreds before making it out of there. As expected, you were planning to torment us. Since time is scarce, let's continue on to our next segment. The previous exercise displayed your perfect understanding and coordination with each other. By logic, the two of you aren't able to separate from the other. But what if you did? I hope you'll be able to figure out what to do if you had been in that same situation on your own. I met Nai-zun's eyes, but neither of us spoke. For some reason, gazing into his eyes reminded me of his lips. My mind was stuck in a trance, and I shook my head vigorously in attempt to return to reality. Y'all be training alone for the next segment. Ta Lai began strolling around the stone room leisurely while rotating his jade ring. Lai Shan, since you have no desire to seal your split symbol, I wouldn't force it either. However, this means that y'all have to go through an even tougher training. Y'all need to reach a level where unleashing normal physical attacks wouldn't require MF. As for Nai Zun, I don't know how far ahead you've mastered your vision techniques, and it doesn't look like you plan on revealing to me. 2. Either way, y'all need a weapon, so I'll choose one for you. Nai Zun smiled dryly. Thank you for your good intentions, but I don't fancy using weapons. Ta Lai reciprocated with a smile of his own. Trust me, y'all be satisfied with my choice. Nai Zun spoke no more. Hey! Shouldn't you let us rest before the next training? I'm exhausted. You don't seriously expect us to train without pause, do you? I yawned. Ta Lai smiled. You're right. After all, the both of you haven't had a peaceful rest since your arrival. Alright, let's take a break then. Don't worry, no enemies will be able to intrude this space. Aren't you the enemy? What other enemies do we need intruding if you're already here? The thought filled my head before I could stop myself. When I lifted my gaze, Ta Lai was already lying on the floor asleep. What the hell? I rubbed my eyes and widened them. Agines, he for real? He really did fall asleep. With his back against the ground, Ta Lai laid down with his eyes shut. His blue jacket was neatly arranged and both his hands were interlaced atop his stomach. How casual of him. Look at him, falling asleep just like this. Is he for real? There's not a single bed in this stone room, so he decided to just doze off on the ground like that. Circling my gaze around the spacious stone room, I turned back to Nai Zun only to notice he was gone. I was about to speak again when my lowered gaze spotted Nai Zun by my feet. He was already lying down in my figment of imagination. A bunch of crows yacked its way across the top of my head. These two. I was frozen to the spot for a long while, watching as the two men slept as soundly as a corpse on the floor without any intention of waking. Growing bored, I rearranged my scarlet dress and began lying down as well. I'm so exhausted. With a yawn, I was ready to take a rest too, despite my fatigue. However, I couldn't fall asleep. Tilting my head towards Nai Zun, my eyes followed the soft movements of his chest as he breathed, then drifted to the strands of black hair which fluttered down the side of his face, taking in the stark contrast against his pale skin. Without conscious awareness, the corner of my lips lifted into a slight arc. I have no idea when it started, but I seem to have grown accustomed to his presence by my side. Now that I think about it, he had been quiet and reclusive during our first month in the split zone. Even now, I seemed to be one of the few he held a conversation with. He really didn't seem to care about anyone else. But did he care about me? Am I being too narcissistic? Bian Ying. In the midst of my wandering thoughts, I heard a name slipped from Ta Lai's lips. I frowned slightly and sat up immediately, following my movement. Nai Zun, whom I had thought was deep in slumber, shut up as well, supporting my weight with both palms against the ground. I shifted in the direction of Ta Lai with my perky butt. Passerby B spoke up. Perky, but you're really too much. As I neared Ta Lai, Nai Zun stood up and settled in a squatting position on the other side of him. His eyes seemed to be measuring up Ta Lai's sleeping form. Ta Lai's brows were tightly knitted together, in a manner which looked as though he was having issues unknotting the troubles in his heart. His thin lips were pursed into an equally tight line. His eyes seemed to be trembling behind closed lids. Between his lips, a continuous call for Bian Ying poured. Is he dreaming? I asked Nai Zun. Nai Zun's gaze was stubbornly fixed on Ta Lai. Not just any dream. I'm afraid he's dreaming about something that has been haunting him. You understand it too. Our dreams in the split zone are mere memories of the past, and nightmares are obstacles that he couldn't get through. Just like that, it traps him within them. Those who were more severe in these encounters might never wake up from it. I couldn't help pursing my lips into a tight line at the sight of Ta Lai's agonized expression. Of course I knew about the dreams in Split Zone. I was once trapped within the same nightmare for a whole month. If I hadn't diffused it at that time, I might have become one of those comatose bodies of consciousness atop the academy roof. When a body of consciousness enters the dreamscape or a coma, waking them up by force isn't an option. Similarly, if their willpower is too weak to wake on their own, then they'd fall into an irreversible coma, just like their flesh bodies in real life. That was also known as the secondary coma. It was akin to death of their spirit. It was why we couldn't wake Song Lu up by force when she fell into unconsciousness. And neither would we be able to if we tried. Besides, forcing it would only stir chaos in their memories, on top of the separation between our flesh body and consciousness. If the memories of our consciousness fell into chaos and our MF dipped accordingly, the consequences would be unpredictable. Bai and Ying, don't leave me. Those words were spoken louder than before. I lifted my gaze and witnessed the track of tear as it cascaded from the corner of Ta Lai's eye. I was momentarily stunned by the scene. Before giving Ta Lai a careful once-over, no, I was right. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me. The man lying in front of me was indeed Ta Lai. The graceful, rational, composed Ta Lai. Yet, at this very moment, his hands were tightly interlocked together. For the first time, his left hand wasn't rotating the jade ring on his right, and his elegant face revealed a hint of uncharacteristic sorrow and helplessness. Who's Bai and Ying? Have you heard of them? I asked Naizun. Naizun shook his head. Never. From the looks of it, however, I suppose they were his lover. Lover. As though sensitive to the word, Gao Ke's face surfaced from the depths of my mind at once, and when he did, so did another. Gao Qingjiu. What am I thinking about? In my trance, I lifted my head subconsciously and met Naizun's eyes. He didn't blink. His gaze remained fixated on mine. I grew flustered by his stare, and retracted both my arms which had been supporting my weight without knowing where else to place them. Why are you staring at me? Eventually, I settled on smoothing my hair. Naizun responded casually as always. What are you thinking about? And nothing. I dropped my gaze, then extended a hand towards Ta Lai's forehead. Despite how naive the action was, illnesses like fever or a cold didn't exist in the world of Split Zone. Gao Qingjiu yisn't Gao Kai. All of a sudden, Naizun spoke up coldly. His gaze left me and began darting around the stone room without focus. I didn't understand why he brought that up with me or why he thought it necessary. I frowned once more. In the end, his attention fell back to me. A tinge of frustration flickered in his eyes when he stretched his arm in my direction and squeezed my shoulder. I stared as his lips moved without a sound, waiting for unexpected words to escape them in the heat of the moment. During the split second when our eyes met, he chose not to say anything at all. Instead, he released his grip on me. His eyes turned vacant. My eyes drooped, finding myself at a sudden loss of what to say. Bai Ying. Ta Lai screamed out abruptly, and like his eyes, his hands were beginning to tremble as well. I reached out my hands and pressed against his shoulders in haste. What should we do? Will something happen to him with such severe emotional exposure? Emotional exposure refers to the moment when troubles we have kept bottled up escape during a dream. They can happen in manners like screaming and shouting, or even sleepwalking. Naizun shook his head. I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to him, but it is indeed dangerous for him to continue this way. Exactly. With such strong emotional exposure, it must mean that he's been tied down by his nightmare. If this dream of his is recurring, back to back, then it could cause him direct harm. As a soul splitter, could he not escape the manifestation of dreams? Either does that mean no one can escape it in the split zone. Naizun's eyes gleamed suddenly at that thought. That's right. Perhaps dreamscape is just another dimension. If that hypothesis holds true, then could the dreamscape in this split zone coincide with that of our flesh bodies, providing us with a way to escape from here? Chapter 88. Volume 2. 88 Full Spectrum of Training. I didn't quite understand the meaning behind Naizun's words, but this was no time to ponder at the sight of Ta Lai's agonized expression. I waved a hand at Naizun in hurry. That's not important right now. Ta Lai is our main concern. We can't possibly leave him like this. We can forget about getting out of here if he doesn't wake. Let me try. Nizun shifted over and removed the black glove on his left hand unhurriedly, lifting Ta Lai's right hand. He weaved their fingers together. What are you doing? Nizun's reply was calm. With the combination of my hand and MF, it will provoke a reaction from his body of consciousness. I'll try to see if it could affect the consciousness in his dream. I stared at Nizun's hand and fell deep in ponder. To be honest, I've always been curious about that hand of his. I had no idea he had drowned it into chemicals and turned it into the devil's hand during this time. All I had ever known was that he didn't remove his gloves often, and neither had he ever touched me with his bare hands. Now that I found out about the secret of his printless palms and the ability it had after he soaked them, I grew even more curious. There was a vague prickling sensation when we touched, as though it could assault my heart through the point of our contact at least. That was what I felt at the moment we touched, but I knew he hadn't manipulated any MF. What about those people who had came into contact with his hands when they were infused with MF? Then how did they feel? I could take a guess on how terrible it must feel just from the expression on my fuss face when he clasped his hand around her neck. And from the kid back in that stone room of experiments, maybe it really is the devil's hand. Even if that is so, I was still like a moth fluttering towards the flame. I still wanted to touch those hands of his, as if I've been entranced by the sight. I reached out my hand slowly towards his. Just as I was about to touch him, Ta Lai bellowed out of the blue, "Return Bai Ying to me." Taken aback by the unexpected outburst, I retracted my hand subconsciously. When I snuck a glimpse at Nizun, nothing seemed to indicate that he realized my movement from before. His eyes were focused on Ta Lai. "He's in bad shape." Nizun frowned ever so slightly. I turned to Ta Lai at once. His face was scrunched tightly with beads of sweat glistening across his forehead. His lips were pale and quivering. I gave his body a light push. Ta Lai, can you hear me?" Nizun shook his head. "It's no use, even my hand wasn't able to affect him. I'm afraid he has sunken into deep coma. We'll need to find a way to wake him immediately, although I don't know if it'll work. If he had always been this way in his sleep, then there must be a way to wake him. Maybe we should trust in his willpower." It was at that moment when Nizun's eyes darted swiftly to the jade ring on Ta Lai's finger, as though he reached an epiphany, letting go of the hand he was holding on to. Nizun's slender fingers turned the ring which Ta Lai donned. Like a mechanism set in place, the shaking form of Ta Lai calmed down in an instant, and his frown began smoothing out as well. His breathing returned to its stable pace. I breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of mystical power does that J-ring have? I don't know either, but he always had a tendency of turning it, so I thought to give it a try. Witnessing his breathing stabilizing to normal, I shook his shoulders gently. "Ta Lai." No response. "I'm sure he's fine. He will wake up once the tension in him dissipates. Don't worry." I nodded. It wasn't long before Ta Lai aroused from his slumber. The graceful and calm expression returned to Ta Lai as he sat up, wide awake after his rest, as though nothing happened, as if he was oblivious to what happened just moments prior. "Have you both had enough rest? Please. We didn't catch a single wink of sleep in order to take care of you." Still watching his oblivion towards the nightmare, I didn't bring it up. "Lai Shen, the training we're going to embark on next will be targeted at your physical fitness. The objective of this is to ensure you don't expend any MF when using your physical force. I'll send out another 10 of those giants which add immense strong and speed. However, I have my own limitations to MF usage as well, and it takes a lot of time to craft those puppet giants. Most of them had been destroyed by both of you. Hence, I'm going sending out only 10 this time, and your mission is to defeat them without using any MF. Defeat 10 giants without using any MF. You might as well tell those giants to beat me to pulp, without giving me the chance to object." Ta Lai turned to Nizun. "I've changed my mind about your training. From the strength you've transmitted earlier, I thought of something more suitable for you. Please follow me in a while." Astonished by his words, my question spilled. "You knew about what happened earlier?" Ta Lai flashed an easy smile. "My nightmares are a common occurrence, but the severity of it had been beyond my expectation. I felt the prickling sensation on my hand in the depths of my subconscious earlier. Logically speaking, I should be invincible in my own dreams. That's how I derived to the conclusion that the pain must have been caused by factors beyond my dream. It was because of this realization that I grew lucid in the nightmare, allowing myself to escape it without much time spent. The only one who could make that happen must be Nizun. With your current control of MF, you won't be able to achieve that yet. I grew evidently indignant. Who are you belittling? Huh. However, changing my line of thought, didn't what he said meant that he was able to rid himself of the nightmare in shorter time because of Nizun's help, so even without Nizun's help, he would still have been able to wake on his own. Then what the hell were the two of us so worried about? Talai had already stood back up in the midst of my annoyance. Nizun, take a stroll with me. Don't worry. We won't be more than 500 meters away from her. Lai Shen, why don't you stay here and play with the giants? He didn't even give me time to gather myself. With a wave of his hand, 10 of those giants lined up at the corner of the stone room. I swallowed the lump in my throat. It was fortunate that the stone room was huge, equipped with a high ceiling. Otherwise, these 10 giants would be enough to congest this space. Hey! Ignoring my calls, Talai leapt towards the darkness above with Nizun in tow and disappeared. How very spontaneous. Speechless, I turned towards the giants who were preying on me while baring their teeth. I berated. Who do you think you're looking at? You yes. You, what are you drooling about? Am not your food? Or are you greeting over my beauty? Even so, you're not allowed to drool in the face of those giants. I was basically speaking to myself with wild gestures. None of them were even listening to me. Instead, they charged at me without hesitance. Hey, aren't you going to give me some time to prepare? Hey. By the time Talai and Nizun had returned, they were greeted by the sight of me on the ground, completely drained of energy and a pile of broken corpses which littered all around. Talai lifted his perfectly straight legs in an elegant posture and walked towards me without avoiding the blood on the ground. As the splattering sound of blood against soul echoed, a trail of bloody footprints made its way to me. Not bad at all. You felt the increase in your strength, right? Talai pointed at the floor of giants around us. I've already programmed them earlier. This training must have been really beneficial to you. I rolled my eyes, unable to muster any strength for a response. Alright, the next crucial aspect is to train your control of MF well. Conduct the new training back in Western District. As he spoke, Talai clapped his hands. The broken pieces on the ground vanished and the giants returned to its shrunken wooden form, leaving a pool of fresh blood behind. Let's go. I'll bring you there. With that, Talai turned the jade ring on his finger and a previously non-existent door appeared on the stone wall. I no longer had the energy to be surprised by these things. With a slump of my head, I broke my silence as I regarded Nizun's gleaming eyes. He looked as though he was ready to crack a joke about me anytime. Can't you read the situation better? Hurry and help me. Up. Nizun smiled. As he approached, he withdrew a hand from the pocket of his windbreaker and extended it towards me. I inhaled a deep breath when we returned to the boundary forest of Western District. Phew. The past few days had been suffocating underground. Speaking of, why is the boundary forest the only area that's not affected by the ruins? Talai, hurry up and spit it out. How long have you been secretly building those 2 stone rooms? Stretching my limbs, I turned my head upwards to the gray, overcast sky. It had coincidentally been daytime when we came up after such a long time underground. I've lost track of time. If you have time to wonder about this, then why don't you ponder about how to manipulate your MF instead? Talai smiled. I can manipulate MF into my moves now though. Witness it for yourself if you don't believe me. I pulled out my piercer and poured MF into it. With a horizontal flick of my whip, a powerful violet blade struck forth, rushing towards the trees ahead. Crack, crack, crack. The trees were easily snapped into half by my tackle. Yet, Talai merely shook his head. This isn't manipulating your MF. You struck with your MF, and so your MF will only return to you at the conclusion of the move. The time taken for it to return is too long, and you'll need to protect yourself during combat as well. Hence, you wouldn't able to manipulate too much MF at one go. This isn't the best way to fight. I tilted my head. What do you think I should do then? Tall Lai smiled. Humans fight with their bodies. Their flesh body and consciousness can't be separated. This is the reason why your consciousness in the split zone takes the shape of your flesh body even though it had been forcefully separated. You display combat moves through the functions of your body. And so, you should be able to increase your strength just by the use of MF. Seeing my look of bewilderment, Tall Lai raised a hand. For example, you can increase the strength of your wrist with MF. Focus 80 of your MF on your wrist, and the muscle fiber on your hand, and at the instant you whip your piercer. Try it. Increase the strength and speed of your wrist before using your piercer. Even though I was still unsure, I followed his instructions. Lifting my hand, I attempted to manipulate my MF before striking my piercer. Again. Chapter 89. Volume 2. 89. The living weapon. Crack rumble. 3 whole rows of trees collapsed. Wow, what great strength indeed, I exclaimed in surprise as I rolled my left wrist around. On the contrary, Tall Lai shook his head with a smile. It's still too weak. It's evident that your precision at MF isn't too strong. Song Lu was still better in this aspect. At the thought of Song Lu, my head drooped in silence. Song Lu's precision and control of MF was well known in Western District. She had once taught it to me too, but I was always too distracted to learn. Your body in the split form is a translation of your consciousness. In other words, one's precision can reach a point where you would be able to sense and change every single cell in your body. That's a form of superpower in itself. Hence, such degree of precision for the function of your body and MF can have a direct impact on the strength of attack you unleash. Just like creating a form of technique with MF, it uses your liking for the type of technique to invent it. Take the enchanted shield for example. Such thing didn't exist in the real world, but it was possible to craft it in the split zone through the meticulous control over MF. It requires you to understand the principles of its physics and use it with the manipulation of its molecules. Of course, you must first have enough capacity of imagination to craft. At the core of MF is your mental strength, and in layman terms, the techniques within split zone are basically imagination. Whatever your brain can invent will be possible in the split zone. It goes without saying that imagination would require precise control over MF. I rolled my wrist again and felt the flow of MF as my blood fused itself with it. Precision, that's what you have to take note of. Other than that, as you're working on converging your MF, you can inject a portion of it into your piercer as well. The piercer is different from just any other weapon. If you are able to wield it right, it can achieve great damage potential. Oh, I tried to shift my MF and raised the piercer again. Tall Lai gestured for me to hold. Do you not know about the piercer? What about it? Are you talking about it being a murder weapon? Or that it brings misfortune upon its owner? I brandished the piercer. No. Tall Lai shook his head. I guess you have no idea. In that case, let me explain it briefly. There are 2 categories to the weapons in split zone: the living and the dead. Most of those you see are dead weapons. They are the most common. Similarly, there are only a handful of weapons that are called living weapons. Living weapons? I asked in curiosity. I've never heard of such a phrase. Nizun's eyes shone as well, indicating that this was the first for him too. Tall Lai nodded. Living weapons are just as it sounds. They are weapons which are alive. They are made from a part of the consciousness. I was baffled. What do you mean it's made from a part of the consciousness? That means, if a body of consciousness used a part of themselves and infused their MF to create a weapon before they died, then the weapon becomes alive due to the inclusion of consciousness. However, these weapons are difficult to craft and it's difficult to maintain the performance of consciousness after their death in the split zone. Hence, most people transfer a portion of their MF into the weapon before they get murdered. In simpler terms, they sealed a part of their soul into the weapon. This means I'm carrying someone's soul in this piercer. As if you read my mind. Tall Lai nodded his head slightly. The reason for the horrifying rumor behind your piercer is because it was made from the skin and fresh blood of a person. What? I lifted the piercer and ran my fingers along the pierce's handle, no longer feeling the same excitement I had once upon a time. Instead, a feeling of fear drowned me. I don't know much about the piercer. In any case, putting aside the curse of this piercer and the potential of it backfiring on its user due to the remnants of consciousness, it is still a great weapon in combat. Even so, the prerequisite is that you'll have to be good enough to wield it. In the split zone, there are only 3 other weapons that had a name: Leopard's Claw, Shenkai and Seal. Where are the other 3? Nizun interjected. Ta Lai rotated the jade ring, his eyes flickering. I don't know where Seal and Leopard's Claw are, but Shenkai is the personal weapon of Southern District's Gaokinju. My eyes snapped towards him at once. Gaokinju's personal weapon, that black, long and flexible sword. Ta Lai flashed a mystifying smile. You know him? My lips twitched. You've already found out so much about me. Are you really trying to imply that you have no idea I've met him? I know you did. From what I heard from Zhu, and it seems as though the relationship between you and Gaokinju isn't as simple as we thought. I'm really curious. You've never seen him before. So how did you two get tangled together without reason? I'm not the only one who's puzzled. There are others who didn't understand either. That's the reason why I'm asking you in person. I continued staring at him. There's nothing between us. No secrets nor any entanglement. You've all been thinking too much about it. Ta Lai smiled knowingly. I guess you aren't willing to explain it to me. That's fine. I don't know much about what happened between you two. All I know are the reason and motives behind the major incidents of the 3 districts. And it wasn't as mysterious as you thought. Since you don't wish to talk about it, then I won't ask any more either. That said, I must remind you that Gaokinju isn't as simple as you imagined him to be. It'll be better for you to stay cautious when it comes to him. Not as simple as I imagined him to be. I've never thought him as simple. Ta Lai wasn't the first person who advised me about staying careful about him. Right, and his behavior and attitude had always been worthy of being cautious against. Right, whether it was the coldness and maliciousness that lurked behind his expressions, or the way he operated without hesitation. Still, he looked exactly like Gao Kai, and now, even his personal weapon was named Shenki. Am I supposed to just ignore that? No, I can't, since I don't know the secret to Split Zone. Anything is possible. You'll never believe that his resemblance to Gao Kai is a mere coincidence, but as much as I know he's a dangerous figure, if he had even the slightest inkling of relationship with Gao Kai, then I would still have to face him at some point. Regardless of the excuses or reasons, Gao Kai was someone I've loved and admired, even if I realized I had known nothing about him. Through my recollection of memories, I am still adamant about finding out what happened between us before I stabbed him. My instincts told me that only Split Zone would be able to return that memory to me. Only Gaokinju would be able to give me that. I understand. I nodded. The fact that you're agreeing to it this calmly makes me even more worried. Lai Shen, you're not someone who's capable of being calm and logical. Ta Lai spoke unhurriedly. I sneered. How did you know so much about me anyway? Enough to know that I'm not someone who's calm or logical. Ta Lai. Maybe all of you had read too much into me. No matter how superior you are in the Split Zone, have you ever murdered someone in your previous lives? Have any of you murdered the person you loved? I'm a demon with double identity disorder. That's a fact. What was there for my illogical and franticness? Tendencies to change. Alright, whatever it is. Remember what I told you. Be careful of him. Now, then, let's return back to the topic at hand. Your piercer and his Shenkai are both well-known living weapons. Still, your knowledge and control of the piercer is of no match to Gaokinju. I hope that you'll be able to interact with your MF even without having the use for it. Don't treat it as a weapon, but a person. Perhaps you will be able to conquer it in the end. The ability of the piercer is far beyond what you see now. If you can conquer it and the rumored backlash, then you'll be able to eliminate opponents on UGIS level even without sealing your split symbol. Ta Lai added. I nodded. About the precise manipulation of MF, I've tried to sense it again earlier. Even if I couldn't interact with the piercer immediately, I believe with practice and your guidance, I can at least reach a breakthrough on its usage. Alright, let's practice more then. Before we start, there's another thing I must clarify. I looked at him and exhibited that I'm all ears. Even though you've not sealed your split symbol and so controlling a technique would be tough. But I hope you'll be able to break through your limits and adopt one that's suitable for you. Using the technique you created, it can increase your precision with a MEF manipulation technique. If it's as Talai mentioned, the technique in this split zone is a combination of imagination and abilities. That means to say, technique in itself had no limitations. Whether it was Ujis duplication, Jaipa enchanted shield, or Nai zone sight, those were all combinations of imagination and abilities, but from the looks of it, it isn't as easy as it seems. It must be a difficult feat to convert imagination into reality. Through MF, there are a lot of techniques. My distortion and illusions are a form of space manipulation technique. The illusions within split zone aren't similar to those you read in books. There's a limitation of range here when you use MF to change in that space. My distortion technique works the same way, creating or changing certain range of space. The enchanted boundary shield and sight are different as well. There are many variations to it, depending on what suits you. What suits me? Wire money making and turn me into a beauty technique's the first that came to mind. Alright. I'm just kidding. But what kind of technique would suit me? There's no rush. Everything still depends on your ability to control MF. After all, imagination is just a part of the creation process. Let's focus on practicing your control of MF and the use of piercer for now. Talai concluded. Chapter 90. Volume 2. 90 Meeting Ujai again. Boom! I watched with satisfaction as a plot of trees collapsed with just a single-handed stroke of violet blade. Such meager improvement after this many days of practice. You're practically a pig. Naizun's lazy voice sounded from behind me. Turning back, I rolled my eyes towards Naizun, who had just returned from his solo training with Talai. Talai was right behind him, an arm behind his back. His smile was calm. It's good news as long as there's an inkling of improvement. It means that your hard work wasn't for nothing. You've finally learned to control your MF. Oh, that's right, Talai. I remembered something. I've seen Jio S and Gaokin Ju manipulating airflow. Is that the same as this precise usage of MF? Talai shook his head. No, that's not the case. To use abilities involving natural elements, you have to have an even more meticulous control over MF, and on top of that, have extrasensory about these elements. For someone who hadn't sealed their split symbol, this would be a difficult feat. What you need to do now is to strengthen your control over MF. Then combine that with the piercer in your hand. That would be enough. Piercer is a living weapon. If you view and treat him as you would to a person, as a helper, you'd eventually understand its abilities. I nodded. I was just wondering what happened to Western District. So it seems that you've found someone to help you. Lai Shen. A familiar voice trailed from behind us. Before I could even turn back to have a look, my eyes had already turned cold. Turning back slowly, the piercer in my hand swayed lightly with my movements. In the face of this unexpected intruder, I sneered. You're pretty quick, Ujai. Were you done being another's lapdog this early? Enough to be able to check up on the condition of this little place you have robbed? Ujai, who had slithered into the forest without our knowledge, squinted her eyes at me. How can you put it that way? I'm here to check if you're still alive. Aaron, I just concerned about your well-being after all. I've placed the 7 demons here to welcome you, haven't I? There was an aching in my heart at her words. Ujai, did you hate me this much to the extent where you would place your most elite subordinates to kill me? Ujis' eyes swept from me to Naizun, before landing on Talai, who remained behind. Ujai flashed a malicious smile. Talai Laishan, are you really relying on this insignificant floor manager to back you? Is he the reason you were able to speak this savagely? Talai smiled gracefully and snapped his fingers with the hand behind his back. Bang! A roar reverberated from all around us. A huge 5 meters tall giant appeared right by Yujai, charging towards her as it snarled. There was a shift in Yuji's expression and a glint in her eyes. It seems I've underestimated you all this while. Tall lie. But are you really trying to scare me with a party trick like this? Aren't you belittling me? The moment her words sounded, she snickered, following the twist of her waist. The serpent-like tail of hers grew several-fold thicker. Without warning, the tip of it spiraled as she flung it towards the bellowing giant. Despite the gigantic size of her tail, her movement was swift. Without much time, it coiled itself around the giant. As her gaze steeled, she crushed the giant into smithereens with just another twist. How dirty! Lifting a jade hand, she swiped it across her bloodied face. Emotionless, Ta Lai maintained his smile, reaching out his other hand as it rotated the jade ring on his pinky. Yujai, you've been allowed to run wild with your impertinence for far too long. I truly don't understand why you'd entangle yourself with a soul splitter. Yujai rolled her eyes. Oh, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Who are you talking about? Ta Lai's gaze wandered. You're doing this for Mr. Blonde. Yuji's eyes widened abruptly. Nonsense. I furrowed my brows ever so slightly. Why did Yujai react this strongly at the mention of Mr. Blonde? Yujai shot a vicious glare at me. I'm not doing this for anyone. I'm doing it simply because I think she's unworthy. Worthy or not, I'm afraid you're not one to judge. I gritted my teeth, but a hint of sorrow swept across my heart. We had been sisters for a long time. After all, the difference in her attitude towards me was too drastic. I really couldn't bring myself to accept it. Yujai sneered. Lai Shen, you're ridiculous indeed. How did you treat the people who were nothing but nice to you since your arrival to Split Zone? You're holding a grudge against me just because I was willing to be part of those who protected you foolishly. But do you even have a right? To what right do you have to expect that we'd always protect you? Who have you even regarded important in your eyes? You claimed that there were many who protected me. But haven't there been others who stayed by your side too? I countered. A scornful smile tugged at the corner of Yuji's lips. Many favored you despite how strongly you've always came across. Like King had been blind to have favored such a useless person like you. No matter how useless she is, at least she wouldn't conspire with an outsider to plunge Western District into the state it is today. Night. Sun sounded indifferent when he interjected. Yujai scoffed again. Nizun, clarify yourself. Who are you trying to imply as the cause of Western District's plight? The reason I'm back here was precisely because I've lost contact with 7 demons. Never had I ever thought that I would return to the site of this horrifying ruins. Did you think I was the culprit? It's true that I hate Lai Shen. But did that mean that I didn't wish for a good life for the residents of Western District? In fact, this was something I had wanted to ask. How is it that Western District was reduced to this state the moment you returned? Jai pointed a finger towards the district which lay behind her. Old Man Fan was turned into a statue. The entire district is now in ruins. Lai Shan, how long more are you going to curse this place? This was my doing. So how am I the one who cursed it? I heard you had planted various forms of ambush in waiting of my return, and yet Western District was reduced to this. How do I know if you're not behind this in order to frame me? Lai Shen, I'm not someone who would deny my own doings. I was the one who plotted for someone to replace Laurel in order for you to believe in her death. The death of those B-ranking officers in Eastern District was also executed by my 7 demons. I'm also the one who sent someone to kill Awen in order for Zhu and to bear a grudge against you. I was the one who sent someone to assassinate you while you were in the dormitory at Eastern District too. I admit I have done all those things, but this state of Western District is not on me. My frown deepened. You did all of that just because of your hatred towards me. Yujai flashed a cruel smile. That's right. I wanted to sow discord between you and GOS. Wanted everyone to leave you. Like King is no longer here to witness your incompetence, so I should at least make Mr. Blonde understand that you, Lai Shen, do not have the right to be a district commander. Even so, I had not once expected you to collude with someone like GOS yet. I guess it's true that birds of the same feather flock together. I sneered. Birds of the same feather, you were able to collude and conduct experiments with soul splitters. Take Song Lu and Yu Liang away from us, and hurt everyone who used to be your friend in Western District, and you dare regard yourself as a good person. Yu Jai brows furrowed in that second. Take Song Lu away. There was a little accident when Song Lu and Yu Liang were chosen. I had wanted to teach you a lesson and demonstrate the consequences of your negligence over those who protected you. What? Didn't you take Song Lu away? She's a failed experiment. Yet you had forcefully taken her away. Now, you're blaming it on me the moment she's showing signs of trouble. How truly expected from you. Furious, I took a long stride forward. What are you talking about? Taken away by me? You had that soul splitter Do you on your side, and eventually sent Lai Wen to snatch Song Lu away from us both. You and Lai Wen had been my best friends, but both of you betrayed me. Do you have a conscience? Then Lai Wen had been Lai King's soul splitter, and there's a possibility that Lai King disappeared because of her. Did you know about that? If you had colluded with her despite knowing that, then have you done right by Lai King? A flicker of surprise flashed across Yu Ji's eyes. When did you send Lai Wen after Song Lu after Soul Snatcher? Rong Jin and I separated from you. We went to look for Laurel, and you took my Fu to see Sil Yuo. How would she send Lai Wen after you? Besides, wasn't Lai Wen missing? I've never seen her since her disappearance. Just as I froze at her words, Ta Lai frowned and posed his own question to me. You've met Lai Wen? I nodded my head blankly. I met her in Southern District and she took Song Lu away. Her blood composition was distorted in the same way as Song Lu, with the ability to harm the body of consciousness. She said she was forced to follow the orders of Du Yu whom you spoke of. A sharp glint flickered in Ta Lai's eyes. Her blood, Yu Jai seemed to have exclaimed at the exact same time. Her blood. Dazed, I took turns to look at both of them. Why are you both so shocked? Yu Jai frowned. Do you really need me to repeat myself? I've never seen Lai Wen, and it's impossible that she was sent by Du Yu. Ta Lai lowered his head in deep ponder before speaking to me once more. There's something fishy about this. Lai Wen wouldn't form an alliance with Du Yu. My frown deepened. She claimed that she was taken away by Du Yu to become an experiment subject. Du Yu had wanted to see the effects of these experiments on a soul splitter. As a soul splitter, didn't you know about Lai Wen? Yu Jai exclaimed in shock once more. Ta Lai, you're a soul splitter. My hand flew up to cover my mouth. Crap, I had forgotten that Yu Jai wasn't aware of this. Ta Lai waved his hand at me, indicating that all was well. That's right. I'm a soul splitter. But how did I not know that Lai Wen was a soul splitter too? I stilled from shock at his words. Yu Jai continued after him. And didn't you just say that Lai Wen was Lai King's soul splitter? How could that be? Wasn't Lai King murdered by Jos? I furrowed my brows at her. Jos murdered Lai King? You would believe such a statement? At the very least, Jos must have had a part to play about Lai King's deteriorating health and eventual disappearance. Lai Wen had gone missing during at that time. How could you be so sure that Jos had nothing to do with it? Nai Zun, who remained quiet thus far, chuckled lightly. Even if all of it had something to do with her. Do you even care, Yu Jai? Do you even care about the life or death of Lai King and Lai Wen? Chapter 91. Volume 2. 91. Too much of a bully. Yu Jai locked her cold gaze on Nai Zun. I hate this about the both of you. Always thinking that you are kind and good, while everyone else is heartless and evil. I care about Lai King and Lai Wen no less than Lai Shen does. What's important is that Lai Wen definitely has no connection with Du Yu. I'm very certain of this. Ta Lai said. What makes you so sure? Just because you are a soul splitter? Yu Jai raised her brows. Ta Lai smiled. Not only am I a soul splitter, I know Du Yu's intention. And I also know your intention. Seeing Yu Ji's icy stare, Ta Lai's gaze shifted towards me. I'm not sure about Lai Wen's situation and the specifics, but I am certain that Du Yu's experiment should not involve Lai Wen. My heart sank. Does this mean that Lai Wen was acting solely on her own? Then, why would she be suitable as an experimental subject? Why must she take Song Lu away? Song Lu. I looked toward Nai Zun in a panic. Nai Zun gave me a slight nod. trying to tell me not to worry. He then addressed Ta Lai. Seems like Lai Wen is acting alone. She took Song Lu away. Yu Jai sneered. Didn't think there would be such an unexpected reward. Right. Rong Jin. I snapped alert. Looking around me immediately, Ta Lai narrowed his gaze. A gust of wind suddenly whipped up around us. I had already cut down many of the trees in this forest, and the few left standing in the distance were rustling in the wind. Kekekekekek. That's right. Didn't think we'd hear about Lai Wen here. An eerie laughter rang out from the distant forest, and a familiar, ghostly voice floated towards us. I shivered. I remember this extremely disturbing voice. It belonged to the Southern District's soul snatcher. Rong Jin. Yu Ji's gaze seemed much calmer now. She looked mildly perturbed when facing the three of us alone, but she seemed to have recovered her charm and grace. Stroking her head of green hair, she asked, "Since you're here, why not show yourself, aren't you curious how the Western District turned into a pile of rubble?" The ghostly voice said leisurely, "To know the secret behind the ruins, one would have to go back into the ruins." Ha ha. A series of ha-ha-has that did not sound like genuine laughter sounded from a distance and entered my ears, before floating further away, like an echo, making me extremely uncomfortable. Yu Ji's cold gaze lingered on me for a second, before turning back suddenly. "Let's have a look then." Moving her serpentine tail, she looked back and smiled wickedly at me. "How about you, Lai Shen? Do you want to have a look because of whom did the Western District become like this?" After saying that, she slid towards the direction of the Western District. I looked back to meet Ta Lai and Nizun's eyes, and the three of us quickly followed. When we arrived back at Old Man Fan's statue, there was a shadow on the ground, right at the bottom of the statue. I stared at the shadow. Rong Jin. The shadow quivered slightly, and there was a creepy laughter. "It's me, crazy girl." All the hairs on my body stood on ends. "Could you stop making it sound like we are close if I remember right? You and I are enemies. Right?" A ghostly voice sounded above the ghostly shadow. "Crazy girl. Was the Western District already in this shape when you first arrived back here?" I furrowed my brows. "Why should I have to answer you?" He. Crazy girl is crazy. Not very obedient either. Following the creepy he. There was a flurry of icy wind above the vast expanse of rubble. Finding it a little odd, I looked up in confusion. I quickly realized why it felt odd. As I lifted my head, I saw a crack suddenly appearing in the sky. Awu awu awu. 3 ferocious wolves with shiny bright green eyes swiftly jumped out from that crack in the sky. Slightly alarmed, I quickly backed away while keeping my eyes trained on the 3 wolves. Yu Jai looked over and moved to be behind those 3 wolves, sliding over with her serpentine tail. "Crazy girl. Come on. Be good. Tell me, why did the Western District become like this?" The ghostly voice rang out again. I stared at the 3 wolves opposite. Together with these wolves were a snake woman and a dark shadow. It was a really weird combination. I already said, I don't know what happened in the Western District. I'm even more curious about this than all of you. The ghostly voice laughed. I traveled so far to be here, because I heard that a phenomenon never before seen in the split zone happened in the Western District. During this time, only the few of you are here. Do you think I would believe you when you say this has nothing to do with you? I smiled mirthlessly. Why are outsiders like you so interested in the Western District as a subordinate of the Southern District? Luo? Aren't you reaching too far into others' affairs after betraying your commander? Are you trying to make an enemy out of me too? The ghostly voice boomed with laughter. Crazy girl. Don't be petulant. Who said I betrayed Luo? If you didn't betray Luo, why are you in cahoots with Du working on some shady experiment? Even if you did not betray Luo, you are always hiding and dodging people. I'm pretty sure you are not a good person either, I said callously. Crazy girl. Seeing that it hasn't even been 2 years since you assumed the position of district commander, you really haven't seen enough of the world. Ha ha ha. This ghostly sound continued grating on my ears to the point that I wanted to cover them with my hands. Contemptuously, I said, it doesn't matter how long I've been district commander. As long as someone infringes upon my territory, I will not let them get away easily. Ujai smirked and pointed to the ground. Don't speak too soon. We didn't infringe upon your territory. It was you who couldn't keep it safe, and it even got destroyed. This is none of your business. Are you here because you are worried about Western District matters? As Rongjin's dark shadow wobbled, a chuckle came out from the ground. Crazy girl. I'm not interested in your Western District territory. I'm here to get 3 items from you. I laughed. Would I have any items that can drive you? The Soul Snatcher? To travel this far to obtain? The ghostly voice scoffed. Yes. You have them. I want that woman named Song Lu, the little girl called Laurel, and also this old man from your district. The shadow moved to Old Man Fan's statue at the mention of Old Man. I burst out laughing, so hard that my eyes were about to tear. Are you kidding me? You guys took Song Lu and Laurel away in front of my very eyes. And now you are asking for them. It might also be because of you that Old Man Fan is like this. And you even want his corpse. Now do you really think that I, Lai Shen, am an easy target to bully? I stared angrily. As I concentrated all my MF into my meridian channels and blood vessels, my red hair started to fly up and blow madly in the wind. The ghostly voice floated past. I did hear your previous conversation. You said Song Lu was taken by Lai Wen. If that is true, then there might be one more troublesome matter for me on this trip. I hate troublesome matters. Furthermore, I totally didn't expect to see Ta Lai here. Even if Song Lu is not with you, you still cannot prove that Laurel did not seek you out after she ran away. As for this old man, the phenomenon in the Western District definitely has something to do with him. It just so happens that I love strange phenomena. So I'm going to bring him back with me today to study this in depth. You can't stop me. Crazy girl. How audacious you are, merely a subordinate of the Southern District Commander. Even if you have some skills, you have no right to act like this in the Western District. And you have the gall to ask for my people. Dream on. I gritted my teeth, unable to put up with these people who continually want to take away my close friends. I was boiling with rage. The pain of losing Laurel, Song Lu and Yu Liang had not yet dissipated. How am I able to tolerate these people going around intimidating others and doing whatever they please, just because of someone who claims to be a soul splitter? Ha ha ha. Crazy girl. You really don't know fear. Do you have any skills apart from plain talking? Ta Lai spoke up in his refined voice. She can rely on me. What? You think I'm not worthy enough for her to depend upon when up against you, a mere soul snatcher? I did bend. Although I am a lot more at ease with you around, it is not as if I am completely depending on you. This makes it sound like I am totally useless. Passerby B, are you sure you are not useless? The dark shadow on the ground started wobbling as Soul Snatcher Rongjin laughed loudly. Ta Lai, never would I have thought you'd actually come here to help this crazy girl. Even if you want to help her and stop this experiment, you shouldn't have come here so openly. Aren't you afraid that you would want to kill her immediately after finding out you were here? I gave a derisive laugh. Are you belittling me? Even if you unscrupulously betray Si Liuo and collude with the Soul Splitter, do you really think that whoever you are getting orders from can really kill me that easily? You really think that I'm a tiny ant in the palm of your hand? I'll tell you, an ant will bite when cornered, and you don't even know if that ant is a poisonous one. Ta Lai continued with a smile. So what? I'm willing to help this girl. Pretty good, right? The ghostly voice chuckled. You definitely have a temper, but we don't know if your skills are greater than your temper. With a swish, I held Piercer in my left palm. Whether my skills are greater than my temper, you'll know once you get a taste of it. Before today, I might not have picked fights so rashly, but only until now did I realize, if I was weak, I might lose my friends and the people I care about, and my dignity would be trampled upon by others. I have endured long enough. Until today, I am not going to put up with this anymore. Chapter 92, Volume 2, 92. Going into battle. Rongjin's ghostly voice rang out in the empty Western District. I guess a fight is inevitable. I really don't want to fight you, Ta Lai, But, since you are not willing to tell the truth, this is the only path we can take. I lifted Piercer and scorned. Why do you need so many excuses to start a fight since you've traveled so far to reach my western district to act like a barbarian? You should be prepared for a fight. Don't regret. I did not want to remain passive anymore. Without further hesitation, I swung Piercer towards the 3 wolves in front of Ujai. Crack. The violet blade whistled as I sent it out. It no longer looked stark and crude. It now looked bedazzling. The shadow on the ground suddenly started to extend towards us. There was even a shrill laughter accompanying it. Both Naizun and I moved back, away from the shadow, and Ta Lai lightly tapped his feet on the ground, before nimbly leaping into the air, with that slender pair of legs. After Naizun and I backed away, the 3 wolves had already dodged the violet blade and were charging towards us with a thunderous roar. I smirked and flicked my left wrist. The violet blade, now behind those wolves, turned back to attack them. Pust! Blood sprayed everywhere. Like a spinning razor, the violet ray slashed into the backs of the 3 wolves, tearing their flesh apart. The wolves were slashed into halves and their bodies dropped to the ground. However, just as the wolves' bodies touched the ground, 2 shafts of green light raced towards Naizun and I. Swish swish. Ujai, who was hiding behind the wolves all this while, whipped her head fiercely, and her green hair started to twist into 2 sections, resembling drills. Coming straight for Naizun and I at lightning speed, I swung Piercer, and caught one of the sections. I pulled hard with my left wrist, but I could not yank that hair. Yuji's gaze was icy. Gritting her teeth, she tilted her head, and tendrils started growing rapidly from that section I just caught. The tendrils extended along Piercer and were coming toward my arm. The other section of hair was still racing towards Naizun. Concerned, I subconsciously looked at Naizun, only to see Naizun calm and composed as usual. When the section of hair was about to touch his face, a spark lit up in his eyes. Crack. As if it was electrocuted. That vine of twisted hair was reflected and thrown backwards right before Naizun's eyes. Ujai widened her eyes in shock, and I am not about to give her an opportunity to retreat. Piercer was now entangled in her green hair, and after the tendrils extended all the way to my arms, I concentrated a large amount of MF into my left arm. As I pulled my arm back, Ujai was also violently yanked by her hair towards us. There was a sudden burning sensation on my left arm which was still tangled with Yuji's green hair. Gritting my teeth, I pulled out an arrow from behind with my right arm. Without a bow, I used my MF to send the arrow in the direction of Yuji's head. Ujai could not dodge the arrow in time as I held onto her hair, and the arrow lodged itself into her skull. Yuji's skull cracked as the arrow found its target, and her head was thrown back by its force. My left arm suddenly felt like it was being stung by many tiny needles, and as I loosened my grip on her hair, her serpentine tail grew to several times its original size. Like a gigantic python, her body was lifted up by her huge tail. The arrow was still stuck in her skull, and she retracted her hair in that moment when I slackened my grip. I shook my arm in an attempt to get rid of the numbing pain and retreated backwards. Naizun, who was originally beside me, turned around to face the back, and massive shadow was spreading on the ground behind me as I turned around to look, and it was coming out of the ground, extending into the air, like a 2-dimensional picture transforming into a 3-dimensional object. The shadow looked like a colossal demon, and 2 demonic claws were coming right at us. Although I was rather alarmed, I chose to trust Naizun, and quickly turned back to focus on the fight with Ujai and her enormous tail. I was about to leap into the air as Yuji's serpentine tail whipped towards me, but the sky grew dark in an instant. I was a little stunned. Was it dark already? But there should still be about an hour or so before night. After a moment, I realized what was happening, because right now, I could not see anything at all. It was Ta Lai. Ta Lai made use of the opening during the fight to create this enclosed space where he can control the 4 senses. This means that right now, we are all trapped in his space. What the hell? Ta Lai, why did you trap both me and Naizun here too? It was pitch black and I could not even see my fingers in front of me. as I started to focus on using my MF and to recall how it felt to fight within such a space. A massive object smashed onto the top of my head. That was probably Yuji's gigantic tail. A lucky strike that it hit me in this chaos and darkness. It felt like there was a 1,000-pound cauldron on my head, and that gigantic tail had pummeled me to the ground. My head felt dizzy after being smashed into the ground, but I tried to focus my MF on both my hands to push away that huge tail holding me down. I quickly rolled towards the side to get away from that object which smashed onto me, and felt a little faint. I ended up lying face up on the floor after rolling some distance away. "Hey, what are you trying to pull?" I shouted upwards. Only my voice rang out in the darkness. There were no other sounds. I immediately opened my eyes. It was totally dark and there was zero visibility. I started to be more alert. Out of nowhere, I heard a crackling sound. This sounded so familiar. I tried hard to remember. It's the sound of air vortexes. "Gyo-s is here, or is it Gaukin-jiu?" Crackle, 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 crackle. There was more crackling, and I could feel the tremors in the surrounding air. All 5 senses don't seem to work here in this space. Ha ha. A technique of space distortion, but I've just messed up the air currents in this space. So you probably won't be able to attack me, right? Yuji's voice rang out of nowhere from the darkness. So she was the one behind these vortexes, right? Her skill is duplication, but can she do it without any limitations? I'm sure she cannot. There had to be some weakness. Ha ha. Tall lie. Space distortion. Do you think that someone like me who's used to living in the shadows will be scared of this? Rongjin's ghostly voice rang out in the darkness. The ghostly voice said, "Kids, come out and play with them." I stood up instantly, gripping Piercer tightly in my left hand. I focused my MF onto my skin to sense the surrounding changes. I concentrated on avoiding any incoming attacks, but those air vortexes made it more chaotic, affecting my sense of touch. Before I could dodge, my right shoulder seemed to have been slashed by an animal's sharp claw. I pivoted to avoid it, swinging my left hand at the same time. A violet light appeared. Pust! Something in front of me seems to have been cut. My right shoulder was in pain, but there was no time to be concerned about that now, as there were 2 sharp claws digging into my back. In the dark, I sprang forward before turning around and cracking the whip in my left hand. Crack! Awu! It sounded like I hit a beastly animal as a monstrous roar sounded. There was a feeling of impending crisis all around me. I tried to react quickly, and heard Naizun's voice at the same time. Tall lie. Too many animals are in this space. The enclosed space will only aid them in attacking us. I heard Tall Lie's composed voice from above. Understood. In an instant, just as I was about to focus my MF for battle, our surroundings lit up again. I was left slightly dazed as we were abruptly thrown back into normality from that confounding space. Surrounding us were 20 ferocious beasts, which kind of looked like wolves and tigers. They were staring at us and baring their teeth. Rongjin's shadow was nearby, and it seemed to have been seized by 2 giant marionettes from behind in an unsuccessful attempt to escape back to the ground. The marionettes looked like they were clutching a piece of dark cloth, and held on tightly to both arms of that colossal shadow. Kill them! Rongjin's shrill voice rang out from the shadow, and the 20 beasts originally surrounding us promptly charged towards the 2 giants beside the shadow. I was rather startled when these 20 monsters passed by me so closely. At this point, the enemy seems to have collected themselves, and Yuji's gigantic tail came straight for me at the same moment when the beasts went towards the shadow. In her desire to kill me, Yuji is truly not letting any opportunity slip away. I was infuriated. I put my MF into my left wrist, and lifted Piercer up high. I brought it down with great force. Wham! Piercer produced a bright strip of violet light, crashing into the gigantic tail opposite. A shadow then appeared above me. It was Naizun. I looked up swiftly, and saw red fog surging in his eyes. As his eye surged with the fog, streaks of blood-red rays shot out from his eyes. They looked like blood-red lasers as he leapt up and chased those beasts. Bam! The violet strip of light crashed into Yuji's gigantic python's tail. Whoosh! Ah! As Yuji cried out, The violet strip of light scattered into many tiny violet blades, stabbing her in the tail. She retreated hastily as she screamed. Many tiny violet blades were already wedged into her tail. She howled unbearably as red and green blood mixed with the tiny blades. Chapter 93. Volume 2. 93 A hostile visitor. Pust pust pust. Awu awu. 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 Nizun leapt up and stopped in midair. As the red fog in his eyes surged, red laser streaks impaled the wolf and tiger-like beasts. The carcasses of these beasts slumped onto the ground amidst painful howls. Nizun looked like the god of death levitating in the air, with the red fog in his eyes, a pair of black-gloved hands and a black jacket flying. In the wind, the giant marionettes were about to chomp on the dark shadow they were holding onto. When the shadow seemed to become enraged, the shadow put up a violent struggle, and the two marionettes were thrown back as if they had been shot by bullets. Bam! The giant marionettes were thrown with such force that they flew into the air before dropping onto the ground. The dark shadow looked as if it had devoured countless other shadows, and became a gargantuan shadow which covered almost half the sky. Stabbed in her tail by the many tiny violet blades of mine, Yuji's green hair started to fly up. She still had an arrow stuck in her head, and the sight of her hair blowing in the wind like this looked horrifying. She ignored the arrow, as she seemed to feel nothing even when that arrow had been coated with a pain-inducing agent. Crackle crackle crackle. I could see air vortexes appearing in the air in the part of the sky not yet covered up by the massive shadow. Yuji stared at me angrily. Between the swirling air vortexes, countless air needles were shot in my direction. Before I could react, the air around me seemed to condense. It was the same crackling sound, but this was not from Yuji's side. There was a frenzy of sound all around me. Thud 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 thud. A few transparent sheets resembling glass doors materialized above me, before descending into the ground, blocking the many air needles coming toward me. As I collected myself, the massive shadow which seemed to cover half the sky had suddenly stopped moving. Tall Lai was in midair like Nizun, and both of them were stockstill. They were all looking at something behind me. Yuji's gaze was also directed at something behind me. She wanted to attack me with the air needles, but it was neutralized by those sheets that appeared. Sensing something amiss, I slowly turned my head to look back. Following my movement, a menacing voice floated by. Addicted to copying my skills, can't you switch it around? Learn some other tricks. Our visitor carried his usual indifferent expression on that charming face, with hands in both pockets, white sportswear from head to toe, and that same pair of bright yellow sneakers. He walked with light steps, and the air crackled around him as he walked. With a menacing smirk, a pair of dazzling eyes fixated on my own, Yuji said from behind me, "Gaokenjiu, I don't think we have any enmity between us. Why are you being so nosy? I don't like it that you're copying me." So I wanted to intervene. What of it? Although his steps were light, his eyes revealed otherwise. He shifted his eyes and locked his menacing gaze on Yuji. Crackle. Whoosh. Air needles sharper and more powerful than Yuji buzzed past my ear, flying towards her. When I turned to look back at Yuji, she already put up a giant defensive air sheet, but it was not nearly enough for those needles which were already crushing the sheet. The air needles dropped on the ground, and Yuji retreated several steps. A long trail of blood was left on the ground as she slid away with her injured tail. Yuji looked at Gaokenjiu, incensed. Her bloodstained lips quivered as she breathed heavily, but she did not dare to make any sound. Shadow Rongjin, who was extending across the sky, stopped what he was doing, and asked with a string of laughter, "Gaokenjiu, what brings you here?" Raising his eyebrows coldly, Gaokenjiu said, "Isn't it because of you, the soul snatcher?" Rongjin, "Oh, when did you care so much about me?" Gaokenjiu looked up at that shadow covering half the sky. "Liuo wants me to bring you back, and prohibits you from participating further and do use absurd acts. You won't even listen to Liuo anymore." The ghostly shadow burst out laughing. "Gaokenjiu, when have I ever listened to Liuo? Even if I don't listen to him, he still treats me as well as he treats you. Gaokenjiu, you think Yao'll be able to become his most capable assistant just by following him around like a lapdog? You are merely a selfish jerk." I widened my eyes in surprise, and my jaw was about to drop to the ground. Someone actually dared to speak to Gao Kenju in such a manner. I looked around with shifty eyes. This is pretty weird. Not far from me, Yujai was also observing the situation, while Naizun and Ta Lai seemed to have been petrified into stone statues in midair. They were so still and quiet that I could not figure out what they thought of. This Rongjin's shadow seemed alive. It was covering half the sky in front of me, and seemed to lock its gaze on Ge Kenju. What surprised me was that Ge Kenju did not seem the least bit angered, and his gaze remained cold and menacing as he spoke. I can't help him. You think these reckless acts of yours and Do Yu's can actually help him? He. Are you worried about Do Yu or Si Luo? A brief moment of sorrow flashed past Gao Kenju's eyes after Rong Jin finished speaking. I was quite puzzled. Every time that woman with a broken arm, Do Yu, is mentioned, Gao Kenju's expression seemed slightly unusual. No matter what, Si Luo wants me to take you back. Do Yu already went to see him, and since you haven't been around for a while now, he is rather worried about you too. Look, he even sent me to look for you. When would you stop being so reckless? Gao Kenju said impassively. Don't make it sound like we have such a warm, brotherly relationship. If I go back, wouldn't you have to start worrying about who Si Luo passes his role to want you have another contender once I'm back? In this case, when I'm gone, the role will be given to you. What's so bad about it? Ge Kenju scorned. You're not nearly enough to become a threat to me. What I do know is that I will do whatever Si Luo tells me to. Ha ha ha. A lapdog will remain a lapdog. Now that Huan King's at Meph is down to zero, you weren't able to take good care of my Fu. And I am involved in Do Yu's experiment. Are you that confident that Si Luo will give you the role? But Gao Kenju, I've seen through you. I know. You are ambitious and I know your motive. I won't allow you to succeed. Si Luo will not die. I will not let him die. And don't even think about taking anything that belongs to him. Ge Kenju's gaze was frigid, and I was left rather confused as I listened into this conversation. Are these two contesting for the position of Southern District Commander? What does it mean by Si Luo will not die? Is he dying soon? Seems like the situation was what I predicted it to be, that the experiment and everything that happened had a direct connection to Si Luo. Is the aim of this experiment to find a way to save Si Luo? But why is he dying? Is the condition of his body in the real world deteriorating? Was it because GOS knew some of the reasons behind this situation, that she wanted to look for Si Luo so badly? Stop bullshitting. Are you going back with me or not? Ge Kenju no longer wanted to continue his conversation with Rongjin. I'm definitely not going back before I can further investigate this matter. I hate seeing a burden like you hanging around him anyway. Don't you worry. Gao Kenju, I'll show Si Luo the real you, and prove to him you are a greedy wolf. As for Do Yu, it doesn't matter how much power you claim to have. She will not go back to you. Gao Kenju's eyes seemed to fill with pain and sorrow for a fleeting moment. The ghostly voice refused to quit, and continued saying, being so focused on looking for me, have you realized that this person is actually here? What do you think Do Yu would do if she knew he was here? Gao Kenju. A hand materialized from the shadow in the sky, pointing at Ta Lai. Ta Lai was smiling gently as usual, not moving an inch, and looked like he was completely uninterested in the conversation between the shadow and Gao Kenju. Gao Kenju did not look at Ta Lai, but his eyes darkened. I saw him. I also know that before I arrived, he was definitely not an easy opponent. The ghostly shadow chuckled. How is it being able to see two people who are thorns in your side? Do you feel good? Ah ha ha. I feel really good when I see you upset. What a lowly attitude. This Gao Kenju does not seem to be very popular if I remember right. Huan King did not like him very much either. His relationship between the soul snatcher, Rongjin, seemed to be filled with tension. And from this conversation, does it mean there was some sort of conflict between Ta Lai and him? Gao Kenju finally lifted his head to look at Ta Lai, who was floating in midair. I'm sure you don't wish for Do Yu's absurd acts to succeed. If you still care about her, Let me take Ron Jin with me today. I was baffled. I have never heard Gao Kenjui speak to anyone in this way, as if he was requesting for permission. Ta Lai smiled. His arm was placed behind him, and he landed on the ground with a quick movement of his feet. Naizun quietly followed, and landed behind me, standing where he usually stood, by my left shoulder. Ta Lai's feet had not yet firmly reached the ground, and Rongjin's shrill laughter rang out once again. You will take me with you just because he allows it, Gao Kenjui. When will you ever stop being so conceited? Part 2 of series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.